Alcaraz now awaits the winner of the clash between Novak Djokovic and Taylor Fritz. Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez's surprise run at the US Open ended in the quarterfinals with a loss to top seeds Taylor Townsend and Katerina Siniakova. The wildcard duo had won 3 straight matches without dropping a set for 45-year-old Williams back from a 16-month break. The defeat marked the end of her 25th US Open champion, where she competed in singles, women's doubles and mixed doubles. Virat Kohli, the batting icon for India and Royal Challengers Bengaluru, has spoken out about the devastating June 4 stampede during RCB's IPL title celebrations, describing the loss of 11 lives as a heartbreak no one is truly ever prepared for. The tragedy unfolded at the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium, where around 2.5 lakh fans had gathered to mark the franchise's historic maiden IPL triumph. Novak Djokovic continued his remarkable run at age 38, defeating 4th seed Taylor Fritz in 4 sets to reach the US Open 2025 semi-finals. With the win under the Arthur Ashe lights, Djokovic has now made the Final Four at all 4 Grand Slams in a single year for a record 7th time, becoming the oldest player ever to achieve the feat at 38 years and 94 days. Zimbabwe's Sikandar Raza has climbed to the #1 spot in the ICC ODI all-rounder rankings after a stellar 2-match series against Sri Lanka, scoring 151 runs and taking a wicket to earn a career-best 302 rating points. He overtook Afghan duo Azmatullah Omarazai and Mohammad Nabi to reach the top. Teammate Sean Williams rose 7 places to 16, while Sri Lanka captain Charit Asalanka moved up 4 spots to 21st. Sumi Kaliraman, part of India's bronze-winning 4 into 400-meter mixed relay team at the 2021 World Under-20 Championships, has been handed a 2-year ban by the NADA's anti-doping disciplinary panel for a 2024 doping violation. The 22-year-old tested positive for clomiphene and was provisionally suspended last year. Her ban is effective from October 14, 2024 as per the latest NADA update. Gundogan has joined Turkish champions Galatasaray, ending his first stint with Manchester City. The former German international, who returned to City after season at Barcelona, couldn't halt their first trophyless campaign in 8 years. Gundogan previously played a key role in City's golden era, winning the 5 Premier League titles, 2 FA Cups, 4 League Cups and Champions League. He now joins Galatasaray's star-studded window alongside Victor Osimhen and Leroy Sane. Former England skipper Alastair Cook has proposed a tweak to Test cricket rules, suggesting teams be given the option to take the new ball at any point within 160 overs rather than being restricted to the current 80-over mark. Cook, who hung up his boots in 2018, believes the move would introduce greater strategic variety and enhance the tactical dimension. Viewers, on the other side after the break, massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from 22nd September. Also, zero GST on health insurance, life-saving drugs gets cheaper, carbonated drinks and tobacco in special 40% since slab. All details on the other side after the break.
Out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think. Today, the World Health Organization
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning.
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome to the show, viewers, live this morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Well, news isn't just always shared. Sometimes it is also asked about, like how was your night or how was your morning? Did you sleep well? Questions like these are filled with the care of loved ones. So just like us, you should also ask your dear ones this thoughtful question. Did you sleep well? They will feel good about it. Top headlines coming in. Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from September 22.
Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies. There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco.
Zero GST on health insurance, life-saving drugs get cheaper, carbonated drinks and tobacco in special 40% sin slab. Centre's clear message to opposition: gain or loss, centre and states equal partners. Prime Minister Modi welcomes GST reforms, says it will benefit common man, farmers and the MSMEs. Kavita's explosive interview to Arnav alleged Revant and Congress behind her ouster from party. Kavita tells Arnav she is not going anywhere and will stay active in politics in some form. Viewers, our top focus this morning. The GST Council has approved major reforms with the new two-tier structure with key exemptions and a renewed focus on the common man and small businesses. These new rates are set to kick in from 22nd September. Here's the full story.
The GST Council on Wednesday approved a new two-tier rate structure which is 5% and 18% respectively. The new rates will come into effect from September 22nd. After the conclusion of the 56th GST Council meeting, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the reforms focus on key economic drivers. Essential and aspirational goods for the common man will now attract just 5% GST.
Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, Soap bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware, and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले आइटम्स इंडिकेट कर रहा हूँ. अल्ट्रा हाई टेम्परेचर मिल्क, द UHT मिल्क, चेना और पनीर, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So रोटी किसी के ऊपर भी, चपाती और रोटी और पराठा और whatever it is, they all come to nil.
A special 40% slab has been introduced for sin and super luxury goods including tobacco and carbonated drinks.
All goods including aerated waters containing added sugar or other sweetening matter or flavored, caffeinated beverages, carbonated beverages or fruit drink or carbonated beverages with fruit juice and other non-alcoholic beverages, excluding those specified at lower rates, will all be covered under 40%.
The Council's decision reflects a multi-sectoral push for the ease of doing business, especially for small traders. GST has been rationalized with a focus on agriculture, health and labor-intensive sectors by the common man.
These reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man. Every tax levied on common man's daily use items have gone through a rigorous looking into, and in most cases the rates have come down drastically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and agriculture as a whole will also benefit by the decisions we have taken today. Health-related also will benefit. So the key drivers of economy have been given a prominence.
All personal insurances is now GST exempt. GST exemption has also been extended to all individuals and family mediclaims along with life-saving drugs.
Insurance services from 18% currently will go into 2-3 different categories. I'll say that to you. Exemption of GST on all individual life insurance policies. Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies and policies for senior citizens, and reinsurance thereof to make insurance affordable for the common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country.
The current 4-tier system is now replaced with a citizen-friendly structure, 5% and 18%, with a special 40% sin slab. Prime Minister Modi hailed the GST reforms as the next generation reforms, the intention of which was first announced during his Independence Day address. The Prime Minister said that the reforms will benefit the common man, farmers, MSMEs, women, youth and the middle class. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also emphasized that these reforms aim to make life easier for citizens and boost ease of doing business, especially for small traders and enterprises. All eyes are now on September 22nd when the new rates kick in, aiming to bring relief, boost consumption and simplify compliance.
And buying a new AC or television this festive season may no longer pinch the pocket for you viewers, because the GST Council has announced a sweeping rationalization of the tax slabs, bringing a set of consumer durables under a lower rate. Let's listen into what Nirmala Sitharaman had to say during the press briefing.
28 to 18% on small cars and motorcycles which are equal to or below 350 cc. Reduction of GST from 28 to 18 on buses, trucks and ambulances. Uniform rate of 18% on all auto parts, irrespective of their HS code. Three-wheelers from 28 to 18 again. So I move to one very important thing on inversion of correction of inverted duty. The long pending inverted duty structure problem is getting corrected for the man-made textile sector by reducing GST rate on man-made fiber from 18% to 5% and man-made yarn from 12 to 5%. So that will take care of every anomaly that was there in terms of inversion that's getting sorted out. So this actually gives effect to government's objective of the fiber neutral policy. So that's really getting seen in our action today. We are also correcting the inverted duty structure problem in fertilizer sector by reducing GST from 18% to 5% on sulfuric acid, nitric acid and ammonia, which are very important for the fertilizer sector. Renewable energy is the next. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on renewable energy devices, parts for their manufacture, such as biogas plant, windmills, wind-operated electricity generator, waste-to-energy plants, devices, PV cells, whether or not assembled in modules or made up in panel, solar cookers, solar water heaters and systems and so on. Should I stop there and leave you all to ask questions? Just want to highlight the last one, that there is a special rate which is 40%. Actually, almost all goods are between 18 and 5. If there's any change, they only can shuffle between the 18 and 5.
And Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has said that the reforms have been carried out with a force, a big focus, especially when it comes to the common man. Every tax on the common man's daily use items has gone through a rigorous review, and in most cases, the rates have come down drastically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and the agriculture sector as well as the health sector will benefit. Key drivers of the economy will be given prominence. Let's listen in.
Reduction from 18 or from 12 to 5%. I list out those items, all of whom have come to 5% from either 18 or from 12. Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले items indicate कर रहा हूँ. Ultra high temperature milk, the UHT milk, chena or paneer, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So roti kisi ke upar bhi, chapati or roti or paratha or whatever it is, they all come to nil. Reduction of GST from 12% or from 18% to 5. इसमें फूड आइटम्स बहुत सारे हैं, नमकीन से भुजिया है, सॉसेस है, पास्ता है, इंस्टेंट नूडल्स है, चॉकलेट्स, कॉफ़ी, प्रिजर्व्ड मीट, कॉर्नफ्लेक्स, बटर, घी, ये सब 5% में आ रही है. फिर रिडक्शन फ्रॉम 28 टू 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारे चीज़ हैं. एयर कंडीशनिंग मशीन्स, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18. Agriculture goods such as tractors, agricultural, horticultural and forestry machines for soil preparation or cultivation, harvesting or threshing machines, including straw or fodder balers, grass or hay movers, composting machines, etc., are all coming down from 12 to 5%. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on 12 specified biopesticides. Also from 12 to 5 is natural menthol. सो किसान के लिए, उनके प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए जो वो उपयोग करते हैं, उन सब में it has come down. Again, from 12 to 5, handicrafts and also labor-intensive sectors. What are they? Handicrafts, marble, travertine blocks, granite blocks, intermediate leather goods. ये सब 5 में आ रही. Reduction of cement from 28 to 18. क्योंकि घर बनाने में मिडिल क्लास के लिए सीमेंट इतना आवश्यक है, इसीलिए 28 it has come down to 18. Health related items, 33 life saving drugs and medicines, and they all come down from 12 to 0. From 5 to 0 and 3 life saving drugs and medicines used for treatment of cancer, rare diseases and other severe chronic diseases. There are several drugs and medicines coming down to 5 from 12.
The GST Council has increased the tax on some of the super luxury goods under a special rate of 40%, and the tax on pan masala, tobacco products, cigarettes and all automobiles above 1,200 cc and longer than 4,000 mm will attract 40% GST. Motorcycles exceeding 350 cc, yachts and aircraft for personal use and racing cars will attract a 40% levy.
One special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka, and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco, and BD. All goods, including aerated waters, containing added sugar or other sweetening matter or flavored, caffeinated beverages, carbonated beverages, or fruit drink, or carbonated beverages with fruit juice and other non-alcoholic beverages, excluding those specified at lower rates, will all be covered under 40%. Mid-size and large cars, motorcycles of engine capacity exceeding 350 cc, aircraft, for example, helicopters and aeroplanes for personal use, distinctly for personal use, yacht and other vessels for pleasure or sports are all under 40%. So I think I have covered most of it. One last point on the RSP. GST will be levied on retail price, which is the RSP, instead of transaction value on pan masala, gutka, cigarettes and other tobacco products such as zarda, scented tobacco, unmanufactured tobacco and chewing tobacco.
In a landmark move, the GST Council has exempted the health and life insurance premiums from the GST levy. That is right. The step is aimed at making insurance products more affordable and improving penetration in India's underinsured market.
Insurance services from 18% currently will go into 2-3 different categories. I'll say that to you. Exemption of GST on all individual life insurance policies, whether term life, ULIP or endowment policies, and reinsurance thereof, to make insurance affordable for common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country. Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies and policies for senior citizen, and reinsurance thereof to make insurance affordable for the common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country.
And Finance Minister said that the two-tier GST structure plus, in fact, has not been at all influenced by the tariffs imposed by the US on India. And she said that the centre has been working on these for 1.5 years.
The tariff turmoil is not a matter which influenced the GST reform, because we've been at it now for more than 1.5 years. Some group of ministers was working on rate rationalization, some other group of ministers a bit later was working on insurance, and so on. And compensation cess was a reality, that it is going to end the moment you paid back the loan. None of this has anything to do with the tariffs. So, no, there's nothing to do with the tariffs at all.
The Finance Minister said that Congress considered impossible to implement GST during their time, adding that the centre under Modi government had implemented a GST and doing second-generation reforms so that people can get relief on their day-to-day items. Let's listen in.
क्या टोबैको के ऊपर 5% टैक्स मांग रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी? क्या तंबाकू के ऊपर और गुटखा के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी चाहती है कि हम 5% में दें? मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके समय पर जीएसटी लागू करना असंभव माने, क्योंकि ट्रस्ट स्टेट केंद्र सरकार के ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं था। वो कॉम्पनसेट कर पाएंगे, कुछ अश्योरेंस दे पाएंगे, इन सभी विषयों के ऊपर यूपीए सरकार के ऊपर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भरोसा नहीं किया, इसीलिए वो लागू कर नहीं पाए। हम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लागू भी किया और सेकेंड जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स भी कर रहे हैं, जिससे जनता को राहत मिले उनका डे टू डे आइटम्स के ऊपर, और एमएसएमई और लेबर इंटेंसिव यूनिट्स को भी राहत मिले, जिससे वो ईसी कंप्लायंस भी होगा, रेट भी कम होगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी को मैं कैसे क्या शब्द उपयोग करूं, उनके माइंड तैयार करें। अपोज करना है कि समर्थन देना है। अच्छे विषय जो जनता के लिए हित में है उसमें समर्थन देने में कोई जनता आपके ऊपर कोई कंफ्यूजन में नहीं रहेंगे, मगर अब जनता आपको सही जवाब देंगे, क्योंकि जब कट कर रहे हैं रेट उसमें समर्थन देने में संकोच और ऊपर से कंफ्यूजन करवा रही हो जनता के मन में। जनता आज आपके गुमराह वाले काम में आपके साथ नहीं है, आपको एक्सपोज करेंगे जनता।
So there was big diplomatic push in New Delhi as India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met his German counterpart. And Germany, remember, has appealed to India to use its leverage with Russia, urging New Delhi to push Moscow back to the peace table. This comes days after PM Modi's meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin in China. A focus: Ukraine war, global trade and a stronger India-EU partnership. Watch this report.
It was a big diplomatic push in the national capital when India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar met his German counterpart Johann Wadephul. Germany is looking to India to play a bigger role in ending the Ukraine war. New Delhi has so far resisted Western calls to condemn Moscow outright, choosing instead to maintain ties with its traditional defense partner. India also stepped up Russian oil imports, calling it essential to shield its economy from global shocks. With Trump's strong-arm tactics at play with respect to tariffs, India is fast-tracking negotiations with the European Union to offset US pressure. Jaishankar called on Germany to help push through a long-pending free trade agreement.
Our conversations and our negotiations predate anything which has happened this year. It's something which has been going on for multiple years. And it's in our mutual interest that we lower tariffs and we find other ways of expanding our business and economic cooperation. Obviously, in today's climate, those efforts acquire a greater urgency.
The German Foreign Minister's appeal, meanwhile, reflected Europe's growing hope for India to step up its diplomatic push for peace, even as New Delhi balances its partnership with traditional defense partner Moscow.
There's no question that the changes we see in the world today do influence our policies and do influence the manner in which we approach other countries. So we are seeing, very sweeping changes on the global strategic landscape. We're also seeing a lot of volatility on the global economic landscape. And I think together they make a very powerful case for India and the European Union and India and Germany to work much more closely with each other.
India's message is clear. Europe must move faster on trade, while Germany wants India to lean harder on Russia. New Delhi walks the fine balance, protecting its economy, keeping Moscow close, but also keeping its European partners in play.
A huge relief for the persecuted minorities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. The Union Home Minister has gone ahead and the ministry has announced that the Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians who came to India till December 31st, 2024 to escape religious persecution will be allowed to stay in the country. Here's the full story.
A huge relief for the persecuted minorities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians who came to India till December 31st, 2024 to escape religious persecution will be allowed to stay in the country. The Union Home Ministry announced that this will be without passport or any other travel documents. According to the Citizenship Amendment Act, which came into force last year, those persecuted minorities who came to India on or before 31st December 2014 were to be granted an Indian citizenship. This act was an amendment to the 1955 Citizenship Act, which was the first to be introduced in the Parliament in July 2016 and passed in December 2019. Now, the cut-off date has been extended to 31st December 2024. The significant order issued under the Just Implied Immigration and Foreigners Act 2025 will come up as a relief to large numbers of people. This for especially Hindu from Pakistan who crossed over to India after 2014 and were worried about their fate. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma claimed that the recent CAA extension will have no impact on Assam.
There only 12% has applied in Assam. Against the agitation, 5 people has been martyred. Against that, only 3 people has got citizenship. So this is a absolutely non-issue in the context of Assam. The act has been implemented in Gujarat, in Delhi, in other states. But in Assam, nobody wants to identify himself as a foreigner in the first place.
Soon after the CAA was passed by the Parliament on December 11, 2019, there were massive protests against the amendment in several parts of the country. Before the CAA, any foreign national seeking Indian citizenship through naturalization needed to have spent 11 years in India to become eligible. Anti-CAA protests began in December 2019 and lasted till nearly February 2020. The anti-CAA protests began in Assam and spread like wildfire in any other states like Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura and Delhi. Protests led to thousands of arrests and several deaths in the country. Now, with the cut-off dates extended, it is a huge relief for those minorities who sought refuge in India to escape religious persecution.
Heavy rains, flash floods paralyzed North India viewers, with evacuation to rescue and relief operations are underway in flood-affected areas of Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir and Delhi. Now, Republic brings you the details from the ground. What is happening on the ground as we see that monsoon has hit many parts of North India, making life difficult. Take a look.
Delhi, Gurugram, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir. North India is bearing the brunt of monsoon as heavy rains followed by flash floods and waterlogging have paralyzed major cities, bringing lives to a standstill. In New Delhi, Yamuna is nearing the danger mark, sparking concerns of floods in low-lying areas.
We are here at Yamuna Bazaar. As you can see, I'm sitting on a boat. We have managed to come here. This is how much the water level has risen. The water level in Yamuna has risen dangerously. It has now reached around 206.7 meters, and it has been said that the forecast is around 206.9 meters. And this is a situation after incessant rainfall in the entire Delhi NCR, where there has been continuous rainfalls, and the Hatnikund barrage, where the waters were released and the flow range was around 3.3 lakhs crucex.
Schools have been closed across Delhi NCR due to heavy rainfall. The flood threat in the national capital has intensified as the Yamuna River continued to rise on Wednesday.
Sir, how many teams have been deployed yet, and what are your main focus points in Delhi?
Seeing the current situation in Delhi, the flood level has crossed the danger mark, and 4 NDRF teams have been deployed in 4 different regions. One team is available here in Yamuna Bazar area, and we have conducted about 150 evacuation. People have been moved to safe places. The relief shelters have been made by the Delhi government. So the situation is normal. There is nothing to panic.
In Jammu and Kashmir, rains lashed many parts of Kashmir Valley, causing waterlogging and traffic jams in some areas of Srinagar.
River Jhelum is roaring, and the tributaries like Vesho in Kulgam, South Kashmir, has already crossed the danger mark. People have been advised to stay indoors and away from the water bodies, which has also led to the closure of Srinagar-Jammu National Highway. The alternative route like Mughal has also been closed, and also the Simthon Top. This time we can say that we are disconnected with the rest of the world. Meanwhile, the services, the networks have also gone down with the services. The calling and internet services have gone slow. In fact, the Divisional Administration Kashmir has also directed for the closure of schools and colleges.
The waterlogging in many areas caused inconvenience to commuters and shopkeepers. In some areas, vehicles had to wade through the flooded streets in the city. In Jammu, CRPF, Army Jawans and BRO teams have jointly undertaken rescue operations.
BSF is carrying out a daring rescue operation in the Gadkhal area of Jammu, where the civilians from the tribal community have been stranded. And these visuals Ashu is showing you are exclusive visuals that you see that the Mi-17 helicopters of the Border Security Force have been pressed into the action. These helicopters will get the civilians out that have been trapped in the area. The total number of civilians that have been trapped in the area is close to 50, and now these helicopters have been pressed into the action. These helicopters have got multiple sorties. This is the 5th sortie that is being connected by the BSF choppers here.
From Jammu and Kashmir, the wrath of monsoon has reached the neighbouring Punjab. Gurdaspur remains the worst affected district as River Ravi entered the villages.
Ravi's spate continues and creating havoc in Gurdaspur district. First of all, let me show you the visual here of the Gurdaspur village, where the roads connecting to the Sadalpur village are completely submerged in the water. From the past 24 hours, heavy rainfall have been witnessed in Gurdaspur, due to which once again the river Ravi's flow has increased many-fold. These are the roads which are connecting to the villages, and more than 12 villages connectivity have been completely destructed because of the overflowing river Ravi.
The Indian Army has stepped in to rescue and provide relief material to flood affected families of Punjab and Jammu. The Met Department has also announced red alert in Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir for coming days. Meanwhile, the IMD has issued an orange alert for New Delhi and Gurugram as well.
And viewers, top headlines: massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from September 22nd.
GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies. There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka, and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco.
Zero GST on health insurance, life-saving drugs, get cheaper, carbonated drinks and tobacco and special 40% slab. Centre's clear message to opposition. Gain or loss, centre and states equal partners. Prime Minister Modi welcomes GST reform, says it will benefit common man, farmers and MSMEs. Kavita's explosive interview to Arnab alleges that Revant and Congress behind her ouster from the party. Kavita tells Arnab she's not going anywhere, will stay active in politics in some form. Hello viewers, we are live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla. US President Donald Trump has once again stirred headlines with his remarks on global affairs, but this time weighing in on China's military parade and reminding India that the tariffs still loom over given the scenario which we are seeing. Let's go ahead and play out this report for you.
Amid the uncertain tariff situation, the Trump government has made it to the news yet again. US President Donald Trump said he found China's massive military parade very, very impressive, but at the same breath, he claimed the entire event was orchestrated after keeping him in mind. The US President Donald Trump, without any hesitation, said that the parade was very impressive, but I understood the reason they were doing that is because they were hoping I was watching it and I was watching. Bizarre remarks and framing major world events as being directly connected to him has become a pattern of the United States president. He also expressed dissatisfaction that Beijing did not credit the United States for its past support. Similar incident where Trump claimed that America was not acknowledged for helping China and America should have been given due credit. On India, Trump was asked about Washington's policy of secondary tariff. His response was blunt and vague. You say the secondary tariffs on India is no action. I said this earlier, if India buys, there will be problem. US President Donald Trump was also seen taking undue credit for putting an end to the war between India and Pakistan, claiming without him there would be no ceasefire. Trump's remarks often reflect a tendency to maintain the American might and also reflect his tendencies to personalize diplomacy. From reshaping trade discussions with threats of tariffs to personal global events as though they revolve around him, Trump's rhetoric often blurs the line.
In a powerful display of diplomatic alignment, Russian President Putin has backed India, sending a clear message to the West. Speaking from China just hours after attending a major military parade in Beijing, President Putin took aim at the economic pressures mounting on India and China, warning that such tactics against global powers could backfire. His comments come at a time of deepening tensions as the United States ramps up tariffs and attempts to reassert dominance in a rapidly changing world order. Here's more to the story.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made a huge statement on Wednesday in support of India as he responded to the reporters in China hours after attending Beijing's military parade. Vladimir Putin, while addressing the economic pressure being levied on India and China, said both are major economic giants and one cannot speak to them in such manner.
You have countries like India, almost 1.5 billion people, China, with powerful economies. When somebody tells you that they're going to punish you, you have to understand that if one of them shows weakness, his political career will be over. So that influences his behavior. They have to realize that they cannot use this tone in speaking with their partners. But ultimately, things will be sorted out.
Amid a newly emerging global order, Putin's word sent a strong message. Continuing speaking to press, Russian President Vladimir Putin cautioned the West, especially the United States, saying that attempting to weaken India, China, or Russian leadership built through difficult histories would be a mistake. Speaking of history, he reminded the West of its colonial past, highlighting that the colonial era is now over.
But they also have their own domestic political mechanisms and laws. You have to think, how can the leadership of those countries, of those big countries, which had difficult periods in their history too, that had to do with colonialism, with attacks on their sovereignty during prolonged periods of time, just the colonial era is now over.
Responding to when asked about his thoughts on world power trying to dominate others, Putin said that he does not believe there should be some domination. He further reinstated that everyone must be equal. Putin's remarks come against the backdrop of intensifying trade and geopolitical tensions. On August 27th, US President Donald Trump's administration doubled tariffs on India to 50%. Trump claimed that half of it was aimed at penalizing New Delhi for ramping up Russian oil imports after Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, and the other half under Trump's signature America First push to cut trade deficits.
We've made a lot of progress, and as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia. But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am.
If you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later, but right now they're paying a 50% tariff.
Not just that, Trump has also alleged that India purchasing Russian oil is funding the Ukraine-Russia war. However, it is important to note that India is the only country to be hit by Trump's secondary tariff, even though China is a major buyer of Russian crude. As global power dynamics shift and old alliances are tested, President Putin's latest remarks mark a critical moment, a call for balance, respect, and multipolar cooperation. What remains to be seen is whether the West will listen.
Viewers, Russian President Putin has met with the leaders of Vietnam and the Republic of Congo during his visit to China to attend celebrations marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Putin held talks with the President of the Republic of Congo and Vietnam as well at the State Guest House after attending a major military parade in the heart of the Chinese capital. US President Trump says that he is confident the federal government will not shut down at the end of the month and says that he is considering deploying troops to New Orleans to combat crime. After saying that he was prepared to send the National Guard into Chicago and Baltimore to help fight crime, Trump is now saying he's mulling doing similar in New Orleans. The European Commission is underlining its determination to expand cooperative trade to other partners beyond the US, sending free trade deals with Mexico and trading blocs in Latin America to ratification by member states. The deal would create the EU officials call world's largest free trade zone with 700 million people and lower high tariffs on EU farm exports in Latin America. President Trump welcomed Poland's new president to the White House as Nowotny is pushing to deepen US-Poland ties and argue for a continued strong American military presence in the country. Visit to Washington is the first overseas trip of Nowotny since taking office last month. It comes after Trump took the unusual step of involving himself in the elections of longtime ally Poland, endorsing Nowotny, who was backed by the conservative Law and Justice Party. Day after President Trump dramatically stepped up his administration's military role in the Caribbean with what he called a deadly strike on the Venezuelan drug cartel, Secretary of State Marco Rubio met the President of Mexico, Claudia, in Mexico City. In fact, we come to know that she has voiced fears of U.S. encroaching on Mexican sovereignty. Rubio was expected to sit down with her to stress the importance the U.S. places on cooperating with Mexico on security, trade and migration in the Western Hemisphere. The State Department said Rubio would focus on stemming illegal migration and combating organized crime and drug cartels and countering what the U.S. believes is maligning Chinese behavior in its backyard. German Foreign Minister has taken up his positive steps towards India, talking about India's growing importance in global politics and trade, stating that Germany, India equals Asia. And for India, Germany is equivalent to Europe. He made the remarks during his two-day official visit to New Delhi, where he held bilateral talks with External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on trade, security and global challenges, explaining Germany's view of India's role in Asia. Germany says Berlin values New Delhi as a crucial partner in shaping the future of the global order. Thousands of soldiers from Indonesia and the United States concluded annual joint military drills with live fire exercise together with forces from a dozen other countries. The Garuda Shield exercise began on August 24th in the capital, Jakarta, with activities also taking place in multiple towns on Sumatra Island. Now, Indonesia's military chief and the Minister of Defense have overseen the Wednesday's exercise, which includes long-range artillery and rocket firing, integrated airstrikes, and ground troop maneuvers. During the 11th-day combat exercise, U.S. soldiers assigned to the 11th Airborne Division for the first time, and the other missiles in Indonesia are marking a milestone for Washington. Chinese President Xi Jinping attended a gala as part of the events marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. The gala took place after China's landmark parade, where the country's military showed off aerial and underwater drones, hypersonic missiles and fighter jets and bombers in a 90-minute event attended by the leaders of about 24 countries. Gala held later featured dance and musical performance, including a ballet. US and Western European heads of state stayed away from the event, as did the leaders of Japan, India and South Korea. Let's move ahead right now, viewers. A quick-moving wildfire burned homes in a California gold rush town that was settled around 1850 by Chinese miners. These residents of the area were quickly driven out of a nearby camp as the blaze grew without containment, leaving a thick smoke blanket. Here's more.
A quick-moving wildfire burned several homes in the California gold rush town that was settled around 1850 by Chinese miners. As the blaze grew without containment, Chinese miners were driven out of the nearby camp. The fire rapidly expanded to about 10 square miles, that is 26 square kilometers in size, forcing the evacuation of the Chinese camp town and surrounding highways. The fire spread across multiple locations in Calaveras and Tuolumne counties with no containment. At least 5 homes burned to ashes in the rural town, which had a mix of freestanding and mobile homes. In a desperate attempt to keep the blaze from spreading, people quickly moved large tree branches away from the houses and shoveled sand onto the fire. They worked tirelessly for about 30 minutes until firefighters arrived. However, an RV on the property was damaged in the blaze. The blaze, known as the 6 to 5 fire, was one of the dozen blazes that erupted across California. Fire officials have now requested for additional resources such as fire engines, dozers, and an aircraft to amp the fire containment efforts.
Union Cabinet chaired by Prime Minister Modi approved an incentive scheme worth around 1,500 crores to boost recycling of critical minerals from secondary sources such as e-waste and battery scrap. This scheme forms part of the National Critical Mineral Mission (NCMM), which is focused on strengthening domestic capacity and ensuring supply chain resilience in critical minerals. Initiative will run for 6 years from financial year 2025-26 to 2030-31. Maruti Suzuki India is sharpening its focus on the sports utility vehicle SUV segment, unveiling its new mid-size SUV Victorious as part of a broader strategy to strengthen its presence in the country's fastest growing passenger vehicle category. Speaking at the launch, Maruti Suzuki MD and CEO Hisashi Takeuchi says that the SUVs have become central to the company's growth aspirations and are critical for regaining market share in the domestic market. Ahead of the final outcome of the 56 GST Council meet, green hydrogen electrolyzers and battery energy storage systems are expected to get cheaper. Council chaired by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and has ministerial representatives from all states will take up a proposal to only have a 5% tax slab, 18% and 40% as well for goods such as alcohol instead of 12% and 28% slabs. Special Purpose Vehicle National Highways Logistics Management of Union Ministry of Road Transport and Highways signed an agreement with Tourism Uttarakhand to develop 2 major ropeway projects valued around 6,800 crores. The major projects include 12.9 kilometers ropeway between Sonprayag and Kedarnath at an estimated cost of around rupees 4,100 crore and a 12.4 kilometer link from Govind Ghat to Hemkund Sahib costing around rupees 2,700 crore. The authorities mentioned that these initiatives will bolster connectivity, make travel for pilgrims easier and provide support in the state's tourism-linked economy. And viewers, much for coming right up. Kavita's explosive interview to Arnab alleges that Revant and Congress behind the ouster from the party. Kavita tells Arnab she's not going anywhere, will stay active in politics in some form or the other.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सबको मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
सबसे बात हमेशा किसी करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will only strengthen the BRICS nations.
Welcome back, viewers. Bad weather with rain and strong winds hit most of the coastal cities in Croatia and have been affected, in fact, by this flooding. Extreme weather particularly affected the border areas of Slovenia and Croatia, especially the Istrian Peninsula. The Croatian city, a nursing home and an elementary school and a sports gym, all of them experienced massive flooding. Take a look.
Several coastal towns in Croatia were severely affected by flooding following severe storms. Towns in the western part of the peninsula were hit by floods after sudden storms and heavy rainfall hit the region. The extreme weather particularly affected the border areas of Slovenia and Croatia, along the Istrian Peninsula especially. The Croatian town of Novigrad, a retirement home, an elementary school, and a sports hall all experienced flooding. Meanwhile, no one was injured and all the residents of the area are fine.
Hvala dragom Bogu, niko nije stradao, korisnici su svi dobro, osim materijalne štete nije ništa značajnije, jel? Ljudski životi su sačuvani, tako da to je ono najvažnije.
Many residents, along with the help of emergency services, repaired the damages caused due to extreme bad weather.
And viewers, more to coming right up. Kavita's explosive interview to Arnab alleges Revant and Congress behind her ouster from the party. And Kavita tells Arnab she's not going anywhere, will stay active in politics in some way or the other.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think. Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Chaudhary. The next generation GST reforms are in place. The government has come in with new reforms at this point in time for ease of the common man. And we will be bringing you all the details regarding that very, very important story. But first up, the top headlines. Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from September 22.
Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies. There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco.
Zero GST on health insurance, life-saving drugs gets cheaper, carbonated drinks and tobacco in the special 40% sin slab. Centre's clear message to opposition, gain on loss, centre and states equal partners. Prime Minister Modi welcomes GST reforms, says it will benefit common man, farmers and MSMEs. Kavita's explosive interview to Arnab alleges Revant in Congress behind her ouster from party. Kavita tells Arnab she is not going anywhere. She will stay active in politics in some form. Thank you for joining us, viewers. Our top focus. The GST Council has approved major reforms with new two-tier structure with key exemptions and a renewed focus on the common man and small businesses. These new rates are set to kick in from September 22. Take a look at these details for the full story.
The GST Council on Wednesday approved a new two-tier rate structure which is 5% and 18% respectively. The new rates will come into effect from September 22nd. After the conclusion of the 56th GST Council meeting, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the reforms focus on key economic drivers. Essential and aspirational goods for the common man will now attract just 5% GST.
Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले आइटम्स इंडिकेट कर रहा हूँ. Ultra high temperature milk, the UHT milk, chena or paneer, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So roti kisi ke upar bhi, chapati or roti or paratha or whatever it is, they all come to nil.
A special 40% slab has been introduced for sin and super luxury goods including tobacco and carbonated drinks.
All goods including aerated waters containing added sugar or other sweetening matter or flavored, caffeinated beverages, carbonated beverages or fruit drink or carbonated beverages with fruit juice and other non-alcoholic beverages, excluding those specified at lower rates, will all be covered under 40%.
The Council's decision reflects a multi-sectoral push for the ease of doing business, especially for small traders. GST has been rationalized with a focus on agriculture, health and labor-intensive sectors by the common man.
These reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man. Every tax levied on common man's daily use items have gone through a rigorous looking into, and in most cases the rates have come down drastically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and agriculture as a whole will also benefit by the decisions we have taken today. Health-related also will benefit. So the key drivers of economy have been given a prominence.
All personal insurances is now GST exempt. GST exemption has also been extended to all individuals and family mediclaims along with life-saving drugs.
Insurance services from 18% currently will go into 2-3 different categories. I'll say that to you. Exemption of GST on all individual life insurance policies. Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies and policies for senior citizens, and reinsurance thereof to make insurance affordable for the common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country.
The current 4-tier system is now replaced with a citizen-friendly structure, 5% and 18%, with a special 40% sin slab. Prime Minister Modi hailed the GST reforms as the next generation reforms, the intention of which was first announced during his Independence Day address. The Prime Minister said that the reforms will benefit the common man, farmers, MSMEs, women, youth and the middle class. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also emphasized that these reforms aim to make life easier for citizens and boost ease of doing business, especially for small traders and enterprises. All eyes are now on September 22nd when the new rates kick in, aiming to bring relief, boost consumption and simplify compliance.
Viewers buying a new AC or television this festive season may no longer pinch the pocket as much. The GST Council has announced a sweeping rationalization of tax slabs, bringing a set of consumer durables under a lower rate. Listen in to what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman had said during the press briefing.
From 28 to 18% on small cars and motorcycles which are equal to or below 350 cc. Reduction of GST from 28 to 18 on buses, trucks and ambulances. Uniform rate of 18% on all auto parts, irrespective of the HS code. Three-wheelers from 28 to 18 again. So I move to one very important thing on inversion of correction of inverted duty. The long pending inverted duty structure problem is getting corrected for the man-made textile sector by reducing GST rate on man-made fiber from 18% to 5% and man-made yarn from 12 to 5%. So that will take care of every anomaly that was there in terms of inversion that's getting sorted out. So this actually gives effect to government's objective of the fiber neutral policy. So that's really getting seen in our action today. We are also correcting the inverted duty structure problem in fertilizer sector by reducing GST from 18% to 5% on sulfuric acid, nitric acid and ammonia, which are very important for the fertilizer sector. Renewable energy is the next. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on renewable energy devices, parts for their manufacture, such as biogas plant, windmills, wind-operated electricity generator, waste-to-energy plants, devices, PV cells, whether or not assembled in modules or made up in panel, solar cookers, solar water heaters and systems and so on. Should I stop there and leave you all to ask questions? Just want to highlight the last one, that there is a special rate which is 40%. Actually, almost all goods are between 18 and 5. If there's any change, they only can shuffle between the 18 and 5.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man. Every tax on the common man's daily use items has gone through a rigorous review, and in most cases, the rates have come down drastically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support, while farmers and the agriculture sector as well as the health sector will benefit from this. Key drivers of the economy will be given prominence. Listen in.
Reduction from 18 or from 12 to 5%. I list out those items, all of whom have come to 5% from either 18 or from 12. Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले items indicate कर रहा हूँ. Ultra high temperature milk, the UHT milk, chena or paneer, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So roti kisi ke upar bhi, chapati or roti or paratha or whatever it is, they all come to nil. Reduction of GST from 12% or from 18% to 5. इसमें फूड आइटम्स बहुत सारे हैं, नमकीन से भुजिया है, सॉसेस है, पास्ता है, इंस्टेंट नूडल्स है, चॉकलेट्स, कॉफ़ी, प्रिजर्व्ड मीट, कॉर्नफ्लेक्स, बटर, घी, ये सब 5% में आ रही है. फिर रिडक्शन फ्रॉम 28 टू 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारे चीज़ हैं. एयर कंडीशनिंग मशीन्स, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18. Agriculture goods such as tractors, agricultural, horticultural and forestry machines for soil preparation or cultivation, harvesting or threshing machines including straw or fodder balers, grass or hay movers, composting machines, etc., are all coming down from 12 to 5%. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on 12 specified biopesticides. Also from 12 to 5 is natural menthol. So किसान के लिए उनके products के लिए जो वो उपयोग करते हैं उन सब में it has come down. Again from 12 to 5 handicrafts and also labor intensive sectors. What are they? Handicrafts, marble, travertine blocks, granite blocks, intermediate leather goods. ये सब 5 में आ रही. Reduction of cement from 28 to 18. क्योंकि घर बनाने में मिडिल क्लास के लिए सीमेंट इतना आवश्यक है, इसीलिए 28 it has come down to 18. Health related items, 33 life saving drugs and medicines, and they all come down from 12 to 0. From 5 to 0 and 3 life-saving drugs and medicines used for treatment of cancer, rare diseases and other severe chronic diseases. There are several drugs and medicines coming down to 5 from 12.
Viewers, the GST Council has increased the tax on sin and super luxury goods under a special rate of 40%. The tax on pan masala, tobacco products, cigarettes and all automobiles above 1200 cc and longer than 4000 mm will attract 40% GST. Motorcycles exceeding 350 cc, yachts and aircraft for personal use and racing cars will attract a 40% hike. Take a look.
There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka, and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco, and BD. All goods, including aerated waters, containing added sugar or other sweetening matter or flavored, caffeinated beverages, carbonated beverages or fruit drink, or carbonated beverages with fruit juice and other non-alcoholic beverages, excluding those specified at lower rates, will all be covered under 40%. Mid-size and large cars, motorcycles of engine capacity exceeding 350 cc, aircraft, for example, helicopters and aeroplanes for personal use, distinctly for personal use, yacht and other vessels for pleasure or sports are all under 40%. So I think I have covered most of it. One last point on the RSP. GST will be levied on retail price, which is the RSP, instead of transaction value on pan masala, gutka, cigarettes and other tobacco products such as zarda, scented tobacco, unmanufactured tobacco and chewing tobacco.
And in a landmark move, the GST Council has exempted health and life insurance premiums from the GST hike. The step is aimed at making insurance products more affordable and improving penetration in India's under-insured market.
Insurance services from 18% currently will go into 2-3 different categories. I'll say that to you. Exemption of GST on all individual life insurance policies, whether term life, ULIP or endowment policies, and reinsurance thereof, to make insurance affordable for common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country. Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies, and policies for senior citizens, and reinsurance thereof to make insurance affordable for the common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country.
And Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the two-tier GST structure plus a sin goods slab has not been influenced by the tariffs imposed by US on India. She said that the centre had been working on these for 1.5 years.
The tariff turmoil is not a matter which influenced the GST reform, because we've been at it now for more than 1.5 years. Some group of ministers was working on rate rationalization, some other group of ministers a bit later was working on insurance, and so on. And compensation cess was a reality, that it is going to end the moment you paid back the loan. None of this has anything to do with the tariffs. So, no, there's nothing to do with the tariffs at all.
And viewers, as Nirmala Sitharaman announced the GST tax rate slashes on common use items ranging from hair oil to cornflakes, TVs and personal health and life insurance policies, the Finance Minister took a swipe at the Congress party over opposition's question on the special 40% slab.
क्या टोबैको के ऊपर 5% टैक्स मांग रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी? क्या तंबाकू के ऊपर और गुटखा के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी चाहती है कि हम 5% में दें? मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके समय पर जीएसटी लागू करना असंभव माने, क्योंकि ट्रस्ट स्टेट केंद्र सरकार के ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं था। वो कॉम्पनसेट कर पाएंगे, कुछ अश्योरेंस दे पाएंगे, इन सभी विषयों के ऊपर यूपीए सरकार के ऊपर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भरोसा नहीं किया, इसीलिए वो लागू कर नहीं पाए। हम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लागू भी किया और सेकेंड जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स भी कर रहे हैं, जिससे जनता को राहत मिले उनका डे टू डे आइटम्स के ऊपर, और एमएसएमई और लेबर इंटेंसिव यूनिट्स को भी राहत मिले, जिससे वो ईसी कंप्लायंस भी होगा, रेट भी कम होगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी को मैं कैसे क्या शब्द उपयोग करूं, उनके माइंड तैयार करें। अपोज करना है कि समर्थन देना है। अच्छे विषय जो जनता के लिए हित में है उसमें समर्थन देने में कोई जनता आपके ऊपर कोई कंफ्यूजन में नहीं रहेंगे, मगर अब जनता आपको सही जवाब देंगे, क्योंकि जब कट कर रहे हैं रेट उसमें समर्थन देने में संकोच और ऊपर से कंफ्यूजन करवा रही हो जनता के मन में। जनता आज आपके गुमराह वाले काम में आपके साथ नहीं है, आपको एक्सपोज करेंगे जनता।
Viewers, some breaking news coming in, getting in the first reaction on GST reforms. Congress welcomes the centre's GST rationalizations and rate cuts, but criticized the move as being 8 years too late. So that is the response coming in from the Congress party. It is the first response on the GST reforms. Congress, one hand, has welcomed the centre's GST rationalizations, but at this point they have also criticized the move as being 8 years too late. So Congress has said they welcome the move, but it's too late now. That has been the response of the Congress party. As far as the biggest Diwali bonanza, the GST reforms are concerned, which has been put forward by the centre. And moving on, a huge relief for the persecuted minorities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. The Union Home Ministry has announced that the Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and the Christians who came to India till December 31st, 2024 to escape religious persecution will be allowed to stay in the country. Here's the full story.
A huge relief for the persecuted minorities from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians who came to India till December 31st, 2024 to escape religious persecution will be allowed to stay in the country. The Union Home Ministry announced that this will be without passport or any other travel documents. According to the Citizenship Amendment Act, which came into force last year, those persecuted minorities who came to India on or before 31st December 2014 were to be granted an Indian citizenship. This act was an amendment to the 1955 Citizenship Act, which was the first to be introduced in the Parliament in July 2016 and passed in December 2019. Now, the cut-off date has been extended to 31st December 2024. The significant order issued under the Just Implied Immigration and Foreigners Act 2025 will come up as a relief to large numbers of people. This for especially Hindu from Pakistan who crossed over to India after 2014 and were worried about their fate. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma claimed that the recent CAA extension will have no impact on Assam.
There only 12% has applied in Assam. Against the agitation, 5 people has been martyred. Against that, only 3 people has got citizenship. So this is a absolutely non-issue in the context of Assam. The act has been implemented in Gujarat, in Delhi, in other states. But in Assam, nobody wants to identify himself as a foreigner in the first.
Soon after the CAA was passed by the Parliament on December 11, 2019, there were massive protests against the amendment in several parts of the country. Before the CAA, any foreign national seeking Indian citizenship through naturalization needed to have spent 11 years in India to become eligible. Anti-CAA protests began in December 2019 and lasted till nearly February 2020. The anti-CAA protests began in Assam and spread like wildfire in any other states like Meghalaya, Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura and Delhi. Protests led to thousands of arrests and several deaths in the country. Now, with the cut-off dates extended, it is a huge relief for those minorities who sought refuge in India to escape religious persecution.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, Kavita's explosive interview to Arnab alleges Revant and Congress behind her ouster from the party. Kavita tells Arnab she is not going anywhere, will stay active in politics in some form. Stay tuned for this explosive interview.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा रिसीव करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolf said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find...
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
इंडिया सोना
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा रिसीव करता आया हूं।
Top headlines coming in: massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from September 22.
Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies. There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco.
Zero GST on health insurance, life-saving drugs get cheaper. Carbonated drinks and tobacco in special 40% sin slab. Centre's clear message to opposition: gain or loss, centre and states equal partners. Prime Minister Modi welcomes GST reforms, says it will benefit common man, farmers and MSMEs. K. Kavita's explosive interview to Arnab alleges Revant and Congress behind her ouster from party. K. Kavita tells Arnab she is not going anywhere, will stay active in politics in some form. And viewers, former BRS leader K. Kavita has finally broken her silence on the high-profile family drama that erupted when the BRS suspended her, leading to her subsequent resignation from the party, which she attributed to her cousin's actions. In an exclusive interview with Arnab Goswami, K. Kavita claimed that her father and party president K. Chandrasekhar Rao was manipulated by her cousins Harish Rao and Santosh Rao, who are vying for his political position. She further claimed that Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy orchestrated her suspension from the PRS.
The political thriller of the day, in a way, and joining me right on top of the debate is K. Kavita herself, on a day when she's chosen to quit the BRS. Now, K. Kavita, I don't know what I should say. First of all, thank you for joining us. This is huge political drama. Have you quit the BRS or have you been sacked from the BRS?
Arnabji, I just need to give you a little background of the whole story because I heard you do the introduction. And about 100 days back, one of my communication to my father and my leader has been leaked by the so-called cousins that you've mentioned. And I've been fighting since then to address my grievance, I have requested my father and my brother to make sure the people who leak our internal communication should be, pulled up and punished. And unfortunately, there was no inquiry conducted into that. And in these 100 days, many developments has happened. But you and I have spoken on multiple occasions, even during the Telangana agitation time. I have given 20 years of my life to this party. I put my blood and sweat into it. I worked very, very hard. And now unceremoniously, I am suspended. That is why I chose to resign, because why wait until you are expelled? And if your loyalty and integrity is being rewarded by a suspension, might as well go ahead and resign. That is why I've resigned today from both the party and the MLC position. I was never after positions. I was never after, power. I always wanted to make sure that my father is being taken care of and make sure that my father's position in the party stays intact. Because these two people, these two cousins of mine, have always been doing wrong stuff under his nose. And we fought so many internal battles, so many times we tried to protect him and address many, many issues. He also knows that. But now I believe in these last 100 days, many developments has happened. And they've managed to put tremendous pressure on my father to take the decision that he has taken. He's my father, he's my leader. I accept it. And that is why if he doesn't want me in the party, I did not want to cling to the positions that the party has bestowed on me. That is the decision that I've taken today, Arnabji. Sorry for the longish answer, but I needed to give you the background.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Why did your family not help you when you needed it? Why has your father politically discarded you?
That is a question for him, isn't it? It's not for me. I, from my side, have never come short of, taking any responsibility that was given to me. And just very recently, even 100 days back, when BRS celebrated the 25 years occasion, father had given me responsibility. I had fulfilled it with utmost dedication. Everything was well. And after the meeting, I go to US to attend my son's graduation. By the time I come back, my communication to my father is leaked. I mean, a daughter-father bond is very special, and each pair, communicates in their own way. And I've been writing letters to my father from my childhood.
Leaked by whom? Leaked by whom?
I very strongly
Leaked by whom?
By the duo of Santosh and Harish.
So your cousins leaked your conversation with your father. And what was that communication that you were having with your father which was so explosive?
That is supposed to be, that is intended to be private. It was just my take on how our BRS 25 year celebrations have, gone. And my feedback, what I got from the party members and people in general and press friends like you, they had given me the feedback, which I usually conveyed to my father, and that is what I did. But this particular person, Santosh, stays with my father 24/7. And I was at that point of time suffering with fever. I could not directly hand it to my father. So I had sent it through somebody else, and that really got leaked. And that is where the whole, issue started, the trouble started in the party.
Did you criticize your father? Did you say to your father that you are sounding weak these days? Did you say your speeches are not good? They are not convincing. You need to change things. Did you criticize your father? Because that has been reported, that you were very critical. You have a right to be, but were you critical of your father?
Arnabji, when it is a private, private and a confidential communication, you tend to open up a little bit. And when it is an internal communication, I had given what honest feedback that I had gotten from the party workers. So discussing the contents of the letter is not my intention. The overall issue here is, if me, my father, my brother, we stay united, both of my cousins' vested interest, which is, a lot of vested interests they have, they will not be fulfilled. So they tried to disintegrate my family from the beginning. We were holding on very strongly. But this time, unfortunately, they played their hand too well.
So what is your brother's role in this, Kavita? What is your brother's role? What is KTR's role? Why has he not supported you? Today, his own sister has been thrown out by his father from the party. That your father founded. Where is your brother today?
Well, that's
Why
a
is he
question
nowhere
for
to be
him,
seen
right?
or heard?
But for him.
Why is he not fighting for you?
But as I said, I openly had said it in the party office that some people are scheming against me. Being the working president, I also said this in the press conference in the afternoon. It's unfortunate that he did not reach out to me. I wish he had. In the last 103 days or so, he did not reach out to me. And if he would have, I think the scenario would have been different. We could have put up a united fight and united front, and the party would have stayed properly intact.
Do you speak to your brother? Do you speak to your brother anymore?
Not in the last 100 days, no.
Do you think your brother has also been part of the conspiracy against you? Let's get real here, Kavita. All of this could not have happened without active support from KTR. Maybe he wanted you out from the party. He did not want to share power with you. He wants to be seen to be the sole heir, the sole political heir to KCR. He wants to be the next chief minister. He doesn't want your parallel influence to run. And therefore, he used your cousins to throw you out. That's what people are saying.
I've reached out to him on the Rakhi day. I've in fact given him 24 hours advance notice. I said, tomorrow I want to come tie Rakhi to you without the media. He said he had to go to Bangalore or someplace, so I could not tie Rakhi. It is probably one of the very, very rare years I've hardly missed tying Rakhi to him. So these are the personal grievances I have with him. He could have reached out to me when I very specifically said I was in trouble. Having said that, I don't believe he will orchestrate something like this. But while this is happening, he could probably have given me more time, given me a Ashoka's notice or something. But directly suspending me for speaking the truth, exposing these guys, and me being a victim myself, where my communication is leaked and I am the one who's punished. If they found something wrong in my communication getting leaked, they could have suspended me 100 days back. But in the last 100 days, the kind of trauma I went through, the kind of social media trolling, etc., done by my own party people, I've suffered quite a lot. And I wish you would have reached out to me.
So your brother avoided you on Rakhi Day. Your party has not stood by you. You've been thrown out of your party. But you know what the Congress party is saying, and I'll put the question to you very bluntly. The Congress party is saying, and some others are saying, that this family has got a lot of property. There was a lot of corruption when KCR was chief minister. There's thousands of crores of properties here at stake and assets at stake. And there is a property dispute. And essentially, it is a property dispute going on between KTR, KCR and K. Kavita. And that's the real issue. It starts from a fight over money and property.
Not at all. If life had taught me anything, being a part of Telangana movement, people are the one who matter more, never money. And in my family, money or making money was never the motive and will never be the motive. Our only aim always has been to work towards people of Telangana, and we've done. You've seen me throughout the agitation mode. You've seen me throughout the governance. Many a times, I worked for the issues as I was in the opposition. I never worked as if I was in the government. And I was never part of any major decisions made by the government as well. So I did my bit, whatever I could do for the people. And there is no question of property or money or nothing. I've always been independent in my life. In fact, when I went to my master's to study in US, I did not take money from home. Whatever money was given, I returned it the moment I got the financial aid. So money is never a big deal in our entire family conversations. The integrity and the honesty is definitely. And my problem always with the father or brother was that why are you not noticing these things that are happening under your nose, and why are you giving these guys a long rope? And today, because of their wrong
things, what things? But did you notice it, Kavita? See, you are now saying that there was a lot of corruption in the Kaleshwaram project at that point of time when Harish Rao, your cousin, was then the irrigation minister. If there was a lot of corruption in the Kaleshwaram project and Harish Rao was the irrigation minister for 5 years, and played a major role, as you say, in the Kaleshwaram taint. Why were you quiet then? Why didn't you raise it when
Never quite.
you were a family member then?
That time I
Party.
had a.
You are a BRS leader. You never said.
I requested my father to remove him as an irrigation minister, and which he did. This is, I'm telling you, first time on the record. I requested my father to remove him as a irrigation minister. And
Why did you request your father to remove him? Why? What was the reason you wanted your father to remove him?
Because he's funded many MLAs in 2018 elections to make sure he gets my father's position. And a person, how can he fund so many MLAs? He has to have some money, corruption money hidden away somewhere. I told my father, if he's done this, then what is happening? Why are we not looking at it? I requested him and he sacked him.
That means what you are saying is that your father was also corrupt because he was reporting to your father, and this corruption could not have happened without your father's knowledge. So are you indirectly accusing the BRS government of corruption because you've been sidelined now?
Not at all. Not at all. I've never was sidelined until last 100 days. I was with my father, worked very closely with him, even in the 25-year celebration meeting. I had my own place. And I never aspired to be more than that because my goal of entering into politics was always just to be supportive of my father. I did that. When anything wrong went anywhere in the party, I would always bring it to his notice. I had that freedom. And most of my communication was written. Even when I asked him to remove Mr. Harish Rao as a minister, that communication was also written. And this particular time, my communication being leaked, and people blaming me for, giving an honest feedback to KCR, which was never intended to be public. So once they made it public, one thing led to other. Everything is being now aired in public. So here I am talking to you after being sacked, after being suspended from the party. And when the party insulted me by suspending, I said, if the party doesn't need me and if they want to take my 20 years of service so lightly, I might as well resign in a place where you don't get the respect. So that is why I resigned from the MLC position and also from
Kavita, let's understand the situation. Today you're on television, on my program. Having been sacked, suspended, thrown out and rejected brutally by your own father. I'm sure you have a personal equation with him. Did you call him? Are you saying today that you've been thrown out in the cold to a point where your father is not talking to you? Where your brother is avoiding you on Rakhi? Where you are being told that you have no entry or exit or future in the party of which you've been a part? Is your father talking to you? Why don't you pick up the phone and say that I want to talk to you, I want to sort this out? How is it possible that a father does not talk to his daughter? How is that possible? Something's not adding up here.
Each family communicates in its own way, and we are Indian families, very conservative, very different. How many parents communicate openly to their children? But then because me and my father, we always worked closely together, I did have the freedom. And as I said, every big leader in this country has been seen succumbing to their coteries, and that is what has happened right now as well, Arnabji. There's nothing out of the blue that has happened here. As you rightly said, though, I also looked up. I am probably the only daughter who has a direct, I have been landed up in this situation in this whole nation. There is no such case earlier. But then I am very firmly saying I've always been loyal to the party. I've always been loyal to my leader. I've always worked very hard. But if poetry can fill the ears of your leader, there is not much one can do.
When did you speak to KCR, your dad, your father? When did you speak to him last? When
About 100 days
in that
back.
trip? Your father has not spoken to you for 100 days. You think you'll call him now, he'll take your call? You think if you call him now and say, I want to meet you, will he meet you?
Why would I want to do that when unceremoniously being suspended from the party? Before suspending me, there should have been a show cause notice at least. Call from someone asking, explain
What will you do, Kavita? Will you walk away into the sunset now? End of your political career. What will you do?
Well, when I came into politics, Arnabji, I always knew that there is the weight of the women folk of Telangana on my shoulders. Because in this nation, when a man fails, they say he just failed, but a woman fails, they say, औरतों को काम नहीं देना चाहिए, leader नहीं बनाना चाहिए. So I don't want to do that for the women of Telangana. I will certainly want to remain in public life. I don't know how, why, when, which format. I have no idea. Right now, I'm too shocked and too sad to be actually thinking too much into the future. But
Stay with that picture.
I know one thing for certain. I will stay in public life. I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know in what format. I mean.
Is that? Yeah. Is that a picture of you and is that a picture of you and KTR?
That's right.
There's a visual on right now. Am I getting it right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that you and your brother?
Mhm.
When was this?
This was right after he picked me up from the Tihar jail.
You're holding his hand.
Good times. Yes.
You think they dumped you because you went to Tihar jail, you were jailed for corruption charges, They stood by you then, your family stood by you. Then why would they throw you out now? They stood by you when you were accused of corruption, when you were in Tihar jail or Liquorgate for many months.
Well,
Why would they throw you out now unless you've done something?
For the last, even
Something else has gone on, right? They could have thrown you out then.
exactly in the last before jailing me for 3 years, there was a media trail. People said and did a lot of things about me against me. I did have a grievance that party did not stand with me in those 3 years, but when I was jailed, family stood by me, everybody supported me, even my father paid for my lawyer's expenses also from his own account, and everything was all well. After I came back from the jail, I believe the portrait could not stomach the camaraderie or the bonhomie with the family. And see, Arnab, you know very well, if me, my father, my brother stand united, nobody can usurp my father's place. And my cousin Harish Rao has been eyeing for that place for quite a long time. He keeps playing in the shadows. He kept meeting YS Rashekar Reddy when our party was in trouble, when YSR was alive. He met Mr. Amit Shah ji. In the last 2 years of the Congress government, he's met Mr. Revanth Reddy many a times. And I have a very strong belief that Mr. Revanth Reddy is also behind Mr. Harish Rao in orchestrating my suspension from the party. If KCR's family is disintegrated, taking over the party and taking over KCR's position is very easy. And I am appealing to my brother and my father, please do take care of yourselves, take care of your health, and take care of your positions, and watch out. What has happened to me today can happen to you tomorrow.
Who's behind this? Who's behind this?
I believe it is the Congress party, and Mr. Revanth Reddy is backing Harish Rao. And Santosh Rao as well, because there are corruption allegations which keep propping up. They are one-day headlines, and the next day cases are just gone in thin air. Mr. Santosh has, I think, at least 9 or 10 allegations on him, but next day everything vanishes, and it's all well because they are hand in glove with the Congress. And that is what I tried to point out. And they played a very good hand. I am out, they are in. But I hope the BRS takes care of that position and eliminates them at least, some point in future.
Okay. Will you form your own party,
I have no idea, Arnab, at this point of time. I have no idea. I just want to take my time, discuss it with my family.
It's an honest enough reply. Yep. I don't know how this is going to work out. I have a feeling you guys in your family will figure it out. I think let's see how things go. Kavita, we'll remain in touch. This is an explosive family drama. I'm sure you're going through a lot right now. We'll be in touch. We'll see where this goes. But it is the political big story of the day.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Viewers, the reservation battle in Maharashtra is escalating. A day after the state government extended OBC quota benefits to the Maratha community, anger is boiling over. OBC leaders are up in arms, threatening legal action, and even ministers in the government are openly rebelling. Senior OBC leader and minister Chhagan Bhujbal walked out of the cabinet meeting in protest, calling it an injustice towards the OBC community. Here's the latest. The Maharashtra government's move to extend reservation to the Marathas by including them in the OBC category has triggered a political storm. OBC face in the cabinet. Chhagan Bhujbal staged a walkout from the cabinet meeting. He even refused to attend deliberations, signalling his sharp opposition to the government's decision. Protests have erupted across Maharashtra. OBC leaders are accusing the government of diluting their rights and say the Maratha inclusion is an injustice to backward classes. The community has now vowed to take the battle to court. OBC leaders say that they will file a petition on Monday demanding cancellation of the GR that grants reservation to the Marathas. Chhagan Bhujbal also met OBC leader Prakash Shingde, who declared that the OBC community will intensify its agitation until the government rolls back the decision.
ओबीसी समाज पूरी तरह से संतप्त है, नाराज है और ये जो जीआर निकाला है वो वापस लेना चाहिए। सरकार के खिलाफ में पूरा ओबीसी समाज रास्ते पे आज उतरा हुआ है। आपने देखा है सब जगह आंदोलन चल रहा है। अंतरवाली सराटी में जहाँ पे मनोज जरांगे ने आंदोलन किया वहाँ पे ओबीसी का आंदोलन किया है कि उस गांव में ओबीसी समाज बहुत भारी संख्या में है। तो वहाँ पे भी हमने आह्वान किया है समाज को कि वहाँ पे बड़ा आंदोलन की एक तैयारी जो है अंतरवाली सराटी में हम कर रहे हैं। हम आंदोलन उग्र नहीं करेंगे, शांततापूर्वक मार्ग से ही करेंगे। तो वो जितने मार्ग है शांततापूर्वक ये लोकशाही में जो लिखा है जो दिया है वो मार्ग हम करेंगे और हमारा न्याय जो है हमारा न्याय हम सरकार से मांगेंगे।
The stage is now set for a confrontation. OBC leaders on the streets, Bhujbal breaking ranks inside the cabinet, and a legal battle looming next week. The Maharashtra government's quota decision has now split its own ranks and unleashed a full-blown political storm. Coming up on the other side, massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from September 22. And also tracking in zero GST on health insurance, life-saving drugs gets cheaper.
carbonated drinks and tobacco in special 40% sin slab. All details will be covered on the other side. Viewers, stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, the top headlines coming on top of 9 a.m. Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cements and more set to get cheaper from September 22.
Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies. There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka, and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco.
Zero GST on health insurance, life-saving drugs get cheaper. Carbonated drinks and tobacco in special 40% sin slab. Centre's clear message to opposition: gain on loss, centre and states equal partners. Prime Minister Modi welcomes the GST reforms, says it will benefit common man, farmers and MSMEs. Kavita tells Arnab she is not going anywhere, will stay active in politics in some form. Flood alert issued for low-lying areas in Delhi, Yamuna flowing above the danger mark. A federal judge in Boston has struck down Trump administration cuts to more than $2.6 billion in research funding for Harvard University, calling them unlawful retaliation. Viewers, our top focus. The GST Council in its 56th meeting, which lasted over 10 hours Wednesday, cleared the next generation reforms under the 8-year-old indirect tax regime. This effectively paves the way for a broad two-slab structure of 5% and 18% with a demerit rate of 40% rate only for super luxury, sin and demerit goods. As we continue to bring in more details, and we also take a look at the fact as buying a new AC or television this festive season may not be the pinch in the pocket as much as the GST Council has announced a sweeping rationalization of tax slabs, bringing a set of consumer durables under a lower rate. Listen in to what Nirmala Sitharaman had said during the press briefing.
15%. on small cars and motorcycles which are equal to or below 350 cc. Reduction of GST from 28 to 18 on buses, trucks and ambulances. Uniform rate of 18% on all auto parts, irrespective of the HS code. Three-wheelers from 28 to 18 again. So I move to one very important thing on inversion of correction of inverted duty. The long pending inverted duty structure problem is getting corrected for the man-made textile sector by reducing GST rate on man-made fiber from 18% to 5% and man-made yarn from 12 to 5%. So that will take care of every anomaly that was there in terms of inversion that's getting sorted out. So this actually gives effect to government's objective of the fiber neutral policy. So that's really getting seen in our action today. We are also correcting the inverted duty structure problem in fertilizer sector by reducing GST from 18% to 5% on sulfuric acid, nitric acid and ammonia, which are very important for the fertilizer sector. Renewable energy is the next. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on renewable energy devices, parts for their manufacture, such as biogas plant, windmills, wind-operated electricity generator, waste to energy plants, devices, PV cells, whether or not assembled in modules or made up in panel, solar cookers, solar water heaters and systems and so on. Should I stop there and leave you all to ask questions? Just want to highlight the last one, that there is a special rate which is 40%. Actually, almost all goods are between 18 and 5. If there's any change, they only can shuffle between the 18 and 5.
Coming in view as Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has called the next gen GST reforms a game changer for the textile sector. He says lower manufacturing costs will make garments and materials more affordable, giving a major push to growth across the industry. So Piyush Goyal there has said the GST reforms are a game changer and it will be helping in the affordability of garments and materials, and the costs will be going lesser. There will be lower manufacturing costs in terms of the garments, and the materials are going to be getting cheaper, giving a major push to the industries. Because Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man. Every tax on the common man's daily use items has gone through a rigorous review, and in most cases the rates have come down drastically. Labour-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and agriculture sector as well as the health sector will benefit. The key drivers of the economy will be given prominence. Let's listen in.
Reduction from 18 or from 12 to 5%. I list out those items, all of whom have come to 5% from either 18 or from 12. Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware and other household articles have all come to 5. Whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले items indicate कर रहा हूँ. Ultra high temperature milk, the UHT milk, chena or paneer, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So roti किसी के ऊपर भी, chapati or roti or paratha or whatever it is, they all come to nil. Reduction of GST from 12% or from 18% to 5. इसमें फूड आइटम्स बहुत सारे हैं, नमकीन से भुजिया है, सॉसेस है, पास्ता है, इंस्टेंट नूडल्स है, चॉकलेट्स, कॉफ़ी, प्रिजर्व्ड मीट, कॉर्नफ्लेक्स, बटर, घी, ये सब 5% में आ रही है। फिर रिडक्शन फ्रॉम 28 to 18%। इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारे चीज़ हैं। एयर कंडीशनिंग मशीन्स, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. ये I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18. Agriculture goods such as tractors, agricultural, horticultural and forestry machines for soil preparation or cultivation, harvesting or threshing machines, including straw or fodder balers, grass or hay movers, composting machines, etc., are all coming down from 12 to 5%. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on 12 specified biopesticides. Also from 12 to 5 is natural menthol. So किसान के लिए, उनके प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए जो वो उपयोग करते हैं, उन सब में it has come down. Again from 12 to 5, handicrafts and also labor intensive sectors. What are they? Handicrafts, marble, travertine blocks, granite blocks, intermediate leather goods. ये सब 5 में आ रही है। Reduction of cement from 28 to 18, क्योंकि घर बनाने में मिडिल क्लास के लिए सीमेंट इतना आवश्यक है, इसीलिए 28 it has come down to 18. Health related items, 33 life saving drugs and medicines, and they all come down from 12 to 0. From 5 to 0 and 3 life saving drugs and medicines used for treatment of cancer, rare diseases and other severe chronic diseases. There are several drugs and medicines coming down to 5 from 12.
Because the GST Council has increased the tax on sin and super luxury goods under a special rate of 40%. The tax on pan masala, tobacco products, cigarettes and all automobiles above 1200cc and longer than 4000 mm will attract 40% GST. In fact, motorcycles exceeding 350cc, yachts and aircrafts for personal use and racing cars will attract a 40% hike.
Special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco, products like zarda, unmanufactured tobacco and BD. All goods including aerated waters containing added sugar or other sweetening matter or flavored, caffeinated beverages, carbonated beverages or fruit drink or carbonated beverages with fruit juice and other non-alcoholic beverages, excluding those specified at lower rates, will all be covered under 40%. Mid-size and large cars, motorcycles of engine capacity exceeding 350cc, aircraft, for example, helicopters and aeroplanes for personal use, distinctly for personal use, yacht and other vessels for pleasure or sports are all under 40%. So I think I have covered most of it. One last point on the RSP. GST will be levied on retail price, which is the RSP, instead of transaction value on pan masala, gutka, cigarettes and other tobacco products such as zarda, scented tobacco, unmanufactured tobacco and chewing tobacco.
In a landmark move, the GST Council has exempted health and life insurance premiums from the GST hike. The step is aimed at making insurance products more affordable and improving penetration in India's underinsured market.
Insurance services from 18% currently will go into 2-3 different categories. I'll say that to you. Exemption of GST on all individual life insurance policies. Whether term life, ULIP or endowment policies and reinsurance thereof to make insurance affordable for common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country. Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies and policies for senior citizens, and reinsurance thereof to make insurance affordable for the common man and increase the insurance coverage in the country.
US Finance Minister said that the two-tier GST structure has not been influenced by the tariff imposed by US on India. She said that the centre had been working on these for over 1.5 years.
The tariff turmoil is not a matter which influenced the GST reform, because we've been at it now for more than 1.5 years. Some group of ministers was working on rate rationalization, some other group of ministers a bit later was working on insurance, and so on. And compensation cess was a reality, that it is going to end the moment you paid back the loan. None of this has anything to do with the tariffs. So, no, there's nothing to do with the tariffs at all.
And as Nirmala Sitharaman announced, the GST tax rate slashes on common use items ranging from hair oil to cornflakes, TVs and personal health and life insurance policies. The Finance Minister also took a swipe at the Congress party over the opposition's question on the special 40% slab.
तो टोबैको के ऊपर 5% टैक्स मांग रहे हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी। क्या तंबाकू के ऊपर और गुटखा के ऊपर कांग्रेस पार्टी चाहती है कि हम 5% में दें? मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी उनके समय पर जीएसटी लागू करना असंभव माने, क्योंकि ट्रस्ट स्टेट केंद्र सरकार के ऊपर ट्रस्ट नहीं था। वो कॉम्पनसेट कर पाएंगे, कुछ अश्योरेंस दे पाएंगे, इन सभी विषयों के ऊपर यूपीए सरकार के ऊपर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स भरोसा नहीं किया, इसीलिए वो लागू कर नहीं पाए। हम मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लागू भी किया और सेकेंड जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स भी कर रहे हैं, जिससे जनता को राहत मिले उनका डे टू डे आइटम्स के ऊपर, और एमएसएमई और लेबर इंटेंसिव यूनिट्स को भी राहत मिले, जिससे वो ईसी कंप्लायंस भी होगा, रेट भी कम होगा। कांग्रेस पार्टी को मैं कैसे क्या शब्द उपयोग करूं, उनके माइंड तैयार करें। अपोज करना है कि समर्थन देना है। अच्छे विषय जो जनता के लिए हित में है उसमें समर्थन देने में कोई जनता आपके ऊपर कोई कंफ्यूजन में नहीं रहेंगे, मगर अब जनता आपको सही जवाब देंगे, क्योंकि जब कट कर रहे हैं रेट उसमें समर्थन देने में संकोच और ऊपर से कंफ्यूजन करवा रही हो जनता के मन में। जनता आज आपके गुमराह वाले काम में आपके साथ नहीं है, आपको एक्सपोज करेंगे जनता।
And viewers, joining me at this point in time is Mr. Ajay Dua, former Secretary Commerce and Industry. Thank you for joining us, Republic, this morning. You know, we are looking forward to the next generation, the second generation GST reforms, which have been announced by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. How do you react to it, and what impact is it going to have on our economy?
Thank you, sir, very much. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be a very positive impact. I say this for two reasons. One, reduction in rates is going to give relief to the common man, because 99% of the items which were earlier in the higher slabs, 9, 12, they have been brought down to 5%. and 90% of the items which are in 28% and above, those have been brought down, those have been brought into the 18% bracket. So, and the other brackets have been done away with, slabs. So, rationalization of GST, which was required instead of having 4 or 5 slabs to 1 or 2, is going to make its implementation easier. Lowering of these rates is going to put more money in the hands of the households, and as a result, we would see that greater amount of money, easier to implement, and the government's assurance of the Finance Minister's assurance last evening, as well as the decisions taken in the GST Council yesterday, that we will make registration very easy from 30 days to 3 days. Refunds of up to 1,000 rupees, input credit almost instantaneous. So along with the rationalization of rates and slabs, we are also seeing promises of there being easier implementation. So what would it mean? That without really a loss in the overall accruals or revenue at lower rates with rationalized tariffs, also it is possible to collect as much as was being collected earlier, and even without the compensation cess, which will go away in 2 or 3 months' time, as was mentioned by the Finance Minister, the economy will receive a boost. Estimate is 0.3 to 0.4%. It will be the increase in the GDP only because of the rationalization, which according to one estimate is that it is putting 2 trillion rupees more in the hands of the Indian consumer, and that is about 8% of the household demand. So with all these things, I expect very positive results without adverse impacts being made upon anyone, including the state governments.
Ms. Dua, appreciate you joining us. We shift our focus to some breaking news coming in on this particular story itself. The D Street has cheered the GST reforms. Sensex up by 1% at the market open. Gap up, opening for indices. Nifty FMCG jumps over 2.5% as household items get cheaper. Auto stocks up over 2.5% as well. So that is the latest breaking news coming in, viewers, after the impact that we are seeing on the market after the GST reforms. The D Street is cheering the reforms, and Nifty and Sensex have been up by 1% as the market open. GAP up for opening, and Nifty FMCG jumps over 2.5%. That is the market update coming in this morning, viewers. Household items have gone cheaper. Auto stocks have gone up to over 2.5%. So this is the fact that the big GST reforms coming in at this point in time, a relief for the common man. My colleague Pranav joins us on the phone line to help us with more details. Pranav, the markets are looking good this morning. Help us with details.
Yes, absolutely. This is in fact a gap up opening, as they say on D Street. It's opened very, very strong. Over the past 2-3 days, the markets were showing strength because of the GST reforms. But after the announcements that were made yesterday, just to give you a perspective, the consumption is expected to boost by about 1.98 lakh crore. And that is what the D Street is betting big on. This is the auto stocks have gone up because the middle class could be buying more vehicles during the festive season because of the GST relief. Most of the common household items have gotten cheaper, because of which the FMCG stocks are up. So overall, D Street is definitely welcoming the reforms that were announced yesterday.
Well, also before I let you go, what are we expecting from the upcoming days to come? Because as you rightly mentioned, the markets were not performing very well for the last few days. But today, coming up as a cheer in terms of the GST reforms, is an impact that we are seeing that is coming from the side of the government.
Yes, absolutely. There are two aspects to look at it. One is, of course, this cannot be looked at without considering the tariff war that has been going on, so to say. According to Moody's research, the tariffs are expected to hit about 0.6% of the GDP, whereas the GST reforms that have been announced yesterday are expected to boost GDP by 1.6%. Add to that the tax, reforms that were announced during budget. So overall consumption will get increased. The third point that I want to make is that the domestic investors have been banking and betting big on the street and buying Indian equities. So it shows that the strength of the economy is growing, the consumption is growing, and the confidence of Indian investor in the Indian markets is growing.
Right, Pranav, at this point in time, we're getting more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. What we're able to understand, the rupee has rose 17 paise against the US dollar. Rupee rises 17 paise, and this is Indian economy on the solid ground. Pranav continues to be with us. Pranav, now after the markets, as we're talking about, it is the Indian economy going on a solid ground as rupee rises 17 paise against the US dollar.
Yes, this is the inherent strength of the rupee that is showing. But on the other hand, it could also be the weakness of the dollar. It remains to be seen whether what out of these two factors is among the ones that are changing the so to say, or the price of rupee in relation to the dollar. So the external factors, the import-export factors, the deficit, as well as the weakening of dollar could be some of the factors behind the rise in rupee prices.
That's right. Also, once again, before I let you go, as we were earlier talking about the markets looking good, it's the rupee also rising up. It's a great impact coming in from the side of the government because it has gotten these second generation GST reforms. The economy is absolutely going on for a boost.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, these are, in fact, India is one of the second largest consumer markets in the world. And over the past 2-3 days, what you have seen is one is the GST reforms. The second is Prime Minister's visit to China, wherein India has indicated that it's not just the US that we need to bank on, but there is Russia, there is China, and there are a number of other foreign visits that the Prime Minister carried out, which shows that India is, looking at other options. And in fact, External Affairs Minister yesterday batted for a multipolar world with a strategic autonomy. So he's necessarily signaled that India will be looking at other nations, making its own trade choices, and at the same time embracing multipolarity. So overall, despite the tariffs, the efforts by the government, the numbers that are flowing in, the GST reforms, the tax reforms, everything looks to be, providing tailwinds to the economy at turbulent times.
Absolutely, Pranav. Thank you for joining us and helping with those details. So, viewers, absolutely what we are seeing current, the fact that there are several good news coming in starting from the markets to rupee also rising 17 paise against the US dollars. We will be continuing to bring you all these important developments as far as the impact of the GST reforms are concerned. But at the moment, taking a short break, we will come right back.
At just 38 years, he became the youngest senior advocate in the history of the Madras High Court. From earning his first salary of 350 rupees to fighting one of India's earliest medical malpractice suits, his is a journey of grit and brilliance. Meet the man who shaped the law and lived it. Senior advocate C.A. Sundaram in a rare and candid conversation on the legal side of things. This weekend, only on Republic TV.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा रिसीव करता आया, सीखता आया।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 9:30 a.m. I'm Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, this is by far the biggest GST reform in nearly 2 decades. Nirmala Sitharaman in a late night press conference has announced the mega Diwali bonanza for the common man, and we here on Republic are breaking it down for you on what it means, what is the GST reform and how is it going to benefit you, the common man. We get you all that and much more on this edition, but first a quick check of the headlines. Massive GST rate cuts consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from the 22nd of September.
Exemption of GST on all individual health insurance policies, including family floater policies. There is one special rate which is only for sin and super luxury goods. That special rate of 40% has also been proposed and it's cleared. That will apply only to pan masala, cigarettes, gutka and other tobacco products such as chewing tobacco.
Zero GST on health insurance, life-saving drugs gets cheaper, carbonated drinks and tobacco in special 40% sin slab. Centre's clear message to opposition: gain or loss, centre and states equal partners. Prime Minister Modi welcomes the GST reform, says it will benefit common man, farmers and the MSMEs. Kavita tells Ornab she is not going anywhere, will stay active in politics, and some farm also reveals how she was a victim of a political conspiracy. Flood alert issued for low-lying areas in Delhi, Yamuna flowing above danger mark. What's also hit is Himachal Pradesh and Punjab. Federal judge in Boston has struck down Trump administration cuts to more than $2.6 billion in research funding for Harvard University, calling them unlawful retaliation over the governance disputes. All right, we start this edition with the top story, that is the flood fury that has caused destruction and havoc in the northern India. We learned this news is coming in from Jammu, where a construction site in Darbashala area of Kishtwar has been hit by a landslide. 6 people, we learn, have been trapped, 4 have already been rescued and 2 are still trapped under the debris. The landslide was reported at the project site of the mega construction efforts onto rescue. 2 are still trapped under the debris.
And the latest visuals show how severe the landslide has been. Remember, Kishtwar, Jammu, Srinagar are the worst affected areas when we talk about floods, because these are high terrain areas where landslides have hit. Talking about the Vaishno Devi Shrine Yatra that has still been suspended. It's the 11th consecutive day today. The landslides have now hit Kishtwar. What's also tense here is the situation under which the rescue operations are underway. All right, on your screen are the visuals from Kishtwar, where 6 people are trapped. 2 have been severely injured when a landslide hit a construction site in the Kishtwar region. Gursimran, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast today. Gursimran, this seems to be a very unfortunate news that has come to light. Talk to us about what is the situation right now. The rescue operations, we learn, are underway, and 6 people have been trapped.
Yes, a total of 6 people were trapped, 4 have been rescued and 2 are being rescued by the authorities. This was in the mega construction. This was a restroom area where a slide came, because what is happening that today it is a bright sunny day in the different parts of the Jammu region. So now the mountains are drying up, and that's why there is a threat of landslides taking place. And today it was reported in the Drabshala mega constructions, where it was reported in which 6 people came under the debris. 4 have been rescued, efforts on to rescue the remaining 2. There have not been any loss of life, fortunately, and that is the scenario. If we speak of the rest of the situation that prevails in the Jammu, here you will see that we are on the banks of the river Chenab, where the flow of the water is close to the danger level, and now the authorities are asking the people to move away from this area. You will see that the cops are asking the people so that they be moved away from this very area. Reason being that there lies a threat that there might be an increase in the water level that can also be a threat to the lives of these civilians, and also this can pose a major challenge for the authorities. I'll request Ashu to show you a 360-degree view of this very area. The water of this river is now on the upper side because it is close to the danger level. 35 is the danger level here. The police has also started the sirens that are being triggered here, so that the authorities they are making the people aware that they should stay away from this very area. Also on this side, if Ashu can come here, you will see that this temple, that was the Apshambhu temple, this has completely, it was submerged yesterday. Though the water levels have come down, but also the waves of the river Chenab, they are still going inside. And also there is a large scale damage. You will see a cart that was an ice cream cart. It has flown no one knows from where to this very place in the Geopota Ghat. So the police has been deployed here. They are keeping a vigil on the level of the water, though the authorities are also keeping a tab. Here you will see that the temple administration, they are removing the debris and the mudslides, muds that have gone inside due to the flash flood of the on the river Chenab. Here the cops are keeping a vigil on the level of the Chenab, because see what is happening, that there have been recent fluctuations of 3 to 4 feet that's almost changed the dynamic that lies here at the Akhnur area and also the low-lying areas, and that's why the cops have been deployed here on the ground as the water of the river Chenab continues to flow close to the danger level in Akhnur.
Gursimran, talking about Akhnur and other regions as well, we learned today is the 11th consecutive day when the Vaishno Devi Shrine Yatra is still suspended. This is as a precautionary measure. But talk to us about what the Indian Meteorological Department has predicted as far as the rain is concerned in the several low-lying areas, especially in the region of Jammu.
See, if we speak of the IMD prediction, we are still under the heavy to heavy rainfall prediction that has been done, and it will go till the 2 in the noon. Now, it was a 16-hour prediction that was issued late last evening, and it will go 2 in the afternoon. So it is expected that there might be heavy showers that might take place, but at least for now there is a relief because the weather has opened up. There is a bright sunlight that is prevailing here, but the levels of the waters that is there in the river Chenab continues to be one of the serious concerns for the authorities, because if the water level does not come down and continues to go up like this, then it is going to have impact. And here you will see that the people have started removing the debris from inside the temples so that they can remove all the debris that have been collected due to the flow and the mudslides that this water has carried. So if we speak of the IMD prediction, the prediction says it is going to heavy rainfall. It is more than a couple of hours now, at least 4 hours from this time that the prediction will continue, but it has has to be seen that how things revise, because next 72 hours, as per the general prediction that has been done by the weather department, it will be less or comparatively no snow rainfall in the upper reaches and the low-lying areas of Jammu. So a sigh of relief we can say, but it has to be seen because the predictions are being revised at every given interval of time from 5 to 6 hours by the IMD in last 10 days in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right, Gusherman, thank you very much for getting us those details. Meanwhile, heavy rain in Delhi NCR also had led to severe waterlogging, traffic delays and sharp rise in Yamuna water level. The river swelled past 207 meters, the third highest mark since the year 1963, submerging parts of Ring Road, Civil Lines, Bella Road and other places like Yamuna Bazaar as well. We learned that more than 12,000 people were displaced as flood water has entered homes and markets. Cremations at Nigam Bodh Ghat were also halted, and several villages including Old Usampur and Jhargoda, Kalan and other villages were also evacuated. Shambhavi has done our ground reporting on that. Let's listen in.
We are here today at Mayur Vihar, and as of today morning, the water level in Yamuna has risen to 207.4 meters as compared to yesterday of 206.9 meters. We are going to show you the surrounding here. Now, this right here is the metro line which connects to the Mayur Vihar metro station around 100-150 meters away. This is the water situation. We are going to show you. You can see the trees are partially submerged. The bark part is almost underwater. You can only see the leaves part. You can also see the water level, understand how deep it is by the markings of the pillar. This is rising dangerously after the water was released from the Hatnikund barrage at around 3.3 lakh cusecs, and a lot of people were evacuated from the low-lying riverbed areas, and this is where the evacuation camps are set. These are the evacuation camps where people are now forced to spend their time because they lost a lot of their everyday items. Their homes are now partially underwater. The flood water has entered, and this is the current situation of the entire Delhi NCR as of now. The water level has reached 207.4 meters. We will continue to bring you the ground reports from all over Delhi NCR in this flood-like situation. Stay tuned. This is Shambhavi with Vijay S. Rawat on Republic TV.
Breaking news that's coming in. Landslide has been reported in Himachal's Kullu in the morning. There was a landslide from the hill in inner Akhara market of the city, the debris of which fell on the house. It is reported that some people are buried in the house. To rescue them, NDRF and police have rescued teams to have reached the spot, and rescue operations has now started. Okay, landslides have now hit Himachal Pradesh's Kullu. Fresh visuals of landslides that struck this morning are on your screen right now. Remember, over 300 deaths have been reported in Himachal Pradesh. The IMD has predicted a more heavy rainfall for Himachal Pradesh, Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir as well. Lalit is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Lalit, what is the ground situation in Himachal like right now? As seen in the visuals, the situation seems to have been worsened. Himachal Pradesh and other hilly areas seems to be on the edge now.
If you talk about the weather Met Department prediction for today in Himachal Pradesh, today in majority of the districts, the weather would remain light, as today no heavy rainfall prediction has been given in majority of the districts in Himachal. But in the past 24 hours, the way it has been raining continuously, whether it's in Kullu, Mandi or Manali, after that landslides have been reported in 3 districts of the Himachal Pradesh. Today, early in the morning in Kullu, inner Akhada Bazaar, a landslide was reported in the inner Akhada market when around 7 a.m. A big debris came from the hill in which 3 houses got trapped. As per the latest inputs, what we are learning that in this around 10 persons have been trapped, while 4 persons have been rescued while one have been found dead, while the rescue operation to search for others are still going on. Immediately, the NDRF team and the local administration reached on the spot, and after that, the rescue operation is going on. Yesterday also in the Mandi, Jogindanagar area, a heavy landslide was reported in which 4 persons were reportedly found dead under the debris in the Jamnagar area in the Mandi Sundarnagar. So heavy landslides have been reported, but today, as per the Met Department prediction, and majority of the districts today, the weather would remain better as comparative to the past 1 week, as today no heavy rainfall prediction has been given by the Met Department. Back to the studio.
Right, thank you very much for getting us those details, Lalit. The situation, ladies and gentlemen, remains extremely grim, and we request all our viewers to please remain safe. It's time for us to now have a quick check of the other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
6 trapped, 4 rescued and 2 still trapped under the debris after construction site in Kishtwar got hit by landslide. Efforts on to rescue the trapped people under the debris. 1 person has been killed and 10 others have been injured after a massive explosion at a factory in Maharashtra's Nagpur district late at night. As per the reports, blasts at this factory, known for making explosives, are frequent. Firefighters and medical staff are at the site. Injured people have been taken to the hospital for treatment. BJP workers staged a protest in Gayaji, Danpur and some other places of Bihar as NDA observed a 5-hour Bihar Bandh over the derogatory remarks used against Prime Minister Modi's late mother at a Mahagathbandhan, an event in Bihar that was being led by the opposition. Yamuna water level in Delhi shows a slight decline recorded at 207.47 meters at the old railway bridge at 8 am. However, it is still flowing above the danger mark of 205.33 meters. All right, cutting across to some more breaking news that's coming in from Patna, where the BJP is now staging a protest against the opposition. This comes as a fallout of the time when Prime Minister Modi's mother was abused in a rally that was being led by Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav. These are the shots of the NDA alliance, of the several members of the BJP that is leading the protest in Bihar, this specifically from Patna. Remember, the NDA had 2 days back called for a Bihar Bandh, and this was as a mark of protest against the derogatory remarks, the obnoxious remarks and the abuses that were hurled from a rally that was led by the opposition by a man that is called to be a Congress stooge against Prime Minister Modi's mother. The NDA, remember, is observing Bihar Bandh today. Essential services will be open. However, the NDA has made it clear, until and unless an unconditional apology has been given by the Congress party, by the RJD, they will not bow down. Okay, the NDA has called for a Bihar Bandh today in protest against the derogatory remarks made against the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother. The Bandh had been called under the leadership of women's wing of all 5 NDA constituent parties, including the BJP and the Janata Dal United. It will be observed from 7 am to 12 noon today, a 5-hour Bihar Bandh. Workers of the alliance will take to the streets to enforce the Bandh. BJP State President Dilip Jaiswal had alleged that during Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's Vote Adhikar Yatra in Darbhanga, objectionable remarks were made from the stage against the Prime Minister and his mother. And in protest against this, a Bandh has been announced. Emergency services has been exempted from the Bandh. Remember, earlier the Prime Minister, while addressing a virtual rally in Bihar, had also given out and responded, has struck back at the opposition, where he said that the Indian politics had now stooped to a new low, where the opposition had dragged his late mother into politics. The Prime Minister, who had retorted to opposition's remark the opposition's rally, the abuse politics that happened in opposition rally. In the fallout of the same, we have the NDA protesting regarding this. We are getting in reactions from the BJP. Ravi Shankar Prasad is the one who's speaking right now. Let's listen in.
अरे माँ का सम्मान भारतीय संस्कार है, हम सभी करते हैं, आप भी करते हैं, लेकिन एक माँ जो स्वर्गीय हो गई, जिसने गरीबी से बर्तन मांज के कपड़े साफ के बच्चों को पढ़ाया, एक भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बना, प्रभु राम की भक्त, आप जरा भी आपको शर्म नहीं है? आपको मंच से गाली दी गई है। बैठे हैं हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी, अगर हम लोग की पार्टी का दूर का भी कार्यकर्ता ऐसा करता तो हम लोग कार्रवाई करते और क्षमा मांगते। क्या संस्कार है आपको? ये आपके अहंकार हैं। राहुल गांधी, हम कुछ भी बोलेंगे, कुछ भी कहेंगे, और तेजस्वी यादव आपका भी वही हाल है, तो बिहार की जनता खूब जवाब देगी।
All right, that's the latest reaction of the BJP that we're getting in from Patna. We move across to more breaking news that's coming in from a US National Security Advisor. John Bolton has lambasted United States President Donald Trump for pushing India closer to Russia and China in the backdrop of the 50% tariff that has been imposed on India by Donald Trump. He said that Donald Trump has ruined decades of hard work by the previous United States administration. All right, moving on to some more breaking news that's coming in. Moscow has issued a sharp statement, a direct response to Donald Trump, where Russia has made it clear that it will not engage in any discussions over foreign intervention in Ukraine. The Foreign Ministry has accused Western powers of treating Ukraine as a testing ground for their military advancement. A very strong message that has been sent out by Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, to Donald Trump. A cryptic but a very direct message where he has said that Russia will not tolerate any foreign intervention in issues related to them and Ukraine, and that the West will not have any power to govern over them. All right, so that's a very direct response that's coming in from Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, where he has made it clear that Russia will not tolerate any intervention, foreign intervention. This is a message to Trump, remember, because Trump has time and again always tried acting as a mediator, sometimes speaking to Putin or sometimes speaking to Zelensky. And it's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get you the details on how the flood situation has been not just in Delhi but also in other places like Himachal and Punjab. Also after the break is the fight between Donald Trump versus Howard. Getting you all the details after a short break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think
Trump से बात हमेशा सर्विसिंग करता आया हूं, सीखता आया हूं कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रखकर काम करें।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off.
Thank you for staying with Republic. Former BRS leader Kavita has finally broken her silence on the high-profile family drama that erupted when the BRS suspended her. Remember, KCR, her own father, suspended her from the party over quote-unquote anti-party activities, leading to her subsequent resignation from the party, which she attributed her to her cousin's action. In an exclusive interview with Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, Kavita claimed that her father and party president K. Chandrasekhar Rao was manipulated by her cousins Harish Rao and Santosh Rao, who are now vying for his political position. She further claimed that Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy orchestrated her suspension from the BRS. Here's that exclusive interview, first and only to Republic.
Is that a picture of you and KTR?
That's right.
There's a visual on right now. Am I getting it right?
Yeah.
Isn't that you and your brother? When was this?
This was right after he picked me up from the Tihar jail.
You're holding his hand.
Good times. Yes.
You think they dumped you because you went to Tihar jail, you were jailed for corruption charges, They stood by you then, your family stood by you. Then why would they throw you out now? They stood by you when you were accused of corruption, when you were in Tihar jail for Liquorgate for many months.
Well,
why would they throw you out now unless you've done something?
For the last, even
something else has gone on, right? They could have thrown you out then.
Exactly. In the last, before jailing me, for 3 years there was a media trail. People said and did a lot of things about me, against me. I did have a grievance that party did not stand with me in those 3 years, but when I was jailed, family stood by me, everybody supported me, even my father paid for my lawyer's expenses also from his own account, and everything was all well. After I came back from the jail, I believe the portrait could not stomach the camaraderie or the bonhomie with the family. And see, Arnab, you know very well, if me, my father, my brother stand united, nobody can usurp my father's place. And my cousin Harish Rao has been eyeing for that place for quite a long time. He keeps playing in the shadows. He kept meeting YS Rajshekar Reddy when our party was in trouble, when YSR was alive. He met Mr. Amit Shah ji. In the last 2 years of the Congress government, he's met Mr. Revanth Reddy many a times. And I have a very strong belief that Mr. Revanth Reddy is also behind Mr. Harish Rao in orchestrating my suspension from the party. If KCR's family is disintegrated, taking over the party and taking over KCR's position is very easy. And I am appealing to my brother and my father, please do take care of yourselves, take care of your health, and take care of your positions, and watch out. What has happened to me today can happen to you tomorrow.
Who's behind this?
I believe it is the Congress party, and Mr. Revanth Reddy is backing Harish Rao. And Santosh Rao as well, because there are corruption allegations which keep propping up. They are one-day headlines, and the next day cases are just gone in thin air. Mr. Santosh has, I think, at least 9 or 10 allegations on him, but next day everything vanishes, and it's all well because they are hand in glove with the Congress. And that is what I tried to point out. And, they played a very good hand. I am out, they are in. But I hope the BRS takes care of that position and eliminates them at least, some point in future.
Okay. Will you form your own party?
I have no idea, Arnab, at this point of time. I have no idea. I just want to take my time, discuss it with my family.
It's an honest enough reply. Yeah. I don't know how this is going to work out. I have a feeling you guys in your family will figure it out. I think let's see how things go. Kavita, we'll remain in touch. This is an explosive family drama. I'm sure you're going through a lot right now. We'll be in touch. We'll see where this goes. But it is the political big story of the day.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला.
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना.
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना.
इंडिया सोना.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र.
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला.
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The markets are jumping, they're surging, they're positive after the GST rate cut bonanza. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from September 22nd. D Street, cheers! Major GST reforms, markets open in green. Rupee strengthens by 17 paise against US dollar. Prime Minister Modi welcomes GST reform, says it will benefit common man, farmers and the MSMEs. Kavita tells Arnab she's not going anywhere, will stay active in politics in some form or the other. Monsoon mayhem across North India. Yamuna River crosses danger mark in national capital. Landslides reported in Himachal's Kullu and red alert across Jammu and Kashmir. Putin's strong message to Trump says will not engage in foreign intervention. Getting some big updates coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV. Actor Ashish Kapoor has been arrested on rape charges. This is what we're learning of. He was arrested by the Delhi police from Pune on rape and sexual assault charges. The victim alleged that Kapoor raped her in the washroom during a house party in Delhi in the second week of August. According to the police, the victim met Ashish Kapoor on Instagram. The FIR initially had the names of Ashish Kapoor, his friend's wife and two unidentified people. Later, the victim changed her statement and said that only Ashish Kapoor raped her. This is a fresh update coming in right now, viewers. We're trying to get our viewers more updates and we'll also try to go across to a reporter in a short while from now. This is television actor Ashish Kapoor. He has been arrested in Pune and he has been accused of raping a woman who claimed that the actor assaulted her sexually during a house party in Delhi earlier this August. We'll try to, of course, get our viewers more updates, but this is according to the police. The complainant is a woman and she alleged that Ashish Kapoor assaulted her inside a bathroom during a house party in Delhi in August. So the television actor has been arrested in connection with an alleged rape case. Ashish was held in Pune after police tracked his movements from across multiple locations. And I think we have Akil with us. Akil, I'm just coming across to you right now. FIR was registered on August 11th, after which the police began searching for him, and now Ashish Kapoor has been arrested. Yes, Akil.
That's right, Shivangi. If you see, the trouble seems mounting for the TV actor Ashish Kapoor, because earlier what has happened that in the second week of August, precisely on August 11, there was a house party which was going on in the national capital, and in that party what has happened, the TV actor from Ye Rishta Kya Kehlata Hai, Ashish Kapoor was basically present in that party, and he has allegedly raped a woman over there in that house party. And after that, what we have seen that a police complaint has been lodged at the civil lines police station in the national capital. And after that, what we have seen that the North District police team has taken cognizance into the entire matter, and after that, if you see, the main accused in connection with the case has been arrested from Pune. So right now the Delhi police team has nabbed that person from Pune, and further investigation is still going on in the matter.
All right, we have to stay on the story, Akil, because this is an actor, and this is an actor who is quite well known. This is a television actor. He was part of multiple popular shows as well, so he definitely has an audience connect there, and that is the reason why I'm sure that many fans of his are shocked. What else do we know about the FIR? Do we know what was written in the FIR?
See, initially what has happened that in a fire, the woman who has made the claims, basically the victim has basically named few other persons, and after that what we have got to learn from the SHO of the civil lines that after that what has happened that she has changed her statement and she has said that it was Ashish Kapoor who allegedly raped her. So right now the person has been nabbed, and his CDR calls details will be checked, and after that we will get to know further statement, because if you see, initially Ashish Kapoor was not in touch or familiar with that woman. He got in touch with her on Instagram. So Instagram was the source when Ashish Kapoor got in touch with that woman, and after that they came to a house party in which the woman has alleged a rape. And if you see what we have been seeing, because he's not a normal person. He's a very popular opera soap actor, and he has acted in several serials including Saraswati Chandra, Love Marriage, Arranged Marriage, Chand Chupa Badal Mein, Dekha Ye Khwab, Moki Rishton Ki Agni Pariksha. So these are the some few names of the serials in which he has worked. So right now the person has been arrested from Pune, and the Delhi police will take him on remand to the national capital, and then the further investigation will continue in that direction.
Right. So the initial complaint, Akhil, we have told our viewers, the initial complaint alleged that Ashish, along with some unidentified men, had sexually assaulted her. However, she has revised that statement and has accused Ashish only of the rape charges. Now, we know the investigation is underway right now, but all possible angles are being looked at by the police.
Well, Shivangi, if you see, when the FIR complaint was filed, in that FIR, one person who was named was Ashish Kapoor. Other persons were not named. There were other unidentified persons who were named. And after that, what we have got to learn that apart from Ashish Kapoor, there were several other persons who were present in that party. And if you see, Ashish Kapoor's close friend and his wife was also present in that party. And after that, when the altercation broke out, then it was Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife who made that PCR call, and after that from Civil Lines police station the police team has arrived, and in that case later an official complaint was filed, and if you see an FIR has been launched. And today what we have got to learn that the Delhi police team has nabbed Ashish Kapoor from Pune, because they have been looking for him for approximately 3 weeks, because if you see the incident goes back on August 11th, and since then Ashish Kapoor was untraceable. So through technical intelligence the Delhi police team has nabbed him from Pune.
Right. Investigation is continuing right now. And, you know, before I let you go, Akhil, of course, this is a fresh development that we're tracking very closely. And the accusations are coming from August, right? This incident had taken place in August. The police is looking at this case. But do we know what Ashish Kapoor was doing in Pune?
This is yet to be come out in public domain, because if you see, he was hiding at several places. Because initially, when we spoke to the Delhi police team, they have said that his locations keeps on changing. Initially, he was in Delhi, and then shifted to Mumbai, and then he shifted his base to Pune. And after the technical intelligence only, Delhi police team was able to trace him from Pune, and after that, they have arrested him from Pune. So right now, the process of taking him back to the national capital on remand and transit remand, and after that, he will be produced in court. So for that, we'll have to wait for the legal action that in course which is due right now. So once he'll be back in the national capital, then the legal proceedings will be underway.
All right. So let me just take our viewers through exactly what's happened so far. Television actor Ashish Kapoor was arrested in connection with an alleged rape case. The case was registered at the Civil Lines police station in the national capital. Post that, Ashish was held in Pune after the police tracked his movements across multiple locations, like my colleague Akhil was telling us. The complainant alleged that Ashish assaulted her inside a bathroom during a house party in Delhi in the second week of August. FIR was lodged and registered on August 11th, after which the police began searching for him. Ashish Kapoor, this is a television actor on your screen. Ashish Kapoor was arrested in Pune. And he is a popular TV actor. He's an Indian television actor known for his performance in multiple shows. He has acted in multiple serials, but right now he has been arrested. Investigation is continuing because from what we understand, the woman had named some other individuals in an initial complaint, but later changed parts of a statement. In initial complaint alleged that Ashish, along with unidentified men, had raped the woman, but she revised her statement. Okay, let's move on right now. Breaking news coming in, viewers. After major GST reforms, the market has opened in green. Yes, markets jump. D Street cheers the major GST reforms. Indian rupee rises to 17 paise against the US dollar. Indian economy is on a solid ground. Indian benchmark indices, Sensex and Nifty, have opened sharply higher after the government has trimmed levies on a range of goods in a GST overhaul aimed at spurring consumption ahead of the festive season and offsetting pressure from steep US tariffs, among other factors. So, this is what you see right now, viewers, on Republic TV. The Indian indices benchmark, Sensex and Nifty 50 have opened higher. It's a big update coming in right now because we see the markets which are opening in green, and this is good news coming in. So let's go straight across to Pranav, who's joining us right now. Pranav, markets are cheering after the GST bonanza, the Diwali gift that was promised by Prime Minister Modi to everyone. Yes, what are the numbers looking like? Pranav.
Well, yes, absolutely. The market opened gap up today. That's almost a 0.75%, 1% up. Nifty and Sensex both were up. Primarily, the markets have been boosted by a rise in FMCG stocks. Auto stocks have also risen about 2%. The reason behind this is obviously the consumption that the GST reforms are expected to provide. According to independent estimates, about 1.98 lakh crore worth consumption boost is expected over the next few months, especially with the festive season coming up. So yes, markets are definitely cheering. The India VIX, in fact, it's very interesting to note that India VIX, which is a fear index of the D Street, has actually cooled down over the past few days despite Trump's tariffs. So that indicates a strong domestic sentiment, likely boost for consumption because of the GST reforms as well as the income tax reforms that were announced earlier this year. So yes, the markets are cheering these positive tailwinds, so to say.
Right. And Pranav, this is huge because it looks like the Indian economy is on solid ground, especially in the backdrop of the Trump tariffs. So this is very, very good news coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, just to give you two numbers, I was looking at the Moody's analysis research recently, which said that the likely impact of Trump's tariffs on the Indian GDP is expected to be about 0.6%, whereas an SBI research has recently pointed that the likely boost because of the GST reforms is expected to be about 1.6%. So that's 1% more than what the kind of negative impact that tariffs might have. So in a way, we can say that the reforms are likely to some extent negate the tariff impact, so to say.
All right. Thank you for joining us there, Pranav. A big update coming in. And remember that Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that the reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man. Every tax on the common man's daily use items has gone through a rigorous review, and in most cases that rates have come down drastically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and the agriculture sector as well as the health sector will benefit. Key drivers of the economy will be given prominence. Let's listen in.
Reduction from 18 or from 12 to 5%. I list out those items, all of whom have come to 5% from either 18 or from 12. Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले आइटम्स इंडिकेट कर रहा हूँ. अल्ट्रा हाई टेम्परेचर मिल्क, द UHT मिल्क, चेना और पनीर, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So रोटी किसी के ऊपर भी, चपाती और रोटी और पराठा और whatever it is, they all come to nil. Reduction of GST from 12% or from 18% to 5%. इसमें फूड आइटम्स बहुत सारे हैं. नमकीन से भुजिया है, सॉसेस है, पास्ता है, इंस्टेंट नूडल्स है, चॉकलेट्स, कॉफ़ी, प्रिजर्व्ड मीट, कॉर्नफ्लेक्स, बटर, घी, ये सब 5% में आ रही है. फिर रिडक्शन फ्रॉम 28 टू 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारे चीज़ हैं. एयर कंडीशनिंग मशीन्स, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18. Agriculture goods such as tractors, agricultural, horticultural and forestry machines for soil preparation or cultivation, harvesting or threshing machines, including straw or fodder balers, grass or hay movers, composting machines, etc., are all coming down from 12 to 5%. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on 12 specified biopesticides. Also from 12 to 5 is natural menthol. So किसान के लिए उनके products के लिए जो वो उपयोग करते हैं उन सब में it has come down. Again from 12 to 5, handicrafts and also labor intensive sectors. What are they? Handicrafts, marble, travertine blocks, granite blocks, intermediate leather goods. ये सब 5 में आ रही है. Reduction of cement from 28 to 18. क्योंकि घर बनाने में middle class के लिए cement इतना आवश्यक है, इसीलिए 28 it has come down to 18. Health related items, 33 life saving drugs and medicines, and they all come down from 12 to 0. From 5 to 0 and 3 life-saving drugs and medicines used for treatment of cancer, rare diseases and other severe chronic diseases. There are several drugs and medicines coming down to 5 from 12.
So Finance Minister said that the two-tier GST structure plus a sin goods slab has not been influenced by the tariffs imposed by the US on India. Now, she said that the centre had been working on these for 1.5 years.
The tariff turmoil is not a matter which influenced the GST reform, because we've been at it now for more than 1.5 years. Some group of ministers was working on rate rationalization. Some other group of ministers a bit later was working on insurance and so on. And compensation cess was a reality that it is going to end the moment you paid back the loan. None of this has anything to do with the tariffs. So, no, there's nothing to do with the tariffs at all.
All right, viewers, getting some big updates coming in right now. MMK leader TTV Dinakaran has snapped ties with the NDA. TTV Dinakaran has officially announced his exit from the NDA alliance ahead of the critical 2026 assembly elections. His move comes just after the former CM O. Paneerselvam's AIADMK cadres rights retrieval committee snapped ties with the NDA. The two were with the NDA for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, prior to which AIADMK had exited the alliance. So this is huge coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. Just it's a big blow coming in as well for the NDA, because TTV Dinakaran led AMMK has gone ahead and exited the NDA. For more, I want to go across to Riyanka, who's joining us live. Riyanka, just take our viewers through what happened. This decision has come late last night. If you could just take our viewers through what led to the exit.
Well, Shivangi, what we see that there is a huge political, difference that is probably seen in Tamil Nadu ahead of the elections slated to happen next year, probably in April or May. And before that, we are already seeing Union Home Minister Amit Shah's efforts to somewhere build in ties with the AIADMK after it, built in a rift between the NDA alliance and they had moved out. And now, as for the latest development, it is TTV Dinakaran, the General Secretary of AMMK party, who's officially said that the party has exited its ties with the NDA. So now what it means, the AMK will be contesting independently. They said, Dinakaran said that he will be deciding and making consultations with the others, the stakeholders in this regard until December, whether or not they will be getting into an alliance. But it is indeed a possibility that the NDA is facing some sort of a problem, given that Tamil Nadu elections are slated to happen next year, and the exit of TTV Dinakaran and AMK party altogether. Remember that AMK was indeed a very, very strong part of the NDA alliance. They had earlier given their support to Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the Lok Sabha elections. And now what they say is that the national interest as well as the state interest is going to be different, and they were not happy with the party's connection in terms of, making in developments in the state, which is why they have clearly decided to move out. In fact, OPS had also moved out of this particular alliance similarly previously. So we will be seeing what happens next, whether or not AMK goes into an alliance with the other parties for the elections or whether they will be contesting independently. That is something that needs to be watched only after December this year.
That's right. Thank you for getting us for those details. AMK exits ND alliance. Let's move ahead right now. Viewers, getting some more breaking updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Let's move ahead to the next set of breaking updates, especially as rain continues and rain wreaks havoc in North India. Construction site in Dharmshala area of Kishtwar hit by the landslide. 6 people were trapped and now they have been rescued. So pictures coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, because remember, the flood situation in Jammu and Kashmir is quite sensitive. Some people have been swept away, but in this case, thankfully, we have seen that some of these construction workers, they have been rescued. So 6 people were trapped and now they have been rescued. I really want to go across to my colleague who's joining us, Gursimran. Gursimran, we have seen how landslides and floods have led to many deaths. 6 people were trapped, many of them have been rescued. If you could just take our viewers through latest coming in, because landslides are still continuing in a couple of areas, including Kishtwar. And this is specifically the Dharmshala construction site on our screens.
Yes, it was on the Ratle hydroelectric power project in the Dharmshala that the mega construction site was hit by the landslide early this morning, though the rescue operations were started immediately by the J&K police and the district administration, and all 6 have now been rescued. All are said to be safe, though the situation of 2 are said to be somewhat serious. Now they are being taken to the hospital where their treatment is underway. Yes, as you said, that the landslide threat that is going to increase in next couple of days, because weather is now opening up and with the bright sunshine coming in, what happens that now those areas that have received heavy rainfalls, they will get contract and now it will fall down. So there is a threat of the landslides taking place in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Kishtwar, the first instance have been reported. We are told that the Deputy Commissioner and the SSP of the Kishtwar, they are keeping a strict watch, because at multiple places there have been landslides that have the Patharnaki road. We are told that where debris were removed yesterday, that has been blocked once again. Same is the situation close to the Dool location that connects the Padar area to the Kishtwar, and on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway also the situation remains same, because with the onset, with the suns coming into being and the bright sunlight, there is a possibility of more and more landslides taking place, and that's why, as a precautionary measure, the Jammu-Srinagar Highway still remains closed.
That's right. Thank you for bringing those details, Gursimran. Extreme weather events are being reported in Jammu and Kashmir in multiple areas. Gursimran keeps reporting live. Let's move ahead to our next segment, Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
6 trapped, 4 rescued and 2 still trapped under debris after construction site in the Dharmshala area of Kishtwar got hit by landslide. Efforts on to rescue 2 still trapped under the debris. 1 person got killed and 10 others have been injured after a massive explosion at a factory in Maharashtra's Nagpur district late night. As per the reports, blasts at this factory, known for making explosives, are frequent. Firefighters and medical staff at the site injured people taken to hospital for treatment. BJP workers stage protest in multiple areas of Bihar as ND observes the 5-hour Bihar Bandh over the derogatory remarks against PM Modi's late mother at a Mahagathbandhan event in Bihar. And Yamuna water levels show a slight decline recorded at around 207.47 meters at the old railway bridge at 8 a.m. However, it is still flowing above the danger mark of 205.33 meters. Alright viewers, much coming up. We are live and breaking. Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from September 22nd. Plus, monsoon mayhem across North India. Yamuna River crosses danger mark in national capital. Landslides reported in Himachal's Kulu and red alert across Jammu and Kashmir.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आरती और मसाला।
Today.
Getting your top headlines coming in, viewers. Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement, and more set to get cheaper from September 22nd. D Street cheers. Major GST reforms, markets open in green. Rupee strengthens by 17 paise against US dollar. Actor Ashish Kapoor arrested in alleged rape case in Pune. Victim alleges actor raped her during a house party. Kavita tells Arnab she is not going anywhere, will stay active in politics in some other form. Monsoon mayhem across North India. Yamuna River crosses danger mark in national capital. Landslides reported in Himachal's Kulu and red alert across Jammu and Kashmir. Putin's strong message to Trump says will not engage in foreign intervention. Viewers, will have been some breaking news is coming in. TV actor Ashish Kapoor has been arrested on rape charges. He was arrested by the Delhi police from Pune on rape and sexual assault charges. The victim alleged that Kapoor raped her in the washroom during a house party in Delhi in the second week of August. According to the police, the victim met Ashish Kapoor on Instagram. FIR initially had the names of Ashish Kapoor, his friend's wife, and two unidentified persons. Later, the victim changed her statement and said that only Ashish Kapoor raped her. So the police is investigating this case. A television actor was arrested in connection with this alleged rape case. As per the police, the case was registered at a civil line police station, and Ashish was held in Pune. Then the police tracked his movements across multiple locations, and after that, Ashish Kapoor was arrested on alleged rape charges. Meenakshi joining us live. Meenakshi, I'm going across to you right now. Many angles will be probed in this case. If you could just take our viewers through what you're learning so far, because the FIR was registered in August 11. The victim, the complainant here, has also modified her statements multiple times. Yes, Meenakshi.
See, what have we got to know till now? One is Delhi police arrested Ashish Kapoor, the Rishta Kya Kehlata hai famous actor from Pune, and we got to know that Delhi police took him from Pune to Delhi now. And the other thing is that the victim changed her statement twice. First, she said the one Ashish Kapoor and his friend and his friend's wife and two unknown person are accused in this case. After her statement, she changed once and she said no, the only accused is Ashish Kapoor, the famous actor, and he assaulting her in washroom in Delhi's house party in second week of August. After that, police filed an FIR and police started find where Ashish Kapoor is. We got to know that Ashish Kapoor several time he was trying to hide. He was in Goa after this incident. He came Goa from Delhi. He came to Goa and he tried to hide. After police started tracking, he left Goa and he hid himself in Pune. And police got to know he was in Pune and Delhi police came and arrest Ashish Kapoor. Now the question, there are many questions. Why Ashish Kapoor was in Pune and how Ashish Kapoor left Delhi, and after that he was in Goa and after that he was in Pune. Now the Delhi police took him from Pune to Delhi, and the FIR that victim mentioned in FIR that only Kapoor raped her, and she claimed that the incident was recorded on video, but the investigators have not yet found that video. So where is that video? The victim alleged that all incident recorded in video. So where is the video? There are some there are some question what is unanswered till now.
Well, absolutely, Meenakshi. There are certainly some unanswered questions. I'm also being joined by Akhil, who's reporting live from the national capital, because the incident that happened, that the victim claims, happened in Delhi. Now, Akhil, we learned that the victim has alleged that she was first gang raped. Later, she changed her statement to where she said that it was only Ashish Kapoor who raped her, but not just raped her, he also filmed her. This incident is said to be somewhere in a hotel in the national capital. Do we have the FIR? What are the details? Where did the incident exactly take place in Delhi?
Well, if you see, this incident took place at least 4 weeks back in the second week of August, to be precise on August 11th, when there was a house party which was going on in the national capital. In that party, there were several friends of Ashish Kapoor who have arrived to attend that party. And after that, what has happened, if you see, in that case, Ashish Kapoor was allegedly basically blamed by that victim who professional who works in Gurugram. So she is a software professional. She has confirmed this to the Delhi police team. Initially, she has said that it was a gang rape, and then she later on changed her statement, and she has said this to the police that it was Ashish Kapoor who basically allegedly raped her. And after that, civil lines police station, team at the civil lines police station has initially his location was identified in Mumbai, then to Goa, and then finally to Pune. When the Delhi police team arrived in Goa, then Ashish Kapoor fled from the very spot. And after that, with the help of technical surveillance, the Delhi police team has arrived in Pune, and they have arrested Ashish Kapoor from Pune.
Right, Akhil, stay with me. Meenakshi is also continued to stay with us. Meenakshi, this is a very severe charge, very strong allegation that has been made against this TV actor. Remember, viewers, just to give a background, this is the TV actor who played a lead role in one of the leading TV series, and he was a lead role there. Now, we learned that he did fly to Goa because the incident that's been reported is of the second week of August. We learned that he had escaped to Goa, but the charges against him were pressed in Delhi. Civil lines is the area in the national capital. Now, we learned that he has been arrested from Pune. So, 3 places that this actor had been on a run to. What is it that the victim is alleging now? Have we spoken to the victim? What is her demand now?
As I I told there are several questions which are unanswered because the Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife, her statements also is important. Why? Because the police said it was Kapoor's friend's wife who made a PCR call to inform the authorities and about this matter. So the victim first she said four names, one Ashish Kapoor, one Ashish Kapoor friend's name, Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife name and other two person. And then she changed her version and she said there is one accused in this case is Ashish Kapoor. So what is the role of Ashish Kapoor's friends, his wife friends and that two unknown person? Who are they? That unknown person, who are they? Are they Ashish Kapoor's friend or are they that victim friends? There are several questions. And what is a victim, what a victim now want? So there are some questions which are unanswered and investigation is going on.
Right, absolutely. Meenakshi and Akhil, both of you, thank you very much for getting us those details. And with that, it's time for us to now move on to other stories that we're tracking. This one is from Bihar, where the NDA is staging a Bihar Bandh today for 5 hours. That is from 7 a.m. to 12 noon. They have called for a Bihar Bandh over the abuse of politics against the Prime Minister and his late mother. Workers of the BJP party have started their protest in Bihar, specifically in Patna, over the opposition abuses against Prime Minister Modi and his late mother. The BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad was leading the protest. He also gave us a reaction. Let's listen into that.
अरे माँ का सम्मान भारतीय संस्कार है, हम सभी करते हैं, आप भी करते हैं, लेकिन एक माँ जो स्वर्गीय हो गई, जिसने गरीबी से बर्तन मांज के कपड़े साफ के बच्चों को पढ़ाया, एक भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बना, प्रभु राम की भक्त, आप जरा भी आपको शर्म नहीं है? आपको मंच से गाली दी गई है। बैठे हैं हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी, अगर हम लोग की पार्टी का दूर का भी कार्यकर्ता ऐसा करता तो हम लोग कार्रवाई करते और क्षमा मांगते। क्या संस्कार है आपको? ये आपके अहंकार हैं। राहुल गांधी, हम कुछ भी बोलेंगे, कुछ भी कहेंगे, और तेजस्वी यादव आपका भी वही हाल है, तो बिहार की जनता खूब जवाब देगी।
Prakash is joining us live from Patna on that. Prakash, the NDA has called for a Bihar Bandh. This is essentially for 5 hours, 7 a.m. to 12 noon. What are the essential services that are being hit and how is the situation on ground right now?
Well, not much, because it is the ruling party, the Bandh has been called by the ruling parties of NDA. And the traffic is smooth. It's a mark of protest against the abusive remarks made by the Congress worker against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There you can see the traffic is very smooth. This is one of the busiest roads of Patna. Aap udhar dikhaiye Kundan. There you can see auto rickshaws plying, and the people have gathered here in large numbers. All the BJP, JDU, Hindustan Aeronautics Morcha workers here at the income tax roundabout to protest against the abusive remark made against Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother. So this is a sign of protest to set the template for the coming elections for the Bihar Vidhan Sabha in October, November, and this can be one of the poll plank. But as a matter of fact, RJD is also saying, yesterday Tejasvi Yadav had stated that Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the BJP leaders had made similar kind of remarks against Sonia Gandhi some time back. So it is attack and counter-attack from both the sides, and a lot of statesmen doing the rounds on the social media as well. There you see large number of people protesting here, sitting on dharna on the roads of Patna. We can see some women folks also. I'm joined by former MLA उषा विद्यार्थी। आप लोग आई हैं प्रोटेस्ट करने?
देखिए, इतनी शर्म और मर्माहत है हम लोग कि जिस प्रकार से राहुल गांधी जी ने अपने मंच से और तेजस्वी जी के मंच से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री स्वर्गीय माता जी का अभद्र टिप्पणी की, अभद्र गालियां दी, इससे पूरा बिहार और पूरा देश मर्माहत है। आपने देखा कि परसों प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने माँ बेटा के रूप में जिस प्रकार से रुआसा होकर अपनी माँ के बारे में कहा, उससे पूरा बिहार, पूरा देश रो रहा है। इसलिए हम लोग यह मांग कर रहे हैं कि राहुल जी शर्म करिए और तेजस्वी जी और आकर आप क्षमा।
ये तेजस्वी यादव आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि इसके पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता सोनिया गांधी को जर्सी गाय, विधवा, न जाने क्या क्या, और अभी हाल फिलहाल में आरजेडी प्रवक्ता को भी, जो महिला प्रवक्ता हैं दलित समुदाय से आती हैं, उनके बारे में भी अभद्र टिप्पणियां की गई। एक भाजपा नेता के बारे में जो हाल फिलहाल में भाजपा ज्वाइन किए और प्रधानमंत्री के अगवानी में खड़े थे एयरपोर्ट।
कभी भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कोई नेता, कार्यकर्ता इस तरह के अपशब्दों का प्रयोग नहीं करता। आपको स्मरण होगा कि सोनिया जी के बारे में कह रहे हैं, हमारी स्वर्गीय सुषमा स्वराज जी ने जिस समय प्रधानमंत्री बनने की चर्चा हो रही थी, उस समय उन्होंने यह नहीं कहा कि सोनिया गांधी जी आपका बाल मुड़ देंगे। उन्होंने कहा कि अगर सोनिया जी प्रधानमंत्री बनती है तो मैं अपना बाल मुड़ा के मैं आंदोलन करूं।
तो लगता है कि इस तरह के टिप्पणी से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं को भी बचना चाहिए।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता इस तरह पार्टी विद डिफरेंट इस तरह की बात ही नहीं कर, कोई जुमला हो, कोई बात कहे, लेकिन इस तरह के अभद्र गाली माँ को देने की जो बात कर रहे हैं, ये राहुल घमंडी हैं और उनमें संस्कार खत्म हो गया है। बिहार में आके बिहार के माताओं बहनों को सबको सामने सबके गाली दिए, इसलिए हम लोग आंदोलन कर रहे हैं कि वो आके माफी।
So there you see women for MLAs also protesting on the roads of Patna, and there you see the traffic is very smooth because it's a ruling party band called by the ruling party here. Traffic plying as smooth as it can be. So almost the band has ended, come to an end, and it's a mark of protest that has been called by the BJP as well as the JDU, Hindustan Aeronautics, LJPR, to show this sign of protest so that the message is loud and clear among the women folks that abusive remarks were made against the Prime Minister's mother, and this can be one of the pole plank of the NDA in Bihar. Back to you.
Right, thank you very much, Prakash, for getting us those details. And we move across to some other stories that we're tracking. And this is about the flood fury that has hit the North India. Viewers, Punjab is seeing worst affected flood situation since the year 1988. The ongoing floods in Punjab have claimed nearly 37 lives as continued heavy rainfall and rising river levels disrupt daily life across several districts. The floods have claimed 37 lives and affected more than 3.5 lakh people. All 23 districts of the state have been hit. Officials report that 1,655 villages have been impacted as flood waters continue to spread to overflowing rivers like Sutlej, Beas and Ravi, along with seasonal rivers being swollen by heavy rainfall in Himachal Pradesh and Jammu and Kashmir. Continued rainfall within Punjab has worsened the situation. Lalit is joining us live on the broadcast on that note. Lalit, what's the situation on ground like right now from where you're reporting?
First of all, let me tell you that right now we are reporting from the Baupur village in the Sultanpur Lodi in Kapurthala district. So let me show you the visual here that around 12 villages are still submerged and trapped in the flood water of the Beas river, as in the past 1 week, the way Beas river was in spate, it has completely disconnected the complete areas, and you can see the field, the villages have been completely trapped and submerged in the water. These are the visuals here from the Bopur village, where you can see that to provide the ration and the everyday livelihood thing, the ship is being used to provide all those things. Apart from that, army has been there, the local administration is posted here so that the assistance can be provided to the villages who are still in the villages, as their buffaloes and the domestic animals are still inside the village. Let me take across to the person who is providing help to the villages. बाबा जी, सबसे पहले तो आपका नाम जानना चाहेंगे और किस तरह से आप राहत सामग्री है गांव तक पहुंचा रहे हैं?
मेरा नाम गुरपाल सिंह प्रधान, संत बाबा बलवीर सिंह सीचेवाल राज सभा मैंबर, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਸੇਵਾਦਾਰ ਜੀ। 11 ਤਰੀਕ ਨੂੰ ਬੰਨ ਟੁੱਟਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਉਦਣ ਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ। ਉਦਣ ਦੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਰਾਸ਼ਨ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਫਸੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੈਸਕਿਊ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਬਾਬਾ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਸੰਤ ਮਹਾਂਪੁਰਸ਼ ਆਪ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸਵੇਰੇ 7 ਵਜੇ ਦਰਿਆ 'ਚ ਚਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਕੋਈ 350 ਦੇ ਪਲੱਸ ਘਰ ਆ, ਸਾਰੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ 12 ਵਜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਉਣਾ ਵਾ, 6 ਵਜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਫੇਰ ਜਾਣਾ। ਸਾਰੇ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ਾਦਾ ਛਕਾ ਕੇ ਆਉਣਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਘਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਣੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋਣ ਕਾਰਨ ਲੋਕ ਛੱਤਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, छत्ता ਦੇ बैठने के कारण उन्होंने चूल्हे नहीं बाल रहे।
फिलहाल अगर पिछले 3-4 दिनों की बात करें, क्या पानी का लेवल कुछ कम हुआ है?
जी 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 2 फुट पानी कम हो गया ये 2-3 दिन में। पहले तो पानी बहुत ज़्यादा था, अब तो बहुत कम हो गया। और 16 तारीख से हम यही काम करते हैं, बस लंगर लेके जाते हैं और रात सामग्री गांव में जाते हैं, सारे घर घर में दे के आते हैं। बाबा जी भी खुद जाते हैं। हमारी 4 किस्ती 11 तारीख की चल रही है, एक बड़ा किस्ती आज आ गया जो ये डंगर और सामान निकालने के लिए नया बना के लाए हैं बाबा जी आज। और हम 11 तारीख के इधर ही हैं। 11 तारीख के
exactly you can see that around 1 dozen villages are still submerged and trapped in the water. It's the worst hit flood tragedy which has struck Punjab in the past 4 decades. Last time the flood was reported in 1988, and after that this time in 2025, when in majority all the districts of Punjab it has been badly affected. But if you talk about the mostly affected districts of Punjab, that has been the Gurdaspur, that has been the Fazilka, Firozpur, Ajnala and the Jalandhar, Sultanpur Lodi area. Still in Sultanpur Lodi, around 1 dozen villages are still
for getting us those details. We are getting in a big breaking news that's coming in. Cricketer Shikhar Dhawan has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate in the illegal betting case. Shikhar Dhawan has now been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate at around 11 a.m. Shikhar Dhawan has been summoned in an online betting app case, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, this case also had summoned, the Enforcement Directorate in this case had summoned other actors as well. The Enforcement Directorate will be grilling Shikhar Dhawan in the illegal betting case. Earlier, Suresh Raina was also grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in the same case. The Enforcement Directorate has now summoned Shikhar Dhawan, cricketer Shikhar Dhawan in the case. He has been asked to appear at 11 a.m. before the Enforcement Directorate. Will he appear or not remains the key question here. Earlier, Suresh Raina was also summoned, cricketer Suresh Raina was also summoned in the illegal betting app case. All right, Shawan is joining us on the phone line on that. Shawan, please share more details on cricketer Shikhar Dhawan being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate on the illegal betting app case.
Well, in fact, cricketer Shikhar Dhawan has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate and has been asked to appear before the agency this morning. In fact, he was asked to appear about 11 o'clock this morning. So far, we do not know whether at all he is going to make an appearance or not, or whether at all there has been a legal representation that has been made by the former cricketer. As far as the allegations are concerned, remember the Enforcement Directorate, based on multiple FIRs that was first registered in Telangana, were given to understand that a predicate offence was made out, and thereafter the Enforcement Directorate had taken up the matter. The allegation is pertaining to various online betting apps that have essentially been running, and several of the celebrities, not just Shikhar Dhawan, but there are several other celebrities who have essentially endorsed these betting apps. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate maintains that because of the advertisements that have been made out by these illegal betting apps, several youth have lost money, and the fact that there has been a huge loss of money in terms of those who have especially been investing in these apps, which are against the law of the land, and that is the reason why, remember, this crackdown has basically been made first by the state police and now the Enforcement Directorate. They are also looking at whether at all money that was garnered from those who were registering in the apps, whether at all this money was being siphoned off and was being sent abroad. They are also looking into parent companies who have actually invested in it, and how exactly have the operations really panned out. So all of this now essentially being part of the investigation, but importantly, as far as the role of cricketer Shikhar Dhawan or for that matter other celebrities are concerned, that is essentially limited to the fact that they have been endorsing these apps. Because of their endorsement, remember, it has only appeared as a legitimate betting app, and that is the reason why several of the people who were interested in it, they appeared for it or they have registered in this app only because of the fact that there are well-known celebrities who have essentially endorsed these apps.
Shravan, one more question. Earlier, Suresh Raina, Vijay Devarakonda were also summoned in the same case. Today, we are learning that Shikhar Dhawan has been summoned. He's been asked to appear before the Enforcement Directorate at around 11 a.m. What are the repercussions that Shikhar Dhawan might have to face just in case he does not appear before the Enforcement Directorate today?
Well, in fact, he would essentially have at least 3 summons before any final decision is taken by the Enforcement Directorate. If at all he does not appear for at least 3, it could be even more than that. That is again the prerogative of the Enforcement Directorate. Only if the Enforcement Directorate thereafter believes that he's trying to evade the investigation, there is a high possibility that they could move the court. And in moving the court, they would essentially be telling the court that he hasn't been cooperating with the investigative agency and would be seeking for a non-bailable warrant against the cricketer. Now, these are some of the legal options that are available before the Enforcement Directorate. Similar sort of legal options would also be available before Shikhar Dhawan. He could also move in to the court for the quashing of the FIR to begin with, because given the fact that if at all the cricketer basically believes that this is a false case and the FIR that has been registered is only because of the fact that he enjoys some sort of celebrity stardom, and that is the reason why he is now being pulled into the investigation, that there is a possibility that he could actually move the court. So far, we haven't really heard anything from his team with regards to the fact whether at all they have basically moved the court and also sought for any sort of an anticipatory bail in this entire matter.
Right, Shravan, thank you very much for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, this remains to be our top story. At 11 a.m. is the time that the Enforcement Directorate has given Shikhar Dhawan to appear before them just in case he fails. There could be legal repercussions to that. With that, it's time for us to slip into a short break. After the break, we'll get into the details of the pre-Diwali bonanza that has been announced by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Also, after the break, the monsoon mayhem that has wreaked havoc in several parts of northern India, several ground reports on that case.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
At just 38 years, he became the youngest senior advocate in the history of the Madras High Court. From earning his first salary of 350 rupees to fighting one of India's earliest medical malpractice suits, his is a journey of grit and brilliance. Meet the man who shaped the law and lived it. Senior advocate C.A. Sundaram in a rare and candid conversation on the legal side of things. This weekend, only on Republic TV.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to...
At just 38 years, he became the youngest senior advocate in the history of the Madras High Court. From earning his first salary of 350 rupees to fighting one of India's earliest medical malpractice suits, his is a journey of grit and brilliance. Meet the man who shaped the law and lived it. Senior advocate C.A. Sundaram in a rare and candid conversation on the legal side of things. This weekend, only on Republic TV.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा रिसीव करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Big boost for the markets as the GST bonanza brings cheer. That's our big story that we're tracking today, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from 22nd September. D-Street cheers major GST reform as markets open in green. Rupee strengthens by 17 paise against US dollar. India battles record rainfall triggered. Floods, landslides reported in Himachal's Kulu. Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir. Actor Ashish Kapoor arrested in Pune on alleged rape charges, investigation underway. ED probe into betting app scam picks pace. Cricketer Shikhar Dhawan summoned for questioning today. Putin's strong message to Trump says will not engage in foreign intervention. Getting you some big updates coming in right now. Cricketer Shikhar Dhawan has been summoned by ED in the online betting case. Huge update coming in. This is cricketer Shikhar Dhawan who has been summoned by the ED in connection with the promotion of a betting platform. The probe relates to the online betting platform that's been under the scanner for alleged money laundering. Multiple celebrities, I repeat, multiple celebrities have been questioned in the betting app case, and in the latest, we have seen Shikhar Dhawan has now been summoned by the ED over the illegal betting app case questioning. And this is coming in as this is a developing story. More details are awaited in the story. Now remember, this is coming in as Shikhar Dhawan has been summoned by the ED questioning with a big money laundering probe linked to an illegal betting app case. We try to get the viewers more updates, but this is what we are learning so far. Not the first celebrity to be called in the betting app questioning, because we have seen many other celebrities who have been called in in different areas in South India specifically for questioning in the betting app case. So the latest is that the former Indian cricketer Shikhar Dhawan was summoned by the ED for questioning an illegal betting app linked to a money laundering case. Back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. And we've also seen that Suresh Raina earlier was also questioned by the ED over another illegal betting app case. Not the first cricketer to be summoned. There are many others who have been summoned in this case. We have seen Suresh Raina earlier being questioned by the ED. Many of these cricketers are being asked about their role in endorsing or promoting these betting app applications. ED is investigating whether these big names were informed about the surrogate names of QR codes which were used to redirect users to illegal betting sites. So the latest coming in, Shikhar Dhawan asked to appear today in the betting app case. There's some back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV. And we have seen that Shikhar Dhawan, Urvashi Rotela, Mimi Chakrabarti, Sonu Sood, Neha Sharma, Robin Uthappa, Suresh Raina, Yuvraj Singh, Harbhajan Singh, all of them have been linked to the betting app case. The illegal betting app case is being investigated because many of these were heavily being promoted by celebrities. Surrogate advertising was used to promote illegal betting. QR codes in the ads directed users to betting platforms. Many apps are using mask of skill games to look legal. And fantasy games involving money and rigged algorithms were used. Cricketers to actors, like we told you that there were many other actors and cricketers who have been questioned in this case. All of these cricketers and actors and celebrities were involved in promotion of these betting app cases. I really want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We see that this illegal betting app case, Riyanka, there are many names which are being questioned, which I just read out. Shikhar Dhawan is the latest one, then Urvashi Rotela, Mimi Chakrabarti, Sonu Sood. Suresh Raina was also questioned in this case. If we could just take our viewers through the latest coming in, because the money laundering angle is specifically being investigated by the ED.
Oh, well, absolutely. The money laundering angle, as you rightly mentioned there, Shivangi, is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. And as far as the latest summons are concerned, it has been sent to cricketer Shikhar Dhawan. And this is, of course, involving the promotion of a betting application. And according to the officials, in fact, the probe relates to 1xBet, an online betting platform which Dhawan had allegedly been promoting on social media. And the crackdown has been building not just on Shikhar Dhawan, but also other cricketers and, in fact, celebrities as well, what we understand. In fact, the ED has now asked the cricketer to appear and and joined the investigation in order to clarify his role in these particular promotional activities. Remember, this entire case of the illegal betting app has been going on for a very, very long time. Since last year, multiple Bollywood and South Indian film stars and the cricketers have been under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate for allegedly promoting this particular betting app, which is at this point in time has been illegal in nature. In fact, what we also understand, this particular web, it is a bigger web. This particular app is used for money laundering, which was the main crux of investigation, and which is why several crackdowns have already been seen. In fact, crimes like tax evasion was also one of the key, key important angles of it. In fact, addiction to betting apps, something that we have in fact seen growing in a large number. That was also one of the web which was coming into being. There were suicides in extreme cases. There were vulnerable youth who were being targeted. And at this point in time, when it comes to very, very famous cricketers or Bollywood actors and actresses promoting these particular apps is already building a huge crackdown from the side of the Enforcement Directorate. Now these illegal betting apps...
Yes, Riyanka, Dhawan joins the probe. Okay, we are coming to know that Dhawan has joined the probe in a illegal betting app case. So this is a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. And the probe is looking if there was some kind of money laundering happening. And were there any aims to recover the funds obtained through the betting app? And Riyanka, I'm coming across to you right now. Shikhar Dhawan is the latest to appear, but there are more than a lot of celebrities, lot of names which have been called in for questioning. So Yuvraj Singh, Shikhar Dhawan, South actors as well, like Rana Daggubati. We have seen many others under the scanner of the ED in multiple illegal betting app cases.
Absolutely, Shivangi. The list is quite long. As for the latest, it is Shikhar Dhawan, and earlier also we had seen cricketer Suresh Raina, who was also under the line of fire, and crackdown from the side of Enforcement Directorate. And the investigation continues with full swing and momentum. Let me also bring in other names. It was actress Urvashi Rautela. There was Mimi Chakraborty. She is one of the actresses from the Bengali film industry. There was Sonu Sood also, Neha Sharma, Robin Uthappa, one of the very, very famous cricketers, Suresh Raina, as I mentioned. In fact, Yuvraj Singh and Harbhajan Singh were also the very, very key names that had come into being, who were facing the heat of the Enforcement Directorate because of promotional activities regarding these illegal betting apps. What we understand here, the fact that money laundering was one of the key focuses and the main angles that was being investigated, and the investigation continues with the high momentum from the side of Enforcement Directorate. Now let us talk a bit about the modus operandi. These illegal betting apps were operating openly. We very well know that there were several betting apps. In fact, a recent development from the government as well in terms of online gaming. There was a recent reform brought in that case. In fact, there has been a huge crackdown from the side of the government when it comes to these illegal betting apps as well. These betting apps were heavily promoted by celebrities, is what we know. The QR codes in these add direct users to the betting platforms. There were many apps use a mass of skill games to look legal. That was also one of the very, very key angle which was being investigated. These fantasy games involved money and rigged algorithms also, which was also one of the key focus of the ED to investigate this case. The cricketers, two actors, all were involved in the promotion. Apps use social media influencers for promotion. In fact, the youth of our country were very much targeted, given that they look up to these celebrities and cricketers as they went on promoting these illegal betting apps humongously, and which is when this came under the line of fire of the Enforcement Directorate, and the ED continues with its investigation.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Thank you for getting those details, Riyanka. It's a crackdown on illegal betting app case continues, and many celebrities have been summoned. Let's move ahead right now, getting some more breaking updates coming in. Picking up the latest details in the Dharmasthala hoax probe, the SIT has conducted an intense interrogation of YouTuber Abhishek, who runs a YouTube channel named United Media. Now, the SIT is continuing questioning him until 2:30 a.m. last night. It is being said that a few days after the masked man filed a complaint, Jayant and Abhishek searched the forest for skull bones. In this context, the SIT carried out yesterday's interrogation. So back-to-back coverage coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And remember, this is coming in as the probe continues. We have seen that the SIT is carrying out intense questioning of the YouTuber Abhishek. Interrogation continued late into the night yesterday. He's accused of spreading false information about the case through his YouTube videos. Abhishek had released videos even before the case was officially registered. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague Sri Lakshmi joining us live from our Republic Canada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, Abhishek had also contacted the Skull Gang members about 6 months back.
Right, Shivangi. He has interviewed most of the members of the Skull Gang. He had interviewed Sujata Bhatt, he had interviewed Girish Mattennavar, and we can see in detail he supported all those stories that Sujata Bhatt and Mattennavar gang hatched out to come up with this conspiracy against Dharmasthala. Now SIT is probing this guy, and it is yet to be known that is this the only media, like United Media is the only media that he is handling, or is he giving the content to many other YouTube channels as well? Because so many other YouTube channels who based in South Kendra district came up with similar kind of stories. So it is also said that he has revealed many information to SIT while interrogation, that he roamed in and around Dharmasthala near that Bangle Gudda and many more places where Chinnaya later on during the SIT investigation showed the places, saying that he has buried many dead bodies over there. Much before this SIT investigation, it is said that this Abhishek, along with Jayant, the second complainant of the Dharmasthala case, along with Jayant, Abhishek had, roamed in all these places like Bangle Gudda and many other places near Dharmasthala, and made videos of those places and said all these things which Chinnaya now saying in front of the SIT. So the big question is, how does Abhishek know about all these places which Chinnaya is showing to SIT much earlier itself? Was he also part of a bigger plan, bigger conspiracy, which was, constructed in Mahesh Timrodi's house? Is the big question now. Was he also funded from foreign money is also the big question.
Yes, that foreign funding also coming into, the view here. But I'm getting some more breaking numbers coming in. Hold on. SIT carried out intense questioning of YouTuber Abhishek. He is accused of spreading false information about the case through his YouTube videos. Abhishek had released videos even before the case was officially registered. SIT is expected to issue notices to more YouTubers in connection with the case. So back-to-back updates coming in here in Republic TV, viewers. All right, let's go straight across to the next set of breaking updates we have for you. GST Bonanza, fuel stock market rally. Sensex is jumping high, nearly 900 points benchmark. Equity indices, Sensex and Nifty surge in early trade on Thursday as investors became cheerful after the GST Council approved a complete overhaul of the tangled goods and services tax regime. Now, the 30-share BSE Sensex has jumped 888.96 points in opening trade. The 50-share NSE Nifty surged 265.7 points, viewers. So this is huge coming in, viewers. A big boost for the market. Sensex jumping by a huge number. Indian equity market surged and jumped high. And this is very good news coming in, because I want to go to Pranav. He will help us understand why this is good news. This really shows, Pranav, that the Indian economy is on a strong footing despite those so-called threats that Trump keeps making.
Well, absolutely. The markets as we speak are still up. They opened with a gap up. That's about nearly 1%. Sensex and Nifty both were up, boosted by the FMCG and auto stocks because of the GST reforms that were announced yesterday, because the common man items are expected to get cheaper. As we speak, Nifty and Sensex are still up by about 0.5% and half of the day is yet to go. So we'll see how the market reacts during the remaining part of the day. But yes, overall, yes, it is definitely looking like a positive reaction in light of Donald Trump's tariffs. As I was saying today morning, a Moody's analysis had pegged that tariffs could hit the economy, the Indian economy, by about 0.6%, whereas the GST rate cut and the tax reforms are expected to provide a boost of about 1.6%. So that's a 1% offset to tariffs. So, providing the much needed tailwinds at a time when the global headwinds look, stirred.
Right. And, also if you could help our viewers understand, why this is very important, because we see that the markets are doing pretty well and there's a lot of cheer, markets opening in green today. But what else can we expect in terms of the market movement? The markets opened a short while back. Yes, Pranav.
Well, basically, it necessarily indicates a positive sentiment. I mean, if you look at the FIIs and the DIIs, that is the foreign institutional investors and the domestic institutional investors, the FIIs have been on a selling spree in light of the tariffs, because they were not viewing Indian economy as, there were speculations of some headwinds on the on Indian economy. But over the past about 2 to 3 days, there has been a spike. In fact, the domestic investor is the one that has kind of buoyed the Indian markets. The India VIX, which is a fear index, has cooled down by almost about 4% over the past about a week or so. So it indicates that the Indian investors' confidence in the Indian economy is strong, despite the fact that there could be, the tariffs impacting the Indian economy. So a consumption-led cycle is what we could be looking at, especially given that there is festive season ahead now.
All right. Thank you, Pranav, for getting those details for us. In fact, I really want our viewers to hear what the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said. She said that the reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man. Every tax on the common man's daily use items has gone through a rigorous review, and in most cases, the rates have come down drastically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and the agriculture sector, as well as the health sector, will benefit. Key drivers of the economy will be given prominence. Listen in.
Reduction from 18 or from 12 to 5%. I list out those items, all of whom have come to 5% from either 18 or from 12. Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, soap bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले items indicate कर रहा हूँ. Ultra high temperature milk, the UHT milk, chena or paneer, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So roti kisi ke upar bhi, chapati or roti or paratha or whatever it is, they all come to nil. Reduction of GST from 12% or from 18% to 5%. इसमें फूड आइटम्स बहुत सारे हैं, नमकीन से भुजिया है, सॉसेस है, पास्ता है, इंस्टेंट नूडल्स है, चॉकलेट्स, कॉफ़ी, प्रिजर्व्ड मीट, कॉर्नफ्लेक्स, बटर, घी, ये सब 5% में आ रही है. फिर रिडक्शन फ्रॉम 28 टू 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारी चीज़ हैं. एयर कंडीशनिंग मशीन्स, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18. Agriculture goods such as tractors, agricultural, horticultural and forestry machines for soil preparation or cultivation, harvesting or threshing machines including straw or fodder balers, grass or hay movers, composting machines, etc., are all coming down from 12 to 5%. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on 12 specified biopesticides. Also from 12 to 5 is natural menthol. So किसान के लिए उनके products के लिए जो वो उपयोग करते हैं उन सब में it has come down. Again from 12 to 5 handicrafts and also labor intensive sectors. What are they? Handicrafts, marble, travertine blocks, granite blocks, intermediate leather goods. ये सब 5 में आ रही है. Reduction of cement from 28 to 18 क्योंकि घर बनाने में मिडिल क्लास के लिए सीमेंट इतना आवश्यक है इसीलिए 28 it has come down to 18. Health related items 33 life saving drugs and medicines and they all come down from 12 to 0. From 5 to 0 and 3 life-saving drugs and medicines used for treatment of cancer, rare diseases and other severe chronic diseases. There are several drugs and medicines coming down to 5 from 12.
And we're picking up more political responses are coming in on the government GST bonanza. So let's go play out all the political reactions across party lines.
Now, removing GST from life-saving drugs or from your life-saving earnings or the medical insurance. So these are the historical steps which I believe that every Indian is welcoming this. Second,
GST में जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बदलाव है वो घोषित किया है जो कि नवरात्रि के पहले दिन से लागू होगा. हमारे मध्यम वर्गीय परिवारों के जीवन में काम में आने वाली प्राय हर चीज़, चाहे खाने से संबंधित हो, चाहे पहनने से संबंधित हो, चाहे बच्चों की पढ़ाई से संबंधित हो, चाहे घर में टीवी स्कूटर से संबंधित हो, चाहे घर में वॉशिंग मशीन से संबंधित हो, हर चीज़ पर GST की दरें एक बड़ी मात्रा में कम की गई है जिससे कि हमारे जन के जीवन में, हमारे मध्यम वर्ग परिवारों के जीवन में, हमारे गरीब परिवारों के जीवन में एक बड़ी खुशी की लहर है. मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को साधुवाद देना चाहूँगा, धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा. माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि इतने मेथोडिकल तरीके से और एक आइटम का निर्णय लिया गया और इस निर्णय से सभी परिवारों में एक खुशी का माहौल है. आने वाले समय में आप देखेंगे नवरात्रि के पहले दिन से जब GST की नई रेट्स लागू होंगी तब हमारे देश में बहुत बड़े करोड़ों देशवासियों के जीवन में ये खुशी की लहर आएगी. धन्यवाद.
सर, कंज्यूमर इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स पे कम किया गया है GST, काफी हद तक मिल कर दिया गया उस पे, तो
वैसे को इंग्लिश में ले लेता हूँ. It's a matter of great joy for all of us that Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has decided to reduce the GST rates for practically everything that is used in the lives of our middle class families and our low income families, starting from food items to items which are used in day to day life, to students items which are required by our students, to the items which are used in our homes, whether it is consumer electronics, small cars, scooters. Everything is now going to see a lower GST rate from the first day of Navratri. I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for this big step, a major reform which is going to help each and every family in our country. Thank you. I would like to thank Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji for this major step, major rationalization of GST rates. Thank you.
All right, multiple reactions coming in right now after Finance Minister Sitharaman has announced the sweeping goods and services tax rate cuts effective from September 22nd. The GST revamp brings a majority of items in the 5% and 18% slabs, with many items like Indian breads, Paneer now facing 0% or nil tax as well, viewers. We're getting some more reactions coming in, viewers. Let's go ahead and play out the other political reactions we're getting, as many leaders have also, like you heard, thanked Prime Minister Modi for this Diwali gift.
तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ मैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को। एक बहुत बड़ा उपहार उन्होंने देश के आम नागरिक को दिया है। इतना बड़ा रिलीफ जिससे ना केवल सीधा सीधा साधारण जनता को लाभ मिल रहा है, जिस तरीके से हेल्थ सेक्टर में, इंश्योरेंस में, छोटी छोटी आपकी घर की रोज़मर्रा की वस्तुएं, आपका इलेक्ट्रॉनिक, हर शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, हर चीज़ में आपने जिस तरीके से जीएसटी में रिलीफ दिया है, करोड़ों करोड़ जनता प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करती है।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और देश की वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी का मैं बहुत बहुत आभार करती हूं, उनका धन्यवाद करती हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करती हूं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लाल किले की प्राचीर से जो घोषणा करी थी कि मोदी जी इस देश के फार्मर्स के हितों के लिए, मोदी जी इस देश के डेयरी इंडस्ट्री के हितों के लिए दीवार बन के खड़े हैं, लघु उद्योग यानी एमएसएमई के हितों के लिए दीवार बन के खड़े हैं, वो कवच की भूमिका वो निभाते हुए उन्होंने वहां पर जो घोषणा करी थी उसी को चरितार्थ करे हैं कल के ये जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स ने। ये हमारी देश में एक आर्थिक क्रांति का उद्घोष कर रहे हैं। पुनः मोदी सरकार को बहुत बधाई।
Viewers, bunch coming right up. Actor Ashish Kapoor arrested in Pune on alleged rape charges. Investigation is underway. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from 22nd September. D Street cheers major GST reform as markets open and green rupee strengthens by 17 paise against the US dollar. India battles record rainfall triggered flood landslides reported in Himachal's Kulu and Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir. Actor Ashish Kapoor arrested in Pune on alleged rape charges. Investigation is continuing. ED probe into betting app scam pick space. Cricketer Shikhar Dhavan now summoned for questioning today. Putin's strong message to Trump says will not engage in foreign intervention. Getting you some big breaking updates coming in, viewers. Former India cricketer Shikhar Dhawan was summoned by the ED for questioning in connection with a money laundering probe linked to an illegal betting app scam. Central Probe Agency will record Shikhar Dhawan's statement under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act as part of its investigation linked to an illegal betting app scam. 1xBet, that is the name of that app called 1xBet. Now remember that after Suresh Raina, we see one more cricketer, one has been summoned. This time is Shikhar Dhawan in connection with the case involving the promotion of betting apps. So this is a developing news story coming in right now. But as we keep getting more updates, remember that this is the illegal betting app a case where multiple celebrities have been summoned, they have been questioned, including actors. Now the entire focus is on money laundering and on surrogate advertising used to promote illegal betting. Focus is on QR codes in the ads which directed users to betting platforms. Many apps use masks of skill games to look legal, and fantasy games involve money and rigged algorithms, cricketer to actors. All of them, multiple cricketers, multiple actors over the past few months have been called in for questioning in this case. All were involved in promotions of these apps, and these apps are using social media influencers for promotion. So back-to-back updates coming in right now. Also remember that the crackdown on illegal betting apps and platforms is continuing because many of these apps are being promoted by celebrities. We're seeing that the complaints are coming in that celebrities are promoting such apps, which does not set a very good example to the youth of India. The ED has expanded its investigation in the illegal online betting app case. Many cricketers have also been questioned, including Harbhajan Singh, Suresh Raina, actors such as Urvashi Rautela, Sonu Sood, among others. All of them are being questioned in this case. Part of the ongoing investigation into the promotion of banned platforms like 1xBet. These platforms use surrogate names such as 1xBet in ad campaigns that include web links and QR codes to redirect users. Let's go straight across to senior editor Shravan Sen. Shravan, help us understand what we can expect next, because we know that many celebrities have been called in and summoned by the ED for questioning in this case.
Well, in fact, over 25 celebrities are basically under the scan of the Enforcement Directorate. As far as former cricketer Shikhar Dhawan is concerned, the allegation is that he has endorsed 1xBet, which happens to be an illegal betting app, which has now come under the scan of the Enforcement Directorate. Let me try and explain as to why why he has come under the scan of the Enforcement Directorate. That's only because, remember, there are multiple betting apps which have been doing the rounds. In fact, they've been operating from multiple states. The first set of FIRs that were registered were in Hyderabad, based on which the Enforcement Directorate had thereafter registered a case where they're essentially looking at the fact that how these apps have been operating in violation of state laws. And more importantly is that several youth had basically lost their money only because the celebrities had endorsed these apps, making it look like credible apps in which they could actually participate. Due to which we are now given to understand that the Enforcement Directorate has basically began their probe. In fact, this is the second summon that has been sent to Shikhar Dhawan. In the past, to remember, for 1xBet, Suresh Raina was also summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. So it is just not limited to Shikhar Dhawan or, for that matter, Suresh Raina, but there are several stars who have basically come under the scanner. Roughly about 25 of them have now come under the scan of the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, summons have already been sent out to them. Essentially, what the Enforcement Directorate wants to know from these celebrities that were they basically aware of the fact that these were illegal betting apps. In fact, they have operated without any licenses to begin with. Secondly, the law of the land does not permit these betting apps to operate in the first place. Keeping in mind that such apps have been operating for several months put together, and they have also put out advertisements in various media outlets, making it look like as though these are legitimate betting apps in which people can actually participate.
Right, absolutely. Shravan, also keeping in mind that he has already appeared before the Enforcement Directorate, the summon was given for 11. We learned that he has been coordinating in the probe. What is the line of questioning that Shikhar Dhawan could likely go through as far as the case is concerned?
Well, in fact, Tanisha, the focus right now of the entire investigation is the fact whether at all these celebrities were aware that these are illegal betting apps to begin with. Secondly, did they actually take any sort of legal recourse, basically, or legal opinion before actually endorsing these apps? The reason why the celebrities have now come under the scrutiny of the Enforcement Directorate, it's only primarily because of these celebrities. You have large number of people actually participating in these betting apps. And the fact that their presence or their endorsement essentially made it look like these are legal apps. That is the reason why they have been called in for questioning. It is essentially to give them an opportunity to explain their position on this entire matter as to whether at all they were aware of the legal ramifications of endorsing an app which is not legal to begin with. So these are some of the areas that the Enforcement Directorate are essentially looking at right now as the probe has basically gained momentum.
Right, Shravan, please stay with us. I'm also being joined by Shambhavi reporting outside the Enforcement Directorate office in the national capital. Shambhavi, what's the atmosphere there like? We learned that Shikhar Dhawan has already reached at the ED office.
Yes, Shikhar Dhawan is inside and the questioning is going on. Just today, the Enforcement Directorate summoned Shikhar Dhawan as part of a broader probe into the financial irregularities regarding the betting applications operating illegally, and the questioning will be tied to Enforcement Directorate checking and going through the money laundering charges which are related to these illegal betting apps, because a lot of celebrities have come under the scrutiny of Enforcement Directorate when similar cases regarding banning these illegal apps were going on in the Supreme Court as well. There were submissions made about how such apps have affected thousands of youth, and it is becoming a reason of a lot of youth committing suicide. So the questioning will be tied to Enforcement Directorate interrogating and investigating the money laundering charges about how these apps, betting apps, have been operating illegally. Back to you.
Right, Shambhavi, one last question before I let you go. What are the kind of allegations that have been pressed against Shikhar Dhawan? We learned that there are many other actors, along with Suresh Raina, one of the cricketer who has also been summoned. But when we talk about Shikhar Dhawan, what is the kind of allegation that the Enforcement Directorate has pressed upon him, around which the questioning will be carried out today?
So the question will be tied to his alleged involvement. What is the extent of his involvement, and how is this case connected to him, or when he signed up to be a part of this betting apps endorsement, was he aware of such illegal activity, or the fact that the app itself was operating illegally, and other financial irregularities which are a huge part of this case. So the questioning is going to be aligned to these subject matters itself.
Right, Shambhavi, thank you very much for getting us those details, keeping a very close watch on that story. But for now, we move on to some other stories that we are tracking. Television actor Ashish Kapoor was arrested by Delhi police from Pune after a woman has accused him of raping her at a house party in the national capital. We learned that the police said that the complainant had met Ashish Kapoor on a social media site and alleged that the incident took place at a party in Delhi in the second week of August, to be specific, at 11th August. Now, the police said that in her complaint, the victim stated that Ashish Kapoor sexually assaulted her in a washroom. According to police, the initial FIR named Ashish Kapoor, his friend, the friend's wife, and two unknown people as well. But later on, the victim said that she was not gang raped and that it was only Ashish Kapoor who raped her and then filmed her. We also been joined by Meenakshi from Mumbai. Meenakshi, the allegations against the TV actor Ashish Kapoor are extremely serious. What is it that the FIR is stating regarding this matter?
Till now, we got to know that initial FIR victim alleged against 5 persons. Number one, is Ashish Kapoor. Number 2 is Ashish Kapoor's friend. Number 3, Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife. And another 2 unknown persons. After initial FIR, victim changed her statement and she said she raped by only Ashish Kapoor. And also she alleged that after this incident, outside washroom, that Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife also insults that victim. And here the questions are, several questions are there. Number 1 question is, police initially said that the call from that house party, from that house was made by a woman. And this woman was Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife. Police said that. And the victim was saying that Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife also assaulted her outside washroom. She said inside washroom, Ashish Kapoor assaulted her and raped her. And outside
assaulted her and raped her. And outside washroom, Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife assaulted her. If the victim statement is that, then police is saying Ashish Kapoor's friend wife herself made a PCR call and informed police about this matter. Number 1 question. Number 2 is that the victim said on her statement that all acts are recorded in a video. Video recording was done, but police has not found any type of video, any type of footage. So where is that video? Who shoot that video? And who were the 2 unknown person? Are they Ashish Kapoor friends or are they victim friends? Victim said on her statement that victim met Ashish Kapoor on Instagram, and she met first time to Ashish Kapoor in Delhi. And they met in Delhi house party. There are some friends of Ashish Kapoor's there, and there are some friends of Ashish Kapoor, that victim there. Who are there? Who are their friends presented in this very day? And Ashish Kapoor friends and his friend's wife's role is also questionable, because Ashish Kapoor wife made PCR call and alleged by victim Ashish Kapoor wife also assaulted her. So her role are under investigation, and Ashish Kapoor's friend's role is also under investigation. Now the update is Ashish Kapoor arrested in Pune from Pune by Delhi police, and they took him from Pune to Delhi. And we know that Ashish Kapoor, after the incident, Ashish Kapoor left Delhi and he came to Mumbai first. Then he got to know police is searching for, police is finding him. So he left Mumbai and he went to Goa. Police was tracking Ashish Kapoor. Then Ashish Kapoor left Goa and he went to Pune. And at last, the Delhi police came to Pune and they arrested Ashish Kapoor from Pune. And now they take him to Delhi from Pune. This is the latest update.
Yes, Meenakshi, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to some more breaking news that's coming in. The Hindustan Aeronautics Limited will deliver the first 2 Tejas Mk1A aircraft in October 2025, marking a slight delay from the previously announced September timeline. Big defense boost to India. The Hindustan Aeronautics Limited is all set to deliver the first 2 Tejas Mk1A fighter jets to the Indian Air Force in October 2025, slightly delayed from the initial September timeline. The delay is attributed to engine supply issues, with HAL received only 2 General Electric F404I and 20 engines so far, now short of the expected 12 engines by year end. Despite this setback, the 2 aircraft are already assembled and will undergo firing trials this month before the normal delivery. The Tejas Mk1A is an advanced variant of the light combat aircraft LCA Tejas, featuring upgraded avionics, electronic warfare capabilities and modern weapon integration. The delivery, ladies and gentlemen, is a part of a larger contract for 83 aircraft with an additional order for 97 jets worth rupees 67,000 crore approved by the government. Ishan is joining me live from the national capital on that. Ishan, please share more details on the big Atmanirbhar Bharat push that India's defence sector will be getting by the year 2025, October to be specific. Alright, we seem to have lost that line with Ishan. We'll try getting him back, but this is a big Atmanirbhar Bharat push, a big push for India's defence sector to the Indian Air Force, with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited all set to deliver the first two Tejas Mk-1A fighter jets to the Indian Air Force in the year 2025. This is going to happen in just some moments from now, some months from now, I beg your pardon. October is the date that has been given. Ishan is joining me live on the phone line on that. Ishan, please share more details on the delivery of the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited of the two Tejas Mk-1A fighter jets.
The delivery of these Mark 1A Tejas aircraft were to be done in October. However, due to delays in testing, the same have now been postponed to they were earlier to be delivered in September. However, now the deliveries have been scheduled to October. These delays are primarily due to the engines being received in a delayed fashion from GE. The S404 IN20 engines have been seen to be facing significant delays from GE, and these delays are causing the HAL to not be able to deliver the aircraft on time. These delays have been caused. Now the two aircraft which are fully assembled are undergoing testing. They will be undergoing fire testing and electronic testing shortly. And once these testings are completed, they will be delivered to the IAF now in October 2025.
Right, thank you very much, Ishan, for getting us those details. Moving on, BJP MP and West Bengal BJP President Samik Bhattacharya lauded the centre's GST reforms and said GST reforms have been brought in for the relief of countrymen. Listen in.
देखिए, जीएसटी रिफॉर्म्स देशवासियों के लिए किया गया है. पूरा दुनिया आज ये देख रहे हैं जो कोविड उत्तर काल में जब सारे विश्व की अर्थव्यवस्था चरमरा गया है, उसमें भारत अपने शक्ति से कैसे खड़ा है. ना तो कोई सोशल वेलफेयर प्रोजेक्ट बंद हुआ, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों का पास ये सरकार खड़ा रहा, 80 करोड़ जनता को मुफ्त में अनाज मिला कोविड काल से, और उसका बाद में इतना बड़ा राहत. ये जो डोमेस्टिक इकोनॉमी हमारा है उसमें और तेज आएगा, कंपटीशन बढ़ेगा और सारे कीमती घटेगी, तो परचेजिंग कैपेसिटी बढ़ेगा. तो पूरा विषय को लेकर अगर देखा जाए तो भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था एक नया जान फूंक दिया नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने.
Ladies and gentlemen, monsoon fury has unleashed devastation across the country, from the fertile plains of Punjab to the hills of Himachal and the valleys of Kashmir. Nature's wrath is everywhere. In Punjab, villages lie submerged and farmland destroyed, leaving lakhs displaced. Rescue and relief operations are in full swing, but thousands of villages are waterlogged. Hectares of farmland have been destroyed and lakhs have been displaced from their homes. In Himachal and Jammu, flash floods have triggered landslides, leading to Army and CRPF personnel airdropping supplies via choppers. And here in the national capital, connectivity is severely disrupted as waterlogging causes kilometers of long jam. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, where are you at this point in time, and what is the situation on ground like right now in Jammu?
Right now we are reporting from the Gakhrial area of the Jammu. It is in the Akhnur sector, where a major portion of land has been washed away as the waters of Chenab has now breached into the civilian areas, breaking the barricades. And now what has happened, that a total of 27 villages that are in the border area of Pragwal, they have completely been disconnected. Over 25,000 people, they have been disconnected from this very area. What has happened, that the Chenab has actually reversed its flow. It has entered into the civilian areas, and now the people have no other option but then to risk their life to cross the Chenab river using the tubes and the tires that they have with them. Otherwise they have no option. We'll try to speak to some locals as well. Chacha, aapka naam?
मेरा नाम रामपाल।
राम जी, कितनी ज्यादा दिक्कत जो है इस इलाका टूटने से हुई है?
दिक्कत सभी इलाकों में है, इस इलाके में क्या है?
यहाँ पे ये पूरा आगे वाला टूट गया प्रगवाल?
पूरा बंद है, सब कुछ बंद है।
अगर वहाँ जाना हो तो इसको पार करके तैर के जाना,
और जहाँ वो दरिया के पार से उधर से जाना पड़ता है, जहाँ से जाना पड़ता है।
यहाँ पे कोई नहीं है
और कोई रेंज नहीं है इधर का जाने का।
So you see that the people are struggling. Some people on the other side, you see from the Pragwal, they are waiting on the other side because some came on the tractors because it is not a motorable road, so small vehicles or the SUVs cannot come. It is only tractor that the people from the nearby villages they had come to this point. But beyond this point, the connectivity is zero and they cannot come to this side, and that is why it is really very concerning for the authorities. We'll try to speak to some locals as well. Sir, मुझे बताइए कितनी ज्यादा वहाँ परेशानी है, कितने लोग फंसे हैं आप लोग?
सर, आपको बता नहीं सकते कितनी परेशानी है वहाँ पे हर चीज़ की शॉर्टेज आ रही है धीरे धीरे। एलपीजी की प्रॉब्लम आ रही, लाइट नहीं है, खाने का भी प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है। अभी स्टॉक जो था वो ख़त्म होने पे है, तो अब तो 3-4 दिन से तो ये रोड बंद है। जब तक रोड नहीं बनेगा तब तक सफाई नहीं जाएगी।
There is no solution other than building a road, and the way the level of the water here is, they have no other option. On the other side, I'll request Ashu to move to those visuals, that the locals, those who are risking their lives to cross the Chenab to go to the other side, because they have no other option other than this, because the flow of the water is such that they cannot go by walking or by any vehicle, and that's why they are getting submerged up to neck level. That is what the visuals are showing. I'm requesting Ashu to zoom in if we can show you that. See the level that to which these all people, they have got submerged into the water. It is almost to their neck level that they are getting submerged, and now they have to cross this river Chenab. This is a mighty river Chenab that they have to cross. I'll request Ashu to pan out to show you the full depth of the full length of this river that they have to cross. First we will show you the full length of this river that is there, and this is the entire area. This is the entire area that is there. I'll request Ashu to keep showing you that they have to cross, and now I'll request Ashu to zoom into that, how these people, they are risking their life. They are actually submerged up to the neck level. The water is up to their neck level, and they are crossing this mighty river Chenab to go to the other side. So this is the situation that has become. I'll request Ashu to shift to the other people, those who are also crossing from the river Chenab, because it is only risking their life, but they have no other option than to risk their life and to move from one side to another, because the road connectivity has totally been washed away with the floods that have taken place in this very area of the Gadkhal and the nearby areas. Other than this, the people have the option. You see that what is the situation, that any time that the water level, if it goes up, it is going to risk their lives. Though the locals with the tubes, they are also here to help the others, but this is only the temporary arrangement which could risk their life any time. So these are the visuals that are emerging from the rear areas, from the areas that are far off, close to the borders, but have actually received the major dent from the river Chenab, actually changing its route and entering the civilian areas.
Right, Gursaman, thank you very much for getting us those details. And even as authorities scramble to restore normalcy amidst the monsoon mayhem, take a look at some of these ground reports.
We are here today at Mayur Vihar, and as of today morning, the water level in Yamuna has risen to 207.4 meters as compared to yesterday of 206.9 meters. We are going to show you the surrounding here. Now, this right here is the metro line which connects to the Mayur Vihar metro station around 100-150 meters away. This is the water situation. We are going to show you. You can see the trees are partially submerged. The park part is almost underwater. You can only see the leaves part. You can also see the water level, understand how deep it is by the markings of the pillar. This is rising dangerously after the water was released from the Hatnikund barrage at around 3.3 lakh cusecs, and a lot of people were evacuated from the low-lying riverbed areas, and this is where the evacuation camps are set. These are the evacuation camps where people are now forced to spend their time, because they lost a lot of their everyday items. Their homes are now partially underwater. The flood water has entered, and this is the current situation of the entire Delhi NCR as of now. The water level has reached 207.4 meters. We will continue to bring you the ground reports from all over Delhi NCR. in this flood-like situation. Stay tuned. This is Shambhavi with Vijay S. Rawat on Republic TV.
Time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, we're getting you details of what's costlier, what's cheaper after the mega GST reform announcement. Also after the break, details on the allegations and charges that have been pressed against cricketer Shikhar Dhawan on the illegal betting scam probe.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा मसाला
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think. Today, the World Health Organization officially announced
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Our doctors, our nurses,
our technicians, our medicines, our drugs, and drugs in the right sense, please, have become the flavor, have become the need of the entire world. It is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we maintain that trust. It is incumbent, it is our duty as stakeholders, as participants in this journey in the Amrit Kal until 2047. We are all collectively committed to take this country to greater heights. In the next 2 years, we will be the world's third largest economy. By 2047, we will grow from a $4 trillion economy to a $30 trillion economy. We all have a role cut out in that. We all have our duties defined for us. It is the collective resolve and commitment of 1.4 billion Indians that powers this country, that makes us the world's fastest growing economy, that ensures even in Q1, in a highly volatile, uncertain, VUCA climate, geopolitical risks, India grows at 7.8%. And that is only possible when you have a decisive leader like Narendra Modi guiding and leading the country. It is only possible when our young Indians, full of talent, full of skills, the spirit to endure, work hard, work honestly to take the country forward. That is the strength of our democracy, because the world knows that India offers them fair and equal treatment. There is a rule of law, there are courts, there is a vibrant media, there is a parliament. India provides the world comfort and confidence as a vibrant democracy with demographic dividend of a young population, that demand that 1.4 billion Indians generate for goods and services, the decisive leadership that Mr. Narendra Modi, Honorable Prime Minister, provides. It is this collective bouquet of offerings that defines India, that defines the India growth story. And I think the icing of the India story was provided yesterday with the Diwali gift, as promised in the Independence Day address on 15th August by Prime Minister Modi. He delivers on whatever he promises. And I think yesterday's reform in indirect taxes, in GST, coming on the back of several initiatives.
Well, we have some pictures coming in of the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lawrence Wong, meeting the Prime Minister in the national capital to review robust and multifaceted cooperation between the two nations. And during this visit, the Singapore Prime Minister will also call on President Draupadi Murmu. And this visit is providing an opportunity for both the Prime Ministers to review the robust and multifaceted cooperation between the two nations, setting the path for future collaborations as well. And they will also engage on regional and international issues of mutual interest. Just a while back, Prime Minister Wong also met with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and he spoke to Jaishankar on several issues, international issues of mutual interest. And External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and other dignitaries also met Prime Minister Wong during the course of his 3-day visit to India. And the External Affairs Ministry said that the visit of Prime Minister Wong coincides with the 60th anniversary of India-Singapore diplomatic relations and reaffirms the continued commitment of both countries to further strengthen this partnership And let me give you the highlights of the meeting between Prime Minister Wong and also External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. After his meeting, he said, had a productive start to my visit in the national capital. He was also joined by overseas Singaporeans and friends of Singapore for a special SG60 reception. And after the reception, he met with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. And he called the talks with EAM as very, very productive. And he arrived on the national capital on Tuesday for a 3-day trip. In fact, Dr. S. Jaishankar also put out a social media post on his visit. We have Chandrakala also joining us live. Chandrakala, what's the significance, apart from the 60th anniversary of the bilateral ties, how significant is this visit of the Singapore Prime Minister to the national capital for a 3-day visit?
Well, the Singaporean Prime Minister here is in New Delhi for his first such visit after assuming office. Of course, he has also met Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Earlier, he has met External Affairs Minister. As we know that India and Singapore share a very, very important bilateral cooperation as far as the trade cooperation is also concerned. Of course, various key agreements are on card to be taking, are on card between the two countries to basically shore up ties in terms of green hydrogen, green energy, shipping, civil aviation and space. And of course, that he is being accompanied by 3 cabinet ministers right at this moment. He's on a 3-day trip to India. This is his first such visit to India after assuming office. He has met External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, Dr. Jaishankar earlier today. He has also met Prime Minister Narendra Modi just a while ago. A very, very important visit coming at a very important time when it comes to India's cooperation with countries like Singapore, and of course the 60th anniversary as far as the bilateral cooperation is concerned between the two countries. Yes, coming at a very crucial time when a lot of geopolitical developments are underway, and India, Singapore are working towards bolstering ties as far as trade is concerned between the two countries. Over to you.
That's right, Chandrakala. Thank you for joining us with those details. Now shifting our focus to more breaking news coming in. This one from Karnataka, because Hindu seers and groups have written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Hindu seers have raised increasing attacks on Sanatan Dharma as well as Hindus. This is in the backdrop of the Dharmasthala hoax case, which Republic has exposed to you time and again. And all those hoax activists and YouTubers are now facing the heat. And parallelly, Hindu seers have also raised concerns on increasing attacks on Sanatan Dharma. There you can see, this is the picture of the Hindu seers meeting the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, expressing their angst over the rising attacks on Sanatan Dharma as well as Hindus. Now this comes in the backdrop of the Dharmasthala case, which has largely been nothing but a hoax, because apart from a couple of locations, no skeletons have been unearthed. In fact, those skeletons which were unearthed as well have been sent to the FSL and the reports are awaited. And to give us more insights about their meeting, we have Rajshekhar Swamiji, a Hindu seer, joining us live on this broadcast. A very good afternoon to you, Rajshekhar Swamiji. Help us understand your meeting with the Union Home Minister. What are the concerns that you flagged with him?
Yeah, now we going to the under SIT investigation. We do this another investigation for the Central Affairs Minister Amit Bhai Shah. हमने उसका पास हम गया, जाने के बाद उन्होंने हमको टाइम दिया. वो टाइम के बारे में हमने जो इसका अंदर षड्यंत्र हुआ, वो षड्यंत्र बाहर आने के लिए NIA इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए बोल के हमने सम्माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित भाई शाह का पास हमने अपील किया. ये अपील के बारे में उन्होंने सकारात्मक आंसर हमको दिया. जो अभी SIT इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है, क्यों आपका अंदर डाउट आ रहा है, तो हमने बोल दिया ये विचार जो चल रहा है ये दिल्ली तक पहुंच गया. दिल्ली का बाहर पूरी राष्ट्र का बाहर इसका विचार चल गया. वो तो हलचल चलने की समय में भी हमारी जो सद्भक्त जो रहता है उनका ऊपर एक डाउट आ रहा है. क्यों ऐसा विचार जो जग में फैला हुआ है, वो फैला होने के बाद इस समस्या को धर्मस्थल को हटाने के लिए अलग अलग तरीका का षड्यंत्र बनाया। वो षड्यंत्र बाहर आने का बोल के हमने अमित भाई शाह का पास हमने विनंती किया।
राजशेखर स्वामी जी हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए, क्योंकि हमारे एग्जीक्यूटिव एडिटर निरंजन इज ऑल्सो जॉइनिंग अस, वो भी आपसे प्रश्न पूछेंगे। यस निरंजन, प्लीज गो अहेड.
With me, that is why I just wanted to ask him about the letter. So essentially, Vajradehi Swamiji is live with us. This is Rajshekhar Ananda Swamiji, and I have the letter that has been written, and I have about 8 seers who have written this letter basically, Deepak. So there are 8 seers who have signed the letter, and they have met Union Home Minister Amit Shah yesterday. We have those pictures also playing out. These are exclusive pictures, by the way, so we'll use a watermark on that. But the question is, स्वामी जी आपने अमित शाह जी से क्या पूछा, आपका मांग क्या थी? क्योंकि इस लेटर में आपने एक स्पेशल लॉ का भी मांग किया है. यू आस्क्ड फॉर अनदर लॉ, अ स्पेशल लेजिस्लेशन.
ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन को हमने मना किया, जो क्योंकि ये विचार जो चल रहा है पूरी जग में दरअसल विचारधारा चल रहा है, वो पूरी धर्मस्थल के बारे में एकदम उसको डाउट में फैलाया. तो ये डाउट क्यों है, हमने क्यों इसमें इसका विचार गृह मंत्री का पास रखा है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अमित भाई शाह का पास क्यों रखा है, बोलेंगे तो ये जो विचार आया पूरी दिल्ली में, ये विचार का बारे में उधर बैठक हुआ. वो जो लेफ्टिस्ट जो है उनका पास भी एक विचार चल रहा है, और इसके ऊपर बाहर देश से क्यों इसको इकोनॉमिकली पावर मिला, उसका विचार का बारे में भी नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम उसका जांच करना चाहिए बोल के हमने अमित शाह का पास हमने हमारा विनंती रखा है.
आपका ये जो
हमको आंसर दिया.
हाँ जी, नहीं, आपका ये जो लेटर में आपने ये भी लिखा है कि यू हैव रिटन अबाउट यूट्यूबर्स और ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स के बारे में आपने लिखा है. मैं हमारे दर्शकों को बता देता हूँ, ये जो लेटर है, बाय द वे द seers have written to Amit Shah, and I have the letter. The pictures are on your screen of them meeting the Union Home Minister. This is a very significant meeting, ladies and gentlemen, that many Latvian channels will not show you because they're cut off from the reality. Now, after the Dharmasthala hoax, many Hindu seers have felt enough is enough, and they have met the Union Home Minister. And among the demands that they have placed in front of the Union Home Minister, one of them is to ensure that in the digital era, a new and equally dangerous form of atrocity has arisen. Certain YouTubers, vloggers, social media influencers have repeatedly mocked, insulted, defamed our revered munis, acharyas and swamijis through derogatory videos, misinformation and sensationalism. Such content spreads like wildfire, causing immense harm to dignity of revered saints, to Hindus, to Hinduism. Saying freedom of expression cannot be allowed to become freedom for defamation. Freedom of defamation. ये जो हुआ है धर्मशाला के स्टोरी में, वज्रदेही स्वामी जी, राजशेखर स्वामी जी, ये देखिए धर्मशाला में एक यूट्यूबर का वीडियो, और लोग ये भी बोल रहे हैं कि इसमें पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है. ये यूट्यूबर जो है इसको पैसे देते हैं. यहाँ पे ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि पैसा दुबई से आया. ईडी ने अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू की है. आपने यूट्यूबर्स और जो इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के बारे में ये जो चिट्ठी में लिखा है, थोड़ा हमारे दर्शकों को बताइए, आपने क्या देखा है इस धर्मशाला एपिसोड में?
धर्मशाला एपिसोड में जो चर्चा हुई है, समीर बोल के एक आदमी मतीयवादी विचारधारा रख के दूत नाम से इन्होंने ये वीडियो करके ये बोगस फैलाया. तो इसकी वजह से हमने सोचा ये पूरी, शायद उन लोग बोलते हैं 250 यूट्यूबर्स ऑन टाइम रिकॉर्ड टू द धर्मशाला केस. वी नो अंडरस्टैंडिंग. हमने जो ये विचारधारा गृह मंत्री का पास रखा है, जो सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म मिसयूज होता है, वो मिसयूज होने के कारण से धर्मस्थल का नाम खराब होता रहता है. तो इसकी विचारधारा में ये कानून होना चाहिए, क्योंकि उसको किधर से भी उसको इंटरप्ट होने के कारण से ये कानून मजबूत होना चाहिए बोल के हमने साथ में संत नियोग गृह मंत्री का पास ये विचारधारा का है। इसकी विचार का बारे में सम्मान्य गृह मंत्री जी ने बोला, हम सकारात्मक विचार का बारे में हम सोचेंगे, यह विचारधारा हम कैबिनेट मीटिंग में लाएंगे, उसका विचारधारा का बारे में हम क्या क्या आगे करना है वो जरूरी हम करेंगे बोल के हमको सम्मान्य गृह मंत्री जी अमित भाई शाह ने हमको सकारात्मक आंसर दिया है।
ओके फाइनली मेरा आखिरी क्वेश्चन है यहाँ पे, आपने स्पेसिफिकली भी लिखा है कि प्रोटेक्टिव लॉ ऑन द लाइंस ऑफ SC/ST प्रिवेंशन ऑफ अट्रॉसिटीज एक्ट। सो बेसिकली seers, Hindu seers are fighting back, and these are a group of seers who have met essentially from Karnataka following the Dharmasthala hoax. I have the names of these seers: Jagat Guru Sri Vachanananda Swami ji, and then Mallikarjuna Swami ji, Atmaram Swami ji, Dharmasena Swami ji, Jagat Guru Siddharameshwara Swami ji, Jagat Guru Purushottamananda Swami ji, Rajshekarananda Swami ji, who is also live with us. He himself has met Amit Shah, and Sri Saurabh Sen Swami ji. अब आखिरी आपने यहाँ पे लिखा है, आपका लास्ट पॉइंट इस लेटर में है कि सनातन धर्म की प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए, प्रोटेक्ट द डिग्निटी ऑफ सनातन धर्म along with saints. We are very sure of your great leadership, that of our beloved Prime Minister Modi ji, that you will deliver, who have delivered on their promise of Ram Mandir Article 370. You are all our saviors. You are our only saviors. क्या आपको लगता है, मैं ओपन लास्ट क्वेश्चन आपको एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन पूछ के मैं आपको छोड़ देता हूँ स्वामी जी। ओपन क्वेश्चन है, क्या आपको लगता है कि जहाँ पे आप बैठे हैं कांग्रेस की सरकार है, क्या आपको लगता है कांग्रेस की सरकार का भी हाथ है इस धर्मस्थला एपिसोड में?
तो केंद्र में जो हमको ये विचारधारा का बारे में डाउट है, वो जो दिल्ली में मीटिंग किया है, दिल्ली में मीटिंग होने के बाद जो लेफ्टिस्ट साथ में रहता है उसमें एक MP का नाम आ रहा है, उसका विचार का बारे में जो षड्यंत्र हुआ है वो षड्यंत्र किधर से आया हमको मालूम नहीं है। SIT उसका बारे में पूरी तनिखा नहीं कर पा रहेंगे क्योंकि वो स्टेट का वजह से हो रहा है। तो सम्मान्य हमारा स्टेट का गृह मंत्री जी ने भी बोला है, वो स्केलेटन का जो विचारधारा है उसके बारे में हमने SIT किया है। तो हमको ये डाउट है, तो क्यों इसकी वजह से गलत फैला रहा है, तो उसकी वजह से षड्यंत्र क्या है, कौन इसका अंदर है, किसका हाथ है, हादस क्यों करता है, वो उसका विचार के बारे में पूरी जग
Okay, we lost his audio there. We'll leave it at that. Handing it back to you for now, Deepak. We accessed the exclusive pictures and the letter. The story is getting bigger because as the investigation now goes into the ED domain, the financial angle, the money trail becomes key. And if there is an element of foreign funding that's proven, the story is going to explode. Okay? I'm handing it back to you for now. Swamiji, thank you for joining us. I'll thank you at this point. Okay. That was Vajradehi Swamiji, also Rajshekar Swamiji, who is joining us on his meeting with Amit Shah. Thank you for joining us. Back to you for now.
God bless.
That's right. Thank you, Niranjan, for giving us a perspective on this particular breaking news update. Now, the key demands, as mentioned by the seers, is for a legal and a protective framework similar to the SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act, fast-tracking justice, a digital platform accountability, immediate action on Dharmasthala case. These are the key demands that have been made by the seers before the Union Home Minister during their meeting. Moving on, viewers, Union Minister for Railways, Information and Broadcasting, Ashwini Vaishnaw, hailed the GST reforms and highlighted the benefits of the tax reforms. Listen in.
It's a matter of great joy for all of us that Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has decided to reduce the GST rates for practically everything that is used in the lives of our middle class families and our low income families. Starting from food items to items which are used in day-to-day life, to students, items which are required by our students, to the items which are used in our homes, whether it is consumer electronics, small cars, scooters, everything is now going to see a lower GST rate from the first day of Navratri. I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for this big step, a major reform which is going to help each and every family in our country. Thank you. I would like to thank Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji for this major step, major rationalization of GST rates.
Viewers, shifting our focus to Assam, the All Assam Students Association and the Students' Union has launched a hunger strike demanding eviction and deportation of illegal immigrants, along with action against radical elements in the state. And today's protest is part of a month-long agitation program with demonstrations being staged across Assam. It marks a significant escalation in the ongoing agitation led by the All Assam Students' Union, as members have launched a hunger strike. And their demand is the eviction and deportation of illegal immigrants, which is a long-standing and a very deeply emotive issue in Assam's socio-political landscape. And the protesters are also calling for stringent action against all those radical elements that they claim are threatening the peace and also demographic balance of the state. It's no longer just the crackdown by the administration. It's become a people's movement. It's become a students' movement right now. And as you can see on your screens, the All Assam Students' Union is currently on a hunger strike. And this is part of this union's broader month-long agitation program, which has already seen demonstrations and rallies across various districts in Assam, from Guwahati to Dibrugarh and even Tezpur to Barpeta. Student leaders and supporters have taken to the streets in large numbers, sending a strong and a very united message to both the state and the central governments. And the union's leadership has also reiterated that this movement is not just about immediate demands, but about safeguarding the identity, the culture, and constitutional rights of the indigenous people of Assam. And they have warned that if their concerns are not addressed with sincerity and urgency, the protests could intensify. We'll have to wait and watch whether their demands are accepted or not. Now, shifting our focus, a massive landslide occurred at Gagan Bawara Ghat in Gagan Bawara National Highway.
1 minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And this landslide happened on a highway connecting Sindhudurg to Kolhapur in Maharashtra. And due to this, the ghat has been closed for traffic since 8 a.m. Debris removal work is currently underway and the landslide is expected to be cleared soon. Cut off by floods in Jammu, a 9-month pregnant woman in labour at Ramkot Samba was saved after troops trekked 18 kilometers through rain and darkness to coordinate an army aviation helicopter evacuation. She was airlifted safely to military hospital Samba. In a parallel development, White Knight Corps has also launched swift HADR ops, evacuating civilians including children and 2 in critical condition. Heavy rain triggered landslides were reported near Jangtown in Arunachal Pradesh's Tawang district, blocking key stretches of strategic roads that are critical supply line to the frontier areas. However, the Border Roads Organization restored the traffic movement, ensuring uninterrupted movement of traffic flow. With that, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement and more set to get cheaper from 22nd September. Along with that, Dalal Street cheers major GST reforms as markets open in green. Rupee strengthens by 17 paise against US dollar. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I choose a world where we dream and the limit is the sky, and this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for
Massive GST rate cuts, consumer goods, farm products, cement, and much more to get cheaper from 22nd September. The street cheers major GST reforms as markets open in green. Rupee strengthens by 17 paise against the dollar. India battles record rainfall triggered flash floods. Landslides reported in Himachal's Kullu and Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir. Actor Ashish Kapoor arrested in Pune on alleged rape charges. Investigation is currently underway. ED probes betting app scam. This investigation picks pace. Cricketer Shikhar Dhawan summoned for questioning today. Putin's strong message to Trump, says won't engage in foreign intervention. Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV viewers. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and first up we have some big breaking news coming in the Ashish Kapoor case, because the police has got 2 days custody, and sources have also confirmed that they have accessed few more videos, the investigation on which is currently underway. This is the Ashish Kapoor alleged case of rape, and the police have said that the complainant had met Ashish Kapoor on social media and alleged that the incident took place at a party in the national capital in the second week of August. And now the Delhi police has gotten 2 days custody of Ashish Kapoor because the alleged incident happened here in the national capital, and he has been arrested for rape. Ashish Kapoor is now in police custody. Few more videos have been accessed, and in fact we have Soumya also joining us live to give us more insights. Soumya, 2 days custody for Delhi police, and a few more videos are also accessed. They are being investigated. What more do you have on the case?
Yes, well, see, Deepak, it has been made very clear by the sources here that the Delhi police has got 2 days custody of Ashish Kapoor. He has been arrested by the Delhi police and he's going to be in the custody for next 2 days. And they have confirmed that after the custody gets over, he will be produced before the district magistrate. Not just that, certain videos are in question and that was raised even by the victim in this case. Now, the sources within the police have also confirmed that they have accessed few videos. The actual number we are not aware of at the moment, but the investigating team in this particular case has accessed few videos and they are focusing on these videos for further investigation and questioning of Ashish Kapoor. So these are the details that we have picked up and with that the police has also hinted that few other people have also been named in the FIR, the details of which have not been confirmed yet, but they have assured that other than Ashish Kapoor, few other people have also been named in this FIR once the complaint was registered by the victim in this case.
Soumya, help us with the allegations leveled by the complainant. For our viewers who are just tuning in, help us with those details.
See, Deepak, the complainant, the victim in this case has alleged that she was assaulted by Ashish Kapoor. She also had initially hinted that she was assaulted by a friend's wife, Ashish Kapoor's friend's wife as well. So these are few of the complaints raised by the victim in this case, and on that basis the FIR has been registered. The police has the custody for Ashish Kapoor for the next 2 days. Now the matter is moving really on a very fast pace. The investigation is on full force. They are investigating from all the possible angles and they're taking help of the footages and the videos that they have accessed from that particular day when the incident happened. And now all the vested parties are being questioned into the case.
That's right. Soumya, thank you for joining me with those details. The case is getting bigger and now more videos have been accessed. And what we understand is that all those who are present at the party will also be questioned. Now let's shift our focus to the Enforcement Directorate's latest update, because it has unearthed dummy accounts and mule accounts being used to route betting money with deposits and withdrawals happening within hours. And several Benami accounts have also been identified. But by the time agencies trace the VPAs and send directions to banks, the funds will vanish. And the Enforcement Directorate says it has gathered open source intelligence on celebrities, influencers, media houses, and advertising agencies promoting these illegal apps. And other popular betting platforms under investigation include Fairplay, Mahadev, Book, and Lotus 365. But what's shocking is the sophistication of the financial trail, viewers. These aren't just small-time gamblers. We're talking about an entire networks of mule and Benami accounts, many created using fake or stolen KYC data. Funds are being deposited and withdrawn in just a matter of hours and sometimes within minutes as well. And that's what is making it incredibly difficult for the Enforcement Directorate to freeze the assets on time. And most of these platforms are leveraging on virtual payment address or VPAs to collect and disperse money, often under the guise of legitimate businesses, sometimes even posing as educational services, e-commerce platforms or tech startups. And by the time the authorities flag the UPI IDs and the VPAs and also notify banks, the accounts are either drained or deactivated. This is a major hindrance for the Enforcement Directorate. And the ED has now reportedly used an open source intelligence to track down connections to celebrities, social media influencers, digital marketing agencies, and even some of the mainstream media houses. We have Shravan Sen also joining us live, our senior editor. Shravan, the sophisticated financial trail, mule accounts, and also, their VPAs and immediate withdrawals and deposits are making it very difficult for the Enforcement Directorate. How is the ED looking at as far as the alternatives are concerned?
Well, in fact, Deepak, the details that we have with us right now is of the investigation that has been carried out so far. Why exactly has the Enforcement Directorate really stepped in and how they have done it so far? It's very interesting, Deepak, because it turns out that ED officers themselves, they tried registering in these very apps. Dummy accounts were basically created. The reality is this, that this is not limited to some sort of a fantasy game, but there is also involvement of money, there is also an involvement of betting, and that's the reason why the Enforcement Directorate believes that there is prima facie, there is a case that has been cut out. Now, interestingly, there are mule accounts through which the money was essentially being diverted. In fact, it turns out from the investigation that has been carried out that there are not just one, there are a dozen such applications that were available on various platforms. In fact, I'm given to understand Google as well as Apple has now been roped in. They've also written to them seeking some sort of a help with regards to perhaps putting an end to the advertisements that were taking place on their platforms. Because if you remember, during any major cricketing event, or for that matter any other sporting event, most of these apps would have put out massive advertisements. In fact, certain media houses which have got money to the tune of about 50 crore rupees have also now come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. What I'm given to understand from top sources within the Enforcement Directorate is that all of them, there was an ecosystem that was in place. You would have the media houses being paid by these applications, and you had celebrities, their faces endorsing these very applications. It turns out, based on this kind of an advertisement, they were getting a large inflow of people who were playing these apps. It wouldn't have been a problem had it been only limited to some sort of a fantasy game, but the very involvement of money, there was also high stakes involved in it. That's when people started losing their money, and they believed that the algorithm was basically designed in such a manner that it would have only benefited the company, which would essentially mean that you and I, if we were participating in it, there was a very high chances that we would have actually lost the money, because the algorithm was essentially designed in that manner so that people actually who participate in it do not make any money, but rather they actually lose their money. In fact, there's also a pattern that has basically emerged that in the initial few games you would have actually earned some money, gaining the confidence of the player that there is a high possibility that you would end up making money, but subsequently as you continue playing, there is a high possibility that you would start losing money. It was almost becoming like an addiction in some cases, and that is the reason why there's a large amount of money that was actually lost. What we do not know at this point in time, Deepak, is that whether at all, what is the cumulative figure that the Enforcement Directorate is looking at in terms of the losses that have been incurred by various people who participated or registered in these apps. But there is a big role that these celebrities do actually play. Had it not been for the celebrities, that perhaps the legitimacy to this apps would not have been there. The legitimacy was given only because of the fact that you have had top celebrities participating in it and giving their face on these very applications.
Thank you so much, Shravan, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in now. Shikhar Dhawan, the cricketer, also being summoned in the online betting app scandal case that has been on the ED's radar for some time now. Meanwhile, moving on to a quick report on Union Minister of Railways and Information Broadcasting, Ashwini Vaishnav's statements hailing the GST reforms and highlighting the benefits of the tax reforms. Listen in.
It's a matter of great joy for all of us that Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has decided to reduce the GST rates for practically everything that is used in the lives of our middle class families and our low income families. Starting from food items to items which are used in day-to-day life, to students, items which are required by our students, to the items which are used in our homes, whether it is consumer electronics, small cars, scooters, everything is now going to see a lower GST rate from the first day of Navratri. I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji for this big step, a major reform which is going to help each and every family in our country. Thank you. I would like to thank Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji for this major step, major rationalization of GST rates.
Meanwhile, the Goods and Service Tax Council in the 56th meeting yesterday, which lasted for nearly 10 hours, has cleared the next generation of reforms under the 8-year-old indirect tax regime. This has effectively paved the way for a broad two-slab structure of 5% and 18%, with a demerit rate of 40% rate only for super luxury, or also known as sin or demerit goods. The markets opened in the green today. Sensex jumped nearly 900 points. Nifty was also up by 200 points in what is believed to be the biggest indirect tax reform and what is now shaping up to be one of the biggest tax reform years of this quarter of the century. First, in February, we had the direct tax reform with a waiver of 12 lakh and under salary to zero, and now we have 2 new slabs. Meanwhile, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman also said that these reforms have been carried out with a focus on the common man, that every tax on the common man's daily use item has gone down through a rigorous review, and in the most cases, the rates have come down dramatically. Labor-intensive industries have been given a good support. Farmers and agriculture sector as well as the health sector will also benefit from these rationalization reforms. Key drivers of the economy will be given more prominence. Let's listen into what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said just moments after the GST Council meeting concluded last evening.
Tax that were announced yesterday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi always fulfills promises made, and on 15th August he had announced that there is a big Diwali bonanza in GST, and we have yesterday seen that what we thought could be big has turned out to be the biggest ever reform that India has seen since independence. This has many dimensions. Consumers will benefit in a very big way with the reduction in taxes across the board on almost all items of our day-to-day needs. Pharmaceuticals, food products, textiles, footwear. I was going through the list, it's all-encompassing. And the amount of changes made in process and procedure will contribute also to the ease of doing business. These lower rates will support growth of demand, and industry's scale of operation in the country will grow by leaps and bounds. Greater demand will lead to greater investment, greater jobs, and the virtuous cycle of growth will get a leg up, will get a big boost. The virtuous cycle of growth will get a big boost from the Diwali gift given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This will contribute to ease of living, better quality of life for 1.4 billion citizens, 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों के लिए ये तोहफा नवरात्रि के पहले दिन 22 सितंबर से लागू होगा, और बड़ी उमंग और उत्साह के साथ पूरा देश आज खुशियां मना रहा है, और इसका प्रभाव भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था पर होगा। भारत में डिमांड बढ़ेगी, सेवाओं की और वस्तुओं के लिए बड़े रूप में बढ़त होगी, उसके मार्केट की बढ़त होगी, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है ये एक पायदान है, ये एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा भारत की विकसित भारत 2047 की यात्रा में, और स्वदेशी भारत को, भारत में स्वदेशी वस्तुओं को और आगे लेके जाने के लिए ये एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कदम होगा।
So in the media center, the FM said that all the state finance ministers were agreeing to this, but now opposition is saying that if you had to bring it, you would have done it 8 years back. What do you have to say about that? The finance ministers have been agreeing, but opposition is creating politics on this.
Sadly, just like Mr. Rahul Gandhi does not understand that the world's fastest growing large economy at 7.8% growth in the first quarter is a matter of delight, joy and celebration, and calls India Mr. Rahul Gandhi calls India a dead economy, despite being the world's fastest growing large economy. This is the negative thinking of a certain set of people. And I condemn this kind of negativity. ये जो नकारात्मक सोच है, ये नकारात्मक सोच की वजह से ही विपक्ष की आज ये दुर्दशा बनी है और भारत की जनता आज पूरी तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ खड़ी है, उनको आशीर्वाद दे रही है, उनका धन्यवाद कर रही है।
Well, that was the first reaction coming in of Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal there, hailing the indirect tax reforms announced by the GST Council last evening. Joining me live also now on the broadcast for more analysis is renowned tax expert and former Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Mr. Ved Jain. Good afternoon, sir. It's a great day, and we are analyzing the GST Council's maximum Diwali bonanza that the Prime Minister had earlier promised. Yesterday, we heard the Finance Minister saying that this entire rationalization scheme had nothing directly to do with the tariffs war with the United States per se. But however, experts are now saying that this will have a huge impact on the economy. If you can help our viewers understand how this rationalization is actually going to give a huge stimulus to the consumption-based economy that is India.
See, India has more than 140 crore population, and we are a mass consumption-based economy. And what this GST2 reform, which are like a landmark and the revolutionary reform, has done is reduce the rate of GST drastically. And if you look at the advantage just from the numbers, 12% by and large has gone to 5%, and 28% has gone to 18%. And with the result that when you are buying an item at 112 rupees, it will now cost 105 rupees. If you are buying at 128 rupees, it will cost at 118 rupees, meaning thereby roughly 7 to 10% benefit you are getting while purchasing. Your cost is getting reduced with it. Now, with this, the consumption is going to up. Now, in economics, what we say, when the consumption increases, obviously the demand will increase. And if the demand will increase, naturally there will be more production. And if you require more production, then you will require more people to get employed and employment. And those people who get employed, their purchasing power increases because of the employment, and they do create a demand, and that's a multiplier effect. Now, to answer your questions, that how these reforms are going to have the benefit of challenge which the India has now got with the tariff imposed by the Donald Trump and for the US import. Now look at, now if my own demand goes up, my own, now the effect which we will be having, maybe because in a shorter transition period, the export which we have been doing, some of the industry which were dependent on the export like textile or footwear or some diamond like this jewelry, etc. Now those peoples now will getting affected will obviously will be able to sell their product and create a demand within the India. And that will, I think, neutralize the effect of the tariff which Mr. Donald Trump has imposed on India. Now, looking to this reform, though this GST2 reform has no linkage directly with what Mr. Donald Trump has done now, because these GST reforms were in the pipeline for the last more than 1.5 years. There were a lot of a committee constituted to look into the restructuring of the tax rates. Various reports have come up. Only thing is, by coincidence, this announcement is being made at a time when the impact of the Donald Trump tariff is likely to happen and to come on to some extent on Indian economy. So I am more than confident that the impact, which some people say that it can affect some of the some decimal point of the GDP, will get more than neutralized by the growth of the GDP, which we will have with the reduction in this GST rates. Because as you see the list of items, the way the rates have been reduced across the board, now 12% to 5%, and some of the items from 5% to 0%, and 28% to 18%. Now the type of demand it is going to create in the market. Now you see the television sets coming at 18%, air conditioner coming at 18%.
Yes, sir.
All food products, chocolate, ice cream, etc. Everything is coming at 5%.
Yes.
Now with this, the cost will go down, and obviously there will be more purchasing power, and that will create a demand for it.
Indeed, and thank you very much, sir, for articulating so beautifully on the multiplier effect that this GST rationalization is going to have on the economy. That's the time that we have in this bulletin. Thank you so much, sir, for bringing in your expert perspective on that matter. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again bring to you the soundbite of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who announced the 2 GST rate structure along with the sin good slab last evening, which has not been influenced particularly by the US tariffs. And she had said that the centre has been working on these for over a year and a half. And we just heard Mr. Ved Jain there explaining how it is going to have an impact. But here is what the Finance Minister had to say on this very same question last evening.
Reduction from 18 or from 12 to 5%. I list out those items, all of whom have come to 5% from either 18 or from 12. Common man items such as hair oil, toilet soap, bars, shampoos, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bicycles, tableware, kitchenware and other household articles have all come to 5, whether they were in 18 or whether they were in 12. Similarly, reduction of GST from 5% to nil. 5 से 0 में जाने वाले items indicate कर रहा हूँ. Ultra high temperature milk, the UHT milk, chena or paneer, all the Indian breads will see nil rate. So roti kisi ke upar bhi, chapati or roti or paratha or whatever it is, they all come to nil. Reduction of GST from 12% or from 18% to 5%. इसमें फूड आइटम्स बहुत सारे हैं, नमकीन से भुजिया है, सॉसेस है, पास्ता है, इंस्टेंट नूडल्स है, चॉकलेट्स, कॉफ़ी, प्रिजर्व्ड मीट, कॉर्नफ्लेक्स, बटर, घी, ये सब 5% में आ रही है. फिर रिडक्शन फ्रॉम 28 टू 18%. इसमें मिडिल क्लास के एस्पिरेशंस मीट करने वाले बहुत सारे चीज़ हैं. एयर कंडीशनिंग मशीन्स, TVs which are over 32 inches, all TVs now at 18%. I want to underline, all TVs are now at 18%. Dishwashing machines, small cars, motorcycles equal to or less than 350 cc are all now coming to 18. Agriculture goods such as tractors, agricultural, horticultural and forestry machines for soil preparation or cultivation, harvesting or threshing machines, including straw or fodder balers, grass or hay movers, composting machines, etc., are all coming down from 12 to 5%. Reduction of GST from 12 to 5% on 12 specified biopesticides. Also from 12 to 5 is natural menthol. So किसान के लिए, उनके products के लिए जो वो उपयोग करते हैं, उन सब में it has come down. Again from 12 to 5, handicrafts and also labor intensive sectors. What are they? Handicrafts, marble, travertine blocks, granite blocks, intermediate leather goods. ये सब 5 में आ रही. Reduction of cement from 28 to 18, क्योंकि घर बनाने में मिडिल क्लास के लिए सीमेंट इतना आवश्यक है, इसीलिए 28. The tariff turmoil is not a matter which influenced the GST reform, because we've been at it now for more than 1.5 years. Some group of ministers was working on rate rationalization. Some other group of ministers a bit later was working on insurance and so on. And compensation cess was a reality that it is going to end the moment you paid back the loan. None of this has anything to do with the tariffs. So, no, there's nothing to do with the tariffs at all.
So those were the words of the Union Finance Minister last evening. Meanwhile, a lot of political reactions also coming in, hailing what is being now touted as Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Diwali bonanza on GST. Listen in.
Now removing GST from life-saving drugs or from your life-saving earnings or the medical insurance. So these are the historical steps which I believe that every Indian is welcoming this. Secondly, now as government has proposed only 2 tax slabs, it's 5% and 18%. And very importantly, those things which government wish to that people should avoid, like tobacco or something like that, they have been heavily penalized for this purpose. So this is one of the historical decision by the government. As the Prime Minister has already said that they are going to give a big thing to the people of this country at the post Diwali. I think this would be transforming in the economy of this country. Angur khatte hain, that would I say, because they were unable to perform. Today, I think P. Chidambaram should remember his statement in the parliament when in 2000, somewhere in 12 or 13, I exactly don't know, maybe in 12, when he said that India will achieve 10 biggest economy in next 10 years. That is their thought process, that is their view, and that is the things that they introspect about themselves. Today is the time when countries growing at the fastest growing economy in this world now. And that is the reason that because we got so many kind of reforms, times to time reforms are required. Sometimes today something is required, tomorrow something different will be required. And that is the vision that a visionary leaders understand, that what and when it is required, it has to be done.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Madhya Pradesh's Chief Minister Mohan Yadav lauded the centre's GST reform and said that in times of uncertainty, Prime Minister Modi ensures the interest of industrialists and the common man. The Chief Minister further said that this shows that Prime Minister Modi is concerned about protecting the interest of the farmers. NDA leaders and its MPs observed Bihar Bandh in Patna against the abusive remarks made against Prime Minister Modi's late mother in a Congress rally in Darbhanga. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad hid out against the India alliance and said that the people of Bihar will give a befitting reply to Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav in the upcoming elections. An FIR has been registered and submitted in the court against MLA Rahul Mamkutahil for stalking and criminal intimidation. The crime branch has registered a case under BNS Sections 72 Part 2, which deals with stalking. The FIR is registered based on the notice issued by the Child Rights Commission and 9 other complaints given by politicians or social activists against him. Meanwhile, ahead of the upcoming assembly elections in the state of Bihar, political situation in the state is getting intense. BJP today has staged a protest after they called for a Bihar Bandh over the derogatory remarks hurled at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's late mother at a Mahagathbandhan event in Bihar's Darbhanga district. Several BJP leaders, especially workers and women workers, took to the streets with posters in their hands. And here's a quick report on what's happening in Bihar today.
The outrage continues to boil over the insult to Prime Minister Modi's late mother. The NDA today called for a 5-hour-long Bihar Bandh. All the constituent parties staged protests, including the senior BJP leaders. The BJP workers took to streets in different cities, with Mahila Morcha helming the protest. Large number of women workers from the BJP were on the streets taking part in the protests.
हम सभी महिलाएं स्तब्ध हैं। जिस तरह की गाली, अश्लील गाली का प्रयोग हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की स्वर्गीय और दिवंगत माता जी के लिए की गई है, वह निंदनीय है, दुखद है और शर्मनाक है, जिसका हम प्रतिरोध करते हैं। आज उसी के विरोध में हम सभी महिलाएं बिहार की सड़कों को जाम करके रखे हैं और जब तक राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी यादव माफी नहीं मांग लेते, हमारा आंदोलन यूं ही निरंतर चलता रहेगा।
The protesters were holding posters condemning the remarks on Prime Minister and Prime Minister Modi's late mother. At some places in Patna, protesters were seen protesting by burning tires as well. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad, while taking part in the protest, tore into the Indie block.
अरे माँ का सम्मान भारतीय संस्कार है, हम सभी करते हैं, आप भी करते हैं। लेकिन एक माँ जो स्वर्गीय हो गई, जिसने गरीबी से बर्तन मांज के, कपड़े साफ के बच्चों को पढ़ाया, एक भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बना, प्रभु राम की भक्त, आप जरा भी आपको शर्म नहीं है? आपको मंच से गाली दी गई है।
The Bandh call comes amid heightened political tensions in Bihar, even as the NDA fuming over the issue and calling it an insult to women and all the mothers. The opposition is yet to issue a formal response on the controversy.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Actor Ashish Kapoor in police custody for 2 days in alleged rape and sexual assault case. Hindu seers and groups write to Union Home Minister Amit Shah on increasing attacks on Sanatan Dharma and Hindus. Politics over GST reforms erupts. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge says one nation, one tax had become one nation, nine taxes. D Street cheers major GST reforms as markets open. The green rupee strengthens by 17 paise against US dollar. ED probe into the betting app scam picks up pace. Shikhar Dhavan cricketer summoned for questioning today. Monsoon India battles record rainfall triggered by floods, landslides in Himachal Pradesh, Kulu and Kishtwar in Jammu and Kashmir.
On the Singapore side by Mr. Johnson Hung, Executive Director, Austin, and on the Indian side by Shri P. Kumran, Secretary East. Thank you, gentlemen. Taking forward Prime Minister Modi's vision for port-led development, we shall now witness the joint virtual inauguration of Jawaharlal Nehru Port PSA Mumbai Terminal BMCT Phase 2, which will be followed by introduction of a video on JN Port. Prime Ministers, may I request you to press the button and unveil the digital plaque.
India's maritime journey is a story of transformation, anchored in the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's vision of port-led development. Over the last 11 years, this vision has reshaped our coastline, boosted cargo movement, and placed India firmly on the global maritime map.
Ports for prosperity और ports for progress का हमारा विजन धरातल पर लगातार बदलाव ला रहा है। दुनिया के बड़े बड़े मैरीटाइम ऑपरेटर्स भारत आए, भारत से ही ऑपरेट करें, इसके लिए भी भारत में तेजी से काम हो रहा है।
As part of this ongoing momentum, today we mark a new milestone, the inauguration of Phase 2 of Bharat Mumbai Container Terminals at JN Port, India's largest container port. India and Singapore share a trusted maritime partnership built on shared ambition and global vision. Together, we advance green shipping, smart port operations, and regional prosperity. Embracing these relationships, JNPA, India's best performing port, now also stands as the nation's largest container port, handling over 10 million containers annually and connecting India to the world. Strategically located in Navi Mumbai, JNPA integrates road, rail and the western dedicated freight corridor, ensuring swift cargo movement to key industrial hubs. PSA Mumbai.
All right, so these are the visuals of the Singapore Prime Minister Lawrence Wong. He is in the national capital. He is meeting the Prime Minister today. A joint statement is expected soon. Singapore Prime Minister Lawrence Wong also met External Affairs Minister S. Shankar in New Delhi ahead of his meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Earlier today, Wong called the start of his official visit to India productive. He arrived at the national capital on Tuesday for a 3-day trip. He had also posted on X, and I quote, "Had a productive start to my visit in New Delhi. Last evening, I joined overseas Singaporeans and friends of Singapore for a special SG60 reception. Many had travelled from different parts of India, Chennai, Mumbai and beyond to be a part of this occasion." In just a short while from now, we are expecting Prime Minister Modi and Singapore Prime Minister's joint statement. The Singapore Prime Minister has so far met Union Minister for Finance Nirmala Sitharaman and Union Minister of Health JP Nadda. During his meeting with Sitharaman, the two sides focused on strengthening the comprehensive strategic partnership.
May I request Honourable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency, प्रधानमंत्री वांग, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। पदभार संभालने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री वांग की पहली भारत यात्रा पर मैं उनका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। यह यात्रा और भी विशेष है क्योंकि इस वर्ष हम अपने संबंधों की 60वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, पिछले साल मेरी सिंगापुर यात्रा के दौरान हमने अपने संबंधों को कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप का दर्जा दिया था। इस एक वर्ष में हमारे संवाद और सहयोग में गति और गहराई आई है। आज साउथ ईस्ट एशिया क्षेत्र में सिंगापुर हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेड पार्टनर है। सिंगापुर से भारत में बड़े स्तर पर निवेश हुआ है। हमारे रक्षा संबंध निरंतर मजबूत हो रहे हैं। पीपल टू पीपल संबंध गहरे और जीवंत है। आज हमने अपनी पार्टनरशिप के भविष्य के लिए एक डिटेल्ड रोड मैप तैयार किया है। हमारा सहयोग केवल पारंपरिक क्षेत्रों तक सीमित नहीं रहेगा। बदलते समय के अनुरूप एडवांस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ग्रीन शिपिंग, स्किलिंग, सिविल न्यूक्लियर और अर्बन वाटर मैनेजमेंट जैसे क्षेत्र भी हमारे सहयोग के केंद्र बिंदु बनेंगे। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि आपसी व्यापार को गति देने के लिए द्विपक्षीय कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट और आसियान के हमारे फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का समयबद्ध तरीके से रिव्यू किया जाएगा। भारत और सिंगापुर के रिश्तों में हमारे राज्य भी अहम हिस्सेदार होंगे। जनवरी में जब राष्ट्रपति थर्मन भारत यात्रा पर आए थे तो वे ओडिशा भी गए थे। पिछले एक साल में ओडिशा, तेलंगाना, आसाम और आंध्र प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री सिंगापुर जा चुके हैं। गुजरात का गिफ्ट सिटी हमारे स्टॉक मार्केट को जोड़ने का एक और नया सेतु बना है। फ्रेंड, पिछले साल हुए सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम पार्टनरशिप समझौते ने रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट को भी नई दिशा दी है। सेमिकॉन इंडिया कॉन्फ्रेंस में सिंगापुर की कंपनियों उनका बढ़ चढ़ करके हिस्सा लेना, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात थी। चेन्नई में सिंगापुर का एक नेशनल सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस फॉर स्किलिंग स्थापित करने में सहयोग देगा। यह सेंटर एडवांस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में स्किल्ड मैन पावर तैयार करेगा। फ्रेंड्स, टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन हमारी साझेदारी के मजबूत स्तंभ है। हमने तय किया है कि एआई, क्वांटम और अन्य डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज में सहयोग को बढ़ाया जाएगा। आज स्पेस सेक्टर में हुए समझौते से अंतरिक्ष विज्ञान क्षेत्र सहयोग में एक नया अध्याय जुड़ रहा है। हमने निर्णय लिया है कि हमारे युवाओं को उनके टैलेंट को जोड़ने के लिए इस साल के अंत में इंडिया सिंगापुर हैकाथॉन का अगला राउंड किया जाएगा। यूपीआई और पे नाउ हमारे डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी के सफल उदाहरण है और यह प्रसन्नता का विषय है कि इसमें 13 नए भारतीय बैंक जुड़े हैं। आज ग्रीन एंड डिजिटल शिपिंग कॉरिडोर्स के लिए हुए समझौते से मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में ग्रीन फ्यूल सप्लाई चेन और डिजिटल पोर्ट क्लियरेंस को बल मिलेगा। भारत अपने पोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विकास में तेजी से काम कर रहा है। इसमें सिंगापुर का अनुभव अत्यंत उपयोगी है। आज हमने सिंगापुर की कंपनी एसपीए इंटरनेशनल द्वारा विकसित भारत मुंबई कंटेनर टर्मिनल फेज 2 का उद्घाटन किया। यह हमारे कंटेनर हैंडलिंग की क्षमता को और बढ़ाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, सिंगापुर हमारी एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी का एक महत्वपूर्ण स्तंभ है। हम आसियान के साथ सहयोग और इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में शांति और स्थिरता के जॉइंट विजन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मिलकर काम करते रहेंगे। आतंकवाद को लेकर हमारी समान चिंताएं हैं। हम मानते हैं कि आतंकवाद के खिलाफ एकजुटता से लड़ना सभी मानवतावादी देशों का कर्तव्य है। पहलगाम में हुए आतंकवादी हमले के बाद भारत के लोगों के प्रति संवेदना और आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमारी लड़ाई में समर्थन के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री वांग और सिंगापुर सरकार का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, आवर रिलेशंस go far beyond diplomacy. This is a partnership with purpose, rooted in shared values, guided by mutual interest and driven by a common vision for peace, progress and prosperity. हमारी इस भागीदारी में आपकी निजी प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Lawrence Wong, Prime Minister of the Republic of Singapore, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Prime Minister Modi, for the warm and gracious hospitality extended to me and my delegation. 10 years ago, I joined then President Tony Tan on his state visit to commemorate the 50th anniversary of diplomatic ties between Singapore and India. Today, 10 years later, I'm glad to be back on my first official visit as Prime Minister and to celebrate 60 years of close and enduring friendship between our two countries. Over this past decade, India has made remarkable advances under Prime Minister Modi's leadership. India is now the 4th largest economy in the world, with a dynamism and influence felt far beyond its borders. Our bilateral relationship has grown in tandem. Singapore is the largest foreign investor in India, accounting for around a quarter of India's foreign direct investment inflows. And our cooperation now spans a wide and diverse range of fields. Last year, PM Modi and I agreed to elevate relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership, or a CSP. This morning, we had fruitful discussions on how we can take this CSP forward. The Prime Minister has highlighted quite a number of areas, and I will reiterate a few of them. First, Singapore will continue to support India's skills development journey. We are honored to accept India's invitation to be a global partner for the National Center of Excellence in Chennai, which will focus on advanced manufacturing. We will also collaborate